Boys, good afternoon. My bong just kicked the shit out of me before stream. I went to go take my usual pre-stream rip. And holy shit, I lost that fight. Oh my god, I probably look like I'm crying, because I am. Holy cannoli, goodness gracious me, oh my. Yup, no, literally, Leon. Literally, dog. We are, fighting for our lives over here. Boys, hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day to start your weekends off. I had some beautiful fried rice today. Went up, saw the family. Hung out for a little bit, got some fresh veggies out the garden, and left with about a million other things. It was a beautiful day, if I do say so myself. We returned for a little nightcap of a stream here with some Guild Wars 2 to start the day. I know, crazy. Dusty, you still play MMOs? Been known to every now and then. Every now and then I dabble. Just once in a while. I hope you're all having absolutely beautiful days, my lads. We do have some more Gamba potential on this fine day. We can probably knock out some story quest as well if I had to guess. I do think there's probably quite a bit of potential to get some story done today. We've got some more boss blitz stuff to get knocked out as well. And we can measure our disappointment once again in World vs. World. So it is truly a beautiful day. We got a lot to do. Might even try to get some SPVP going. If it's truly meant to be. We might be able to make it happen. So, hope you all got something good going on to start the weekends as well. Because this goddamn court is up here. We've got Leon once again with the first. We got John. We got Braintown, what up, my go? Hope you're having a beautiful day, John G. I think I already said hi to you, but fuck you. Contra Hoofsy, what up, my boys? Hope you're having beautiful days. Fried rice, dude, it was actually so good, so good. Well, I marinated some steak in teriyaki sauce, and then cut that up, cooked it on the black stone. We made some fried rice. It was a yummy trip. Came home with enough leftovers between the rice. Oh no. Oh no. We need shovels for mining rate 4. Oh, fuck me. Oh, not like this. Well, boys, yo ho ho to Silver Wastes we go. At this point, might be a long day of grinding Silver Wastes. Time to farm Silver Wastes? I think it might be time to farm Silver Wastes. Yep. I didn't know that we were that down bad on shovels for the mining rate. And I don't believe that I personally have any shovels. I don't know how many people do have. How many shovels you need? We need 50 for the next mining rate. I can also just upgrade something else in the meantime, and then we can just slam the mining upgrade like after we get the shovels. But also, I would like to get the mining upgrade done sooner rather than later, just because that generates more Ethereum for us. My go. Come get your gathering done as well. These bad boys are collecting dust over here. Standing around a lamppost and about to grind some concrete. Wait. Grind some concrete? Why are you about to grind concrete? And into what? The lamppost I get. But like, what do you mean grind some concrete? Job, what up, my goat? Good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. I don't know if anybody else is even on right now. But if anybody does want to come through to Silver Wastes, y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. I will happily get some more people involved so we can get this knocked out. Good news! We got buildings available everywhere. I put 19 in there. Oh my god, that's actually huge, dude. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. We've got to see which upgrades we can actually get. I would like to, at this point, start to knock out more of the, like, the building restorations around the guild hall, simply because A, they look cool, B, they give a shitload of guild XP, and C, they're actually quite efficient along the way. No! They need globs right now. We're not getting globs right now. And then we need some cum ingots. And then we just need the bags. And the bags should be pretty easy. Then we'd have a market restoration. Granted, we're also not really using the market too much. The tavern doesn't see a ton of use. The arena's already restored. The war room for Wolf was already restored. Is the arena technically restored? Is there like another big upgrade that we get for it? Arena restoration 2. Yeah, no, I guess we are good. So the arena's restored. So we ain't gotta worry about that. So maybe some Wolfwall upgrades. Yo, dude, what up, brother? Guild Wars 3 when? Shit. Wish I knew. So, there's like tentative timetables. Excuse me. There are tentative timetables, but even with those tentative timetables, it doesn't really lock anything in, you know, guaranteed 1-to-1. So, ArenaNet, when they announced Guild Wars 3, off to Silver Waste we go. When ArenaNet announced Guild Wars 3, they said that the beta would be towards the end of not this year, but next year, end of 2027. Hopefully we see some glimpses of gameplay and maybe get hands-on with it before the beta, maybe like an alpha type shit, even if it's just closed alpha and we're able to see some stuff from it. However that side ends up, would cool mint the opportunity. Other than that, there is a little bit of a conspiracy theory going on. Granted, it's not much of a conspiracy theory. It's actually pretty supported and not very conspiratorial at all. But there's a little bit of a theory out there. NCSoft, basically like Big Daddy above ArenaNet, has loaned ArenaNet some money. So we have Dad's credit card basically for Guild Wars 3. And the loan and like when everything has to be like paid back and settled, I believe, was announced as May of 2028. Sorry, I'm doing math now. Like if next year is 2027, then the year after that, dude, I gotta like count it on my fucking fingers and toes. That bong rip hit. So, May of 2028, as far as we have heard, everything will have to be like paid back and taken care of. So theoretically, hold on. Anyone for silver waste shovel farming? But in terms of like that significance, some people are saying that there could be deduction of when Guild Wars 3 would be fully launched, May-ish of 2028. But also I'd be slightly shocked if it took them 6 months to go beta to launch with like the potential that they have. I'm not quite sure if that's their actual timeline or not. I know that's like the loan timeline, and I would assume by the end of the loan time, when that's paid back, they should probably hope that they have the product launched, so they're making money. That would be like my number one assumption with it. So I would say as of right now, their targeted latest is probably like May of 2028, but we should be able to get our hands the way that they've talked about it. They mentioned beta as, you know, when we'll get our hands on things. So fingers crossed for that. In the meantime, if there are any gameplay updates, obviously, you know, I got y'all on that. They've given us a good bit of lore about the game. And also, I may or may not have begun the Dusty conspiracy theories around the game itself. So, like, just be cautious. Just be cautious. But I have an entire conspiracy board that cites a lot of information from the articles that they've given us so far. And it may not be right, but it damn sure seems fun. And honestly, it also seems quite valid in terms of what we've got going on right now. So far, as of what we have heard, they are talking very heavily about respecting players' time and making sure that basically casual players and people who only have a little bit of time to play each day are able to play the game and have fun with the game. Because in a lot of MMOs, it's regarded that, like, you know, if you're a casual player, don't even bother playing because you just don't have time. You can't keep up. Fuck you. You have a job, you have kids, wife, responsibilities, yard to mow, you lose. And it seems like ArenaNet really wants to address that, especially with Guild Wars 3. A lot of what the developers have said in the past is along the lines of like their development style is trying to solve for pain points that players have the players have experienced that have existed in other games and in their games within the timeline. So basically, they aren't going to just, you know, try to pull market trend. They listen to what people are experiencing as bad things within game markets, theirs and others, and then off of that, they're like, how can we solve this? So I really think that we're gonna get a living world, you know, something that actually feels alive, something where if I run by you, there's going to be a form of like, oh, hey, I know that guy, I've interacted with that guy, I have a reason to know that guy, and them to not just be an NPC. So that's really what I'm hoping for. I also hope that they make it one character valid, or one character viable, where basically, if you don't want to make a bunch of alts to experience the game, and especially experience other builds, maybe you don't have to. Maybe they make it so you can experience all classes, all builds, all spells on one character, like some other games have done in the past. And you can still shape up your classes, you can hybridize, you can bastardize as much as you want, but you also get complete ownership of what you'd like to do. Yo, Score, what up, brother? When does Guild Wars 3 come out? Shit, that's actually what we're talking about right now. So, with Guild Wars 3, they talked about during the announcement, and again, I always say, especially after Ash's stuff, the farther away the time frame, the more likely it is that it'll be wrong. If I tell you that I'm 6 hours away from your house and I'm driving down, there are a lot more things that could go wrong than if I say I'm 5 minutes away, right? There's just more drive left. So, just keep in mind, entire development team could literally, like, eat Taylor Farms lettuce and die. I hope it doesn't happen, because what a way to go out. But, like, it could happen, right? At any point in time, and then Guild Wars 3 would be set back substantially. Obviously, that's on the dramatic end. But also, I don't know, something more simple. What if there's a fire? And then it burns the internet. And then the entire game's lost. And then they have to start from scratch. Like that one person that almost deleted that Toy Story movie that one time. There's scenarios where things could really fuck up. So, with that in mind, they've talked about how they want beta to be end of next year. Which presumably beta would be where we are getting our hands on it as just, you know, normal consumers. I say we. You normies. No, just kidding. I also have no special perms or anything. I will also be right there waiting to get my hands on it. We'll be there together, boys. So beta is presumably when we'll get our hands on it. From there, it's a matter of what's their beta to 1.0 time. And honestly, like 1.0 for their other games has typically been like 3 to 5 months, but they also haven't shipped a game in like fucking 13 years. So things may have changed again. We don't really know exactly, but they took out a loan, not like a bad loan like Ash's loan, but basically NCSoft gave them some money, NCSoft being like, you know, daddy above them in publishing. So NCSoft basically gave ArenaNet a loan for Guild Wars 3 related things. I don't really know the specificities of it, nor do I have enough motion to have any devs in chat that would be willing to elaborate, because fuck me. Other than that, though, they have some money from NCSoft, and over the course of it, they are going to be using that for what the fuck ever with Guild Wars 3. That has to be paid back by, like, May of 2028. So, Jay Oddity actually dropped a pretty solid video about it and, like, did a little rundown on his Twitter as well. But with that, we would expect that maybe 1.0 by May of 2028 as, like, a hesitant timetable. But also, like you said, it's far away, and like I was saying right at the start, you know, the further away the time frame is, the more likely the time frame is to be wrong, you know? So, I would stay, you know, stay on edge, of course, for updates, but it's likely something that I don't think most people will, you know, want to invest in, so to say, in terms of their time and in terms of following it, for probably another 10 months, maybe, is when we start seeing substantial stuff. it's in the phase right now where they're dropping lore and world building to try to get us immersed. And then from there, I think eventually they'll start dropping systems, especially once they have more systems ironed out and ready to drop. I don't know where internally they're at there, but, you know, natural progression of things. We're kind of in like, you know, we're in the hand job outside of the pants area of Guild Wars 3 dating. So right now we're kind of like still getting the handy, but it's also like it's on top of the jeans, so it's not very frictiony, you know? Well, actually, it's kind of too frictiony. So I'll keep you guys posted whenever there's more, but, you know, through, some would say, illogical deduction, I have some potential informal system propositions for Guild Wars 3 that seem to line up with some of their development philosophies, and are cited with information from some of the articles that they've given us so far. So we don't really know of any specificities around it, but we do have some hints that there is a chance that our character is not like, you know, a divine infused being, right? That's already been told to us. Specifically, we are not the chosen one. We are a just normal human. In the entire lore of Guild Wars 3, basically, is that, you know, it's before in the timeline all of this shit, like 1250 years in the past. So we're normal humans, and we're a part of a guild that basically appealed to the gods, and we're like, we want to protect the world, but we're not strong enough to do so. And the gods of the humans came down, 2 of them, and they were just like, yo, dog, heard you like magic. So now we have these little sigils that we can craft, right? And those sigils will be attained through various means. We don't know the specificities of which yet, other than some very subtle drops of hints within the articles. I do have a theory on those, though. And then from there, we will combine, and according to the actual article, we will, quote, wield an arsenal of magical signets, sorry, signets, not sigils, and deepen your relationship with spirits. Yo, Puff. Thank you for 3 months, dog. Also, Mids, what up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful day. And the 3-day, I appreciate you. Big 3s today. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets and deepen your relationships with spirits like your Seeker. More on them later to see your charge fulfilled. So, we are wielding an arsenal of signets, which typically, I'm not an expert on, like, warfare stuff, but typically in my understanding of arsenals, oh my god, Hosty, another big 3. Holy cannoli, they're just getting larger. Chat, anybody with the 3,000 gifted subs to keep the 3 train rolling? We add a couple zeros onto that, oh, maybe like a $30,000 dono or something, and then we're fine. Any 3Kers? Yeah, any 3K gifted subbers in... No, please don't, by the way. Please don't. That would be an extensive cut to Twitch. That would be enough money to Twitch to allow them to make TwitchCon fun this year. And God knows that they can't have that. Gotta cut everything. RIP the block party. RIP the block party. Nobody give Twitch that much money. If it is that much money, I unironically will send you my ACH information for a wire transfer. Fuck PayPal fees. Bro, call my bank. I'll get you in touch there. We'll just do a wire transfer. We're men at this point. I'm 30 now. I'm not doing it to be a celebrity. I'm doing it to pay my rent. And let me tell you, this month it was close. So hopefully we get some momentum going. But yo, I'm gonna get an exclamation ACH command. Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ. Holy shit, let me tell you what, brother. Accepting donations through PayPal/ACH. Holy fuck. I will take regular direct deposits as well. I will take monthly installments. Yes. Also for tax purposes. 2 of you can probably get married and legally adopt me. And then I'll just be a dependent. So really, like, there are ways to break this down if we want to get jiggy with it that I think we could use to our advantage. I saw a guy with his Cash App in his title. That's kind of fire. I just don't get notifications, like, from my Cash App to my fucking OBS. So, like, I feel bad because sometimes, like, money will come in somewhere. And, like, some people have my Cash App because some people don't like PayPal. Stream Elements was recently acquired by Razer, so their payment processing is different. So for right now, it's only accepting, like, PayPal instead of just, like, direct cards and stuff. So I'm looking into alternatives that are safe and reputable for that. But it's also, like... if I put out my Cash App, we ain't got to worry about any of that. But I don't get any notifications. So sometimes people have like sent money on Cash App, and then they're like, Dusty, I donated. And I'm like, dog, I don't see this shit. And they're like, check your Cash App. And I gotta check like my other phone. Because I have one phone that's entirely offline with all of my like important stuff on it, basically. Like not stuff that I would need to access instantly important, but like banking shit, social media shit, stuff like that. It's basically like an offline like organizer that sits in my pocket that I can hotspot whenever I need to from my main phone. But my main phone has very little social media on it. I have Twitter on there, and then other than that, what apps do I even have on here? Excuse me. I have Twitter, I have Twitch, I have the Subway app, I have E-Trade, the Five Guys app, YouTube, Ring so I can see if people are creeping, my grocery store app. Carla made me download Panda Express for a new user coupon one time. I think that's it. Like, I literally think that's it for the entire phone. And then, like, iMessage, I guess, if that counts. But, like, I don't have jack shit on that phone. And that's the one that has service. So, basically, I keep one phone with service and stuff, so if anybody needs to contact me, they can contact me. But that one has very minimal, like... Look at 3K? Wait, what is that? Oh, God! Wait, it is above 3K. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, my goodness gracious. How, like... Have you researched how high that badge goes? Like, who is the #1 gifter on all of Twitch all time? And to who, I wonder? Like, is there data on that? Because surely there's somebody that's got, like, 7 digits invested on one streamer, right? Like, when you talk about, like, massive streamers and, like, fucking zillionaires in the world. I'm not pocket watching, by the way, but, like, zillionaires that are just like, oh, somebody gifted you 1,000. I'm gonna gift you 5! Like, that shit's wild, bro. Like a Kai subathon, bro. Actually, I'd be willing to bet, because of the promotions that Twitch runs and how many subs go out during promotions where Twitch matches subs, Twitch is probably like, I don't know, top 20 on the Gooner streams. I wouldn't even say that, bro. Like, because hear me out, Gooner streams don't give subs, they buy things off of people's wish lists. Because there it's like, oh, here's like a Versace bag and a butt plug. Also, by the way, that is my wish list, yes. Yes. They both vibrate. Yes. Exclamation wish list. I'm kidding, by the way, I don't have a wish list. But no, the Gooner streams are all about the wish list purchasing. That's the big differentiator there. Because that's all like direct donos and wish lists. And that's like the normal stream support is like, oh, here's gifted subs, exclamation donate, whatever it may be. The Gooner streams, it's like, what is your landlord's contact information? I would like to pay your rent for the year. Huffsay, the Gooner streams! Shake your titties! Thank you for the vibe, Maiko! Like the Gooner streams, it's like, let me auto pay your rent, baby girl. And hear me out. Down, I can get you in contact with my landlord, whoever's out there. We're like, fucking ASAP, bro. I swear to God, I can do a standing stream once a week for you if you do that. That's fucking huge. That'd be great. My landlord comes through stream sometimes to collect. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I actually know my IRL very well. But there's like a different level of clams over there. I also would like to definitely give credit where credit's due. You can really incentivize the Gooners to slam some clams out there. Like, there are some people that have phenomenally well thought out gooner goals. Even something as simple as, like, you know, every $20 donated, I do 1 squat per dollar, basically. Or, like, every dollar donated, I do 1 squat type shit. That shit's genius, bro. Like, actually genius. The only equivalent thing that I could do is, like, every X amount of gifted subs, I take a bong rip, but I'm pretty sure you guys would keep gifting subs until I died or became Caseytron. Regardless, I don't think I'd really be able to, like, entertain that well with that. It's way less entertaining than squats, because it would literally just turn into, like, a DustyWhy stream. Which, hear me out. Since there are not many streamers that are openly supporting the stoner culture at this point in time, let me volunteer. Me, Snoop, Wiz Khalifa, and the ghost of Mac Miller. The absolute goated blunt rotation. R.I.P. Mac Miller. Absolute goated blunt rotation. That would be phenomenal for a stream. I know donating a drink is against us. Would donating a smoke fall under similar? There's such a weird thing with it, right? Because donating to drink, yes, is like bad. But man, the number of streamers that are like, subathon, let's do 1 shot per 5 gifties, blah, 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 blah. Bro, it's crazy. It's not moderated at all. And honestly, like, if you're doing it off cam, really, it doesn't matter too much. We've achieved a great success. My fingers aren't 13s. Oh no, are they 14s? You little sausage. 11 on ring, 12 on index and middle. Why is your ring so skinny? You be stroking that shit when you're nervous or something? Just sitting there like, the fuck, what are you doing to your ring finger? Why is it skinnier? Bro, do some fucking lifting with that shit. Get all those things up to 12s. I need to see you specifically on, like, the ring finger routine right now until those shits are all 12. Found me a necklace? What do you go with? I'm curious. Because what I was trying to say yesterday around everything, right? Excuse me. Was more along the lines of, like, the inspiration for the jewelry has to hit you instead of, like, you looking for the inspiration before the jewelry, you know? That's the big thing. Like, somebody else can wear jewelry and look really good in it, and then you could put it on with the exact same outfit and have absolutely no aura, no riz, no bitches, whatever, right? But I feel like when you find an accessory that you actually enjoy, and you look at and you're like, oh, fuck yeah, that adds so much. Like, there's an entire thing right now, I think, in, like, the normal fashion community, where it's like, who gives a fuck what you're wearing? Who gives a shit about the brand? Like, designer clothing is cool. This looks like a cock. This shadow looks like literally my flaccid penis. Like, same proportions and everything. It even has, like, the head. Bro, that is crazy. This actually looks like a flaccid penis. Anyways. What's the lump on top? Right, shave in a minute, relax. Relax, you gotta have the hedges. You gotta shape that shit. You know those little, like, circular hedges that are just like the balls? You gotta get a nice design there. You gotta get a Fu Manchu for it. It actually wraps down the bottom and hangs a little bit. Fucking handlebar mustache for the dick. Okay, sorry, this is a serious conversation. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Oh god. What a cool looking ring in mom's jewelry box. see the elaboration of jewelry box instantly. It's fucking heinous. Listen, man, out of respect, I was not going to bring it to that point. But the instant correction to jewelry box is crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh, gosh dang it, man. Gosh dang it. What'd you find? Oh, fucking hell. It's cool when there are little things with stories as well, because rings with like pendants and stuff, you can also make that into a necklace. You can always work the band into another band. Like, one cool thing that I've seen is sometimes with like women's rings, you can basically take the band and then like snip it, open it up to size it up right, and then have them solder basically a thicker band and inset the original ring in between two thicker bands, so it's like a wider like men's band. I still have thin rings that I wear sometimes, but like if you want like a thicker ring, then you could also just have it basically soldered as like the one-piece ring. Wait, the one ring to rule them all. One ring to guide them all. One. Anyways. Sent it to you on Discord. Hold on, I peep. I shall look. Oh, what the fuck? That's sick. Wait, what the hell? Hold on, can I show chat? Oh, that's cool as fuck. The hell? This is like a pimp ring. Shit's like inset and everything. Huh. What? Like the side looks like it has stuff too. Cause you have like, I'm not a jewelry expert, so I don't know what this is. But this is cool as fuck, first things first. This looks like a really fancy cut. And then this is crazy. Like all of this inlaying, and it goes down the side too. This shit goes hard. What the heck? So does it just like transition down here? It has a fingerprint in it. Yeah, it looks like a fingerprint. That might also be Hussey's fingerprint. I don't know if that's in it or like on it. But that's crazy. I would assume that's like in it. Because that definitely looks like a fingerprint or like a rib cage or something of some pterodactyl type being. It could be a dragon's rib cage. Because you have the ribs here and then it goes up into the head. Huffs, was Mama Huff a big fan of dragons, or is that a familiar looking fingerprint? Because we may have some logic to this. We may have some logic, because I'm leaning towards dragon skeleton. That shit goes super hard. It could be. It's a fossil. Mama Host was an archaeologist, and she might have just left the largest find of all time. Turns out, dinosaurs were tiny as fuck. It's an alien. Oh god. Oh, see, this could be deep. But that is cool. That is cool. Depending on what it is. Like, if that's a fingerprint, then the fingerprint could also be really sweet. If it's inside as well. I don't even know how that would work. But if that's like a fingerprint on the inside that you can see through the flat part. I don't know if there's some like repository somewhere of your family's fingerprints. I guess this would be a really good time to hope that your entire family is just like criminals. Because I think that'd be the easiest way to get their fingerprints. Because that seems thumbprinty. Hold on.
Eternal vigilance.
Not mine. Not mine. I just checked. Chat. Chat. Check your fingerprints real quick, please. I would assume thumb. This is where Reddit comes in. Reddit, whose fingerprint is this? Fresh, is this your fingerprint? Does this look familiar to you? Have you seen this thumb? It's mom's print, clear code that bitch and keep it forever. Well, I'm wondering too, is it something that's like on top of it? Because it looks, because of the definition of it, it looks like it's cut into the stone instead of just like a bop on top of it. Because fingerprints are primarily water and then a bit of oil. So reasonably over time, like, I don't think a high quality stone would just have that clear of a print. Unless somebody had the goddamn dirtiest fingers in human history. I don't know if Mama Host was like a coal miner or something with bling like that. But I think that would probably be the only thing that would actually leave a fingerprint like that. Look at someone touch it to see if it wobble. That's a firm press though. Like that is a straight up like, to get a fingerprint that clear that actually stays on something, Like, I could take pretty much anything I have. I could literally put my finger on my window like that, and I wouldn't get that clear of a print. When I was in college, we had a couple classes that were around like crime scene processing and whatnot, where we had to specifically try to find and lift prints from certain areas, and we learned about how quickly fingerprints actually dissipate. And most fingerprints, unless they are like deliberately put there, are very quick to actually like dissipate and go away. So that came from Cole, Pennsylvania. He used to blast mountains to build bridges with dynamite when he was young. Wait, unironically, if that is on top, there's no way my crime scene photography class just came in handy. Wait, there's no fucking shot. So, if your dad worked in like coal and construction and shit like that, and this is on top of the gem and it's not cut into it, then it could be that. If it's cut into the gem, like underneath it, then could be anything. But this is genuinely a very well preserved print. Like, very well preserved, and that's from a very dirty hand. All due respect, of course. But that's a very, very, very dirty hand. Like, you could legitimately take your hand, rub it in dirt outside, and then put a print on your window, and then come back half an hour later, it's gone. That's something that's far, like, denser than just regular dirt. And, like, my dad worked construction, did a lot of excavation and whatnot. That's, like... That's construction hand. So, unironically, the coal miner thing might be true. We're getting all of the lore. Also, Fresh, everything's been good, dude. Everything's been good. I've been going through a little bit of a weird spot with stream lately, where, like, I don't know, not having that new thing always makes me feel like something's slightly missing. And I always have to remind myself, even though there's not something new right now, that doesn't mean that there's no reason to, like, there's not a reason to embrace something, right? So, Guild Wars has been great. Guild Wars is here, will be here, and is such an incredible consistency. With Guild Wars 3 on the horizon, like, it's, you know, it's a ways down the road, but also, like, we're here for it, right? So, Dusty found us. Wait, where are you? What up, my go? How are you? You got any shovels? We need... What up, brother? Wait. Oh, fuck, I went the wrong way. Good to see you, dude. We're trying to get our next mine upgrade for the guild hall. So, we brought a few of the lads out to farm up some shovels because I have not been putting enough prep in and very quickly realized that we do not have many shovels. So, we're out here on the good old grind. Been keeping up on the Steven news? I have been, yeah. Yeah, I'm following along. I still maintain my whole, you know, my angry, curmudgeon-y old man stance that this is all extremely unnecessary along the line and, like, could have been avoided throughout. And it's all just really kind of stupid. You know, it's necessary, but genuinely, the game at this point was so far in that if everybody could have just agreed that they fucking hate each other's guts and you don't need to be friends to be in business and got the business side handled when the game was in a 1.0 launch, worried about this shit after it made or didn't make money, then fuck it, man. Everything would have been completely different. I'm a little angry at everybody, but I also, you know, I do hope that the legal system protects those who are wronged and basically, you know, gets things to where they need to be. That's my largest hope with it. Whichever way that leans, I hope the legal system does what the legal system is intended to do and so frequently fails to do regarding the case. And that's actually, like, get down to the core of everything. So, you know, on my end, it's just a shitty, stupid situation all the way around. And everything, because this is like an online social media court case, is going to be so team 1 or team 2. So, like, I'm just trying to take both sides of it and be like, okay, well, that does make sense. Okay, well, that doesn't make sense. Okay, well, that checks out, right? And I'm trying to kind of educate myself a little bit along the way about some processes that I don't really know. Invest a, you know, a solid amount of time actually reading about things. And then from there, excuse me, from there just try to formulate my own opinions and shit. But it's been an interesting back and forth. I mean, right now, the latest that we've got, and I'm sure there are far more dramatic takes, but the latest that we've got is essentially the court-appointed receiver is now ready to actually, like, oversee the case. Or not oversee the case, but, like, hold the IP during the case. So the IP has been moved into the court-appointed receiver's hands. Corn. I had some corn on the cob today. Corn-appointed receiver. Yummy. He is an ear of corn. But the receiver will oversee the IP during everything, make sure that if there are any sales, it has to go through the receiver. It doesn't even, to my knowledge, protect it from being sold. It just makes sure that all the sales have to be mutually agreed upon and ethical with all of the IP. It is protected through that additional middleman. But at the end of the day, that's only until the court deems that Group 1 or Group 2 is responsible for the IP and is the actual owner of the IP. Then you have the battle over Intrepid. Then you have the battle over the debt. Then you have the battle over the foreclosure. Then you have the battle over, you know, money owed. Then you have the actual allocation of that money and who actually gets the money and who doesn't get the money. Then you have any possible, like, criminal charges that may stem from it that could be separate cases entirely. Because at the end of the day, this is a potential RICO case, which is something that could very well be escalated in follow-up suits after the fact. There is so much that is, like, ongoing with it, that as shitty as it is, like, I think at a certain point, Robert Dawson will probably be involved in legal battles with this, as will Steven, for, like, the remainder of their lives. Which, it will probably stress out one side more than the other, but at the end of the day, this is a very heated ongoing legal battle that is going to last for probably quite some time, and have ramifications with the legal system for many years to come, with follow-up suits, follow-up allegations, all that shit, right? There's going to be so much. And then from there, you have something as simple as a follow-up of a, you know, a defamation campaign or something like that, right? It's just, there's so many levels to it that I think are all kind of shitty. And with the Ashes stuff, I just, like, I would love to see a path where it's like, oh yeah, this just ends with, you know, one side getting control, and then all of a sudden, everybody just goes back to, you know, goes back to loving Ashes. And Ashes goes back to the way it was. Not that everybody loved it. But, you know, people go back to enjoying Ashes and playing Ashes, and it goes back to the way it was. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. I don't see, like, a way or form that that does happen. Then you have the ongoing, like, the ongoing legal proceedings that are offshoots of this case, you know, the little side stories. So right now you've got Steven and John versus their old representatives, their old legal counsel, which there was a suit that was filed where Steven and John are, I believe, being sued for over $1 million in alleged unpaid legal fees, which Steven elaborated on a little bit in Discord the other day, and was basically like, this counsel was representing them earlier in the case, but they are represented by many legal counsels and, like, many different teams throughout the court case. This one was allegedly let go by Steven and John because of their performance. And as a result, according to Steven, and I'm not an expert on this part because not California, but something about if there is termination of a legal counsel in a case because performance is, like, a certain level of fucking terrible, like if it's truly just unacceptable performance stuff, then yes, we do have a group going. Hold on. I invite. I got you, my goat. But something about going through a certain process to get those legal costs effectively waived. So, from what Steven posted, TLDR, he's going through that process, and the suit is more so, you know, to be expected with that level of, it is unpaid, but there are also basically, like, reasons, according to Steven, why it's unpaid, and that's going to be the whole, you know, the whole hold up while he goes through that process to get the legal fees taken care of. So, there's a lot of he said, she said stuff. There are so many allegations and offshoots and little story arcs. It's hard to keep up. And keep in mind, my degree is literally like in the legal system. Like I went to college for that shit, not for lawyer or like true law or anything like that. But more so, oh, excuse me, more so on the criminalistic side of things. But with that in mind, like I have fringe knowledge of stuff like this from my time in school. And this is just such a, it's a fucking terrible set of circumstances all the way around, man. It's really, really, really bad. There's so much going on here that far exceeds any of my personal knowledge base, anything that I'm even like capable of processing fully. And there's so many, like I said, little arcs and little stories that are popping up throughout it. And there will continue to be so many before any of this is resolved. I feel like Portillo's canceled. I mean, I'm still getting Portillo's. Fuck you mean? I still gotta get Tillo's. It's not like the restaurant did anything wrong, bro. I gotta get my Italian beef and dunk that shit in the gravy. Listen, just because people are involved in court proceedings does not mean that they can't have phenomenal taste in food. A lot of inmates on death row have banger meal choices. Just for perspective. Zenolo is supposed to guide us. Don't let your dreams just be dreams, Strugma. That's all we have to say. That's all we have to say. Don't let your dreams be dreams. There's still a chance. By November, maybe everything's settled down to a point where it's like ethical. And if not, we'll sit at booths across from each other and just stare longingly, reminisce about what could have been. We'll just sit on a little swing in a park somewhere. We'll all go to the Japanese Friendship Gardens. It's beautiful over there. He told us full dunk. Listen, man. There are definitely some controversies around it. But at the end of the day, I think even when there is a period of somebody's life where they are not at their highest, they still provide virtues throughout their life to some people that come across that are very valuable. And one of those virtues that the Sand Old Lord inspired in me is that if I get the Portillo's, I gotta dunk that bitch entirely in the gravy. Entirely in the gravy. And let me tell you, I plan to do just that. Now, do I plan to, you know, go to some friends involved in previous MLMs, allegedly, and, you know, ask them for money? No, not that virtue. But the Portillo's tack, I will carry on, Sandaled Lord or not. We need somebody to become our new Sandaled Lord, like with blackjack and hookers. And then we ain't gotta worry. Come up with a more convoluted crafting system to present. I bet we could. Like, I bet we could figure something out. Don't forget blow. Yes, cocaine and blow. And hookers. Hoofsy, you're on something. Might be cocaine. But you're onto something here. You might just be correct. All right, hold on. I gotta play the game. I gotta save everybody. It's okay, we ball. Everything's fine. We are truly up on this fine. Oh, shit, fuck. Oh my god. Sir, why smash? What if you just relax a little bit and don't smash me like that? That shit hurted. That was very rude of you, my friend. Oh. Did we get cooked or we could? Oh, no, this is how it's supposed to go. We won. Everything's fine. Warhead did one at a casino. I'd be done to lose some money one of the nights. Oh, God. I don't know if I go to San Diego for the casinos in San Diego. I went to Vegas and didn't hit casinos. Although I walked through casinos, but that might be an independent trip. That might be an independent trip. I'm not a huge, like, take my money and lose it type person. If I'm gonna gamble, it's gonna be It's gonna be buying Vanguard's growth ETF right now. Gotta stock me up on some Voog. And then after Voog, I unironically think I might get some government bonds because those are pretty much as secure as Voog. Maybe get myself some of the S&P. Hope that continues to perform well. I'm hoping within the next year or so, there's like a major global conflict because that means dip in the market. And realistically, I'm in Maine. There's a very low chance that even if nukes are launched, that Maine gets hit. So like, there's nothing of value here. Like Boston, maybe. Maybe like Bath, Maine, because, you know, Bath Ironworks is there. But realistically, I would just buy the dip. So, as long as everybody stays safe, we buy the dip, S&P 500 cheap, and then it comes back up when global conflict is resolved, and then everybody vibes. Maybe dumb, I don't know about everyone else. Canada's market's doing well. Our market's doing pretty well right now, I will say. I will say. Listen to another secret nuclear launch site in Maine. Is it the top of Sugarloaf? Is it where the Mountain of Pure Rock is located? Because I always had a theory about that. Why are they located on top of Sugarloaf for a radio station? There's got to be something more up there. They wouldn't just build a fucking radio station up there without anything for the radio station to guard. Like, there's literally no fucking way. So I do have my thoughts, yes. Possibly the top of Sugarloaf. Also, hear me out. We gotta have at least one volcano in this bitch. It was a conspiracy. There was like Google Maps satellite images of a huge field in Maine that was all green grass in the middle of deep winter. Yeah, but some people like plow their fields and shit. And also there are areas of Maine that are turfed. Like, not obviously multi-acre fields, but like people plow their fields and shit. And also, hear me out. Hear me out. Just park some vehicles on top of snow and then it melts. Although I don't know the extent of this like super green field in the middle of nowhere type shit. Where do we go? Oh wait, this is the lanes. Oh, we should probably say mid because there are not many people here. I think we take mid. But yeah, I mean, depending on the size of the field, probably either aliens or just like parking or some shit. A little on topic, but China would be the only ones that could invade, and it would probably start west to east. Probably the safest place in the States. That's what I'm saying, and there's nothing important in Maine. Like, literally nothing important. Honestly, even, like, hear me out. Say fucking Britain invaded us to try to get, like, America back, right? They come to Maine, what the fuck are they gonna do here, bro? Like, the people per square mile is so sparse here. They could roll through with tanks and shit, and they wouldn't even see somebody for 30 minutes at a time to blast. Like, they could come through with the entire intent to, like, get everyone in Maine in an invasion, and they would still be seeing, like, less than one person a minute, depending on what part of Maine they landed in. You imagine if they landed in, like, northern Maine, like, Canada fucking invades us, and they're marching down southward through Maine? Brother, they'd be marching for, like, 7 days by car before they fucking saw anybody. It would literally be like a dead battle royale lobby. Maine wouldn't even be worth invading. It's fucking lit up here. We just exist. Half the world thinks we're fucking Canadian. I don't mind. I can do a pretty solid A if I need to. So I'll take it, bro. We unironically might be the safest place in the States. Cause it's like, okay, what's the largest city near us? Boston, right? Boston is in between like 2.5 and fucking 9 hours away from where you're at, depending on where in Maine you are, right? So from there, say they go to Boston first, right? Canada sails around, goes to Boston first. They're not gonna go north back to Canada and try to clear Boston to Maine. That doesn't make any sense. They're gonna go like Boston to New York, and then they're gonna follow that way down to, I don't know, like fucking Connecticut, wherever the fuck Connecticut is. I don't really know where that is. But genuinely, I feel like Maine would just kind of sit here and like look around and be like, so, y'all straight? And then we'd be vibing. I think we'd be perfectly okay. There's just nothing to fuck with up here. Like, what would anybody invade Maine for? We have trees, which really nobody fucking needs trees anymore. We 3D print houses. Europe builds them out of rocks and shit. And honestly, nobody really uses paper at this point. So we don't really need fucking trees. Seafood? Like, sure, best goddamn seafood in the United States. Like, when I travel, I do not get seafood at restaurants because it's overpriced, and most of the time it's just shipped in from Maine anyways. And I'm like, I could drive a little bit of time, go to the coast, wait for somebody to come into a dock, and then just be like, hey, what is today's price off the boat for whatever you have? And then I could get seafood from the fishermen directly, and I could pay far less than even getting it at a store, like a few bucks a pound type shit. So I don't order seafood whenever I travel or anything. It's a fucking scam. Anytime I'm out of Maine and I see Maine lobster advertised, I'm just like, you dumb bitch. Like, we're in, I think it was like New York or some shit, near the Ocular, whatever it is, the I-shaped building. We were there, and there was this like Maine lobster roll place, and Carla just pointed it out, and she was like, oh, Maine lobster rolls. And dog, I swear to God, it was like 28 bucks for a fucking hot dog lobster roll, and I was like, you have to be shitting me. You have to be shitting me. Like, ocean roaches for $28 on a goddamn hot dog roll, bro. I fucking could not. I could not. That shit was a walking scam. I felt terrible that they were even in business. So that shit doesn't happen. We got potatoes, blueberries. But the thing about Maine blueberries is they're kind of like the hype beast blueberries, I'm not gonna lie. Like, our blueberries are very good, but what makes Maine blueberries special is that Maine blueberries are from wild, like, basically native blueberry barrens that are just all natural shit. And they're not the mass-produced blueberry that's always available from, like, you know, mass blueberry producers. So Maine blueberries are a lot smaller because of the specific type of berry that they are. On average, they're far smaller than berries that you'd get at the store, but they also have a far more, like, blueberry-y flavor. Like, they're a far more strong and noticeable flavor, which our blueberries do fuck. I will 1000% say that. So maybe there's reason to invade Maine, but I don't think there'd be much. Like, the fuck are you gonna even do? Our cities are like not even cities. Our cities are like 60K people and they're all 3 hours apart, bro. Where the fuck you gonna start? Bangor? Okay, cool. What are you gonna hit after Bangor? Gonna go fucking 3 hours south to like Portland? Because honestly, it's probably more like 3.5. I haven't gotten Bangor to Portland in a fucking minute. Like, you're not gonna stop in Waterville or Augusta on the way down. No one's gonna invade fucking Lewiston, Auburn. The crackheads will get you. And then from there, it's like, what's your next stop? Portland fucking Maine? A city of like 65,000 people? Doesn't fucking matter. What are you gonna do? Go to the Old Port and get an overpriced burger? I gambled and lost bad. Oh no. See, this is the thing. When you guys gamble, you lose. When I invest, I win. No. I won. I have 800 gold sitting on me. Minus 2650 ectos. Ooh. Ooh, you got hosed. You got fucking hosed. Wait. What? Emu got hosed. Emu lost. Wait, how'd I get this? Guild Wars 1 money, not Guild Wars 2. Wait, there are ectos in Guild Wars 1? What the hell? What the hell, Leonte, do you mean? Also, part of me really wants to do Guild Wars 1 relatively soon. I won't lie. I feel like that would be extremely fun if a bunch of us just started little, like, Guild Wars 1 playthroughs. Wrote the 20 ecto pull on his first day. Strug, do you want to know how I got this? How I got these scars? I gambled my first day and I didn't really get much. And somebody came into chat the second day and they were like, yo, Dusty, have you gambled today? And I was like, nah, I haven't, dog, but I'll rip 50 ectos for you. I ripped 50 And on the last box, as I was saying, I never get shit, this pops out. I was looking through my inventory, seeing what I actually got to see if I got anything cool. And I was like, nope, nothing cool. And then someone said the last spot in my inventory, and I was like, oh shit. So I'm gonna hold it until after the event. Because apparently after the event, it goes up to like 1,000, 1,100 type shit. So we're already up. We're already up. I'm very much so up. It's a pretty nice drop. Oh yeah. Nicer than anything I expected to get. I will say, far better than whatever I expected to get. I did not think that RN Jesus was going to find his way to me at all. You were hard focused on sport at the time? I was. Yes, indeedly. Yes, indeedly. I thought that I was focused on the right things. Unfortunately, I missed the big boy that was right underneath me the entire time. I don't even know what I'm getting from these chests. It's just general mats and shit. I see achievements. Embroidered coin purses, so I'm probably gonna get a little bit of clams. Bandit crests. These are currency, right? Except by vendors and campers off in a secured outpost. Can I get shovels with those? Cause I'll be real, we need shovels, boys. If we get our 31 shovels done, then we can all rest and be happy. Because we got 19 out of the 50 that we need. 4 wins prize bag. Elaborate for pouch. Destroyer core. Destroyer core, I hardly know her. Sorry. Okay. I got 4 shovels so far. I also have 4 shovels so far. If there are 4 of us, and we're all getting 4 shovels per, then that means we just have to do 1 more loop and then we're done. Seems pretty reasonable to me, if I'm being honest. It's actually not too shabby. And then BWC is recruiting. Huh. Huh. That's something. That's really interesting. Maybe we link up with them, chat. All right, 4 more done. We got 23. We're almost halfway there. And then there may be some other mats as well. Let me get this other chest. Oh wait, is that the one in the like under area that you have to get like the greater thing for? Because that just gives you more keys for it, right? Every time by the hidden depths. Yeah, I can just do that next time at the end and use all my keys, right? Because I can just stock up on the keys. Because we do need a few more mats for this as well. Oh god, are the ley line tools expensive? I'm pretty sure the ley line tools are expensive as fuck. Does anybody have ley line tools? Ley line. Oh god. Dude, I feel like I just got shot in the gut. All right, well maybe we upgrade something that's not this for right now then. The good news is we have the Ethereum. The bad news is we bought 150 gold and some change away. And some shovels. Golly gosh and gadzooks. I might have to sell my fucking Gamba reward just to pay for all this shit. I've already spent, over our last upgrades, I think I've spent like 400 goldish already on upgrades. Which ain't that bad, all things considered. But I think it just continues to get more expensive. Are you rich? I'm not like rich. Especially not after paying for all this bullshit for you goobers. This is 800 gold, but 800 gold go fast. Thing about Gold Wars 1 is you can WASDA, but it's better to click to move, which is not very common in MMOs now. Causes rubber banding if you suck at it. Wait. WASDA causes rubber banding? Can the server not keep up with it, or like what's the big dealio there? Click does. Oh, interesting. So like what rubber banding sense? Like if you collide with mobs or something? Can't jump so you get body blocked. Right. I noticed that. Or I've heard that, I should say. That you can't jump. I literally remember like 0 about Guild Wars 1. I think all I remember is that they had like the henchmen, which was really cool. And then my brother played like a 0 HP build. 26 more shovels. My brother played like a 0 HP build of some sort that just blasted the shit out of everything and was like hyper strong. I don't remember much about it other than that. But that's part of why I'm so intrigued by it. Maybe that's why Mistfall Hunter lags? Mistfall Hunter lags because it's literally like... It's on goddamn baby servers. Goddamn Weenie Hut Junior servers. How to game with the Ectos? Go into your mail, and then you should have a Festival of the Four Winds, and then you can grab this, and it'll bring you to it. It's Labyrinth Cliffs, which Labyrinth Cliffs, I believe, was like down here somewhere, right? Somewhere. I don't remember where the cliffs were, but there's a boat to take you there as well from somewhere. Regardless... Next about Maelstrom. Oh, wait, over this way? Oh, Fort Trinity, this one? Is this it, or no? It's over here somewhere. Right of it? Over here? How far right? This one? Wait, Leon, are you there? Oh, you're at the boat. Yeah, that boat takes you over. I got the port? Okay, cool. Yeah, so then you just go over to the vendors. When you're over at the festival itself, you'll have the vendors, and then there will be, like, you go up, and then on the left side, bunch of vendors here. You'll see some that are for materials, and then you'll have the Ecto one as well. We're running back to 4 people standing in front of you. Yes, Mistfall Hunter vibes. Mistfall Hunter vibes. Wood, good evening, brother. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Also, speaking of Mistfall Hunter. Ugh. You know how I kind of had the prediction that this weekend would really start to be where things got bloody? How's Mistfall today? So, hear me out. Numbers-wise, still numerically better than a lot of people had expected. Percentage-wise, week over week, terrible. Terrible. Last Saturday, 35.8. Last Sunday, 37.1 for peaks. This Friday, 27. This Saturday, 28.6. So, even week over week here. Going from, on Saturday, 35.8 to 28.6 is a loss of 7,200 week over week peak. Which, if we look at that, that is 1/5, which is another 20% week over week. And what I said at the start of it, when they started to lose 20% week over week, was if they cannot stop losing 20% every single day that, you know, you compare it week over week, by the time we look at it 1 month from now, it's going to have lost about 70% of its player base, and it's going to be under 5K. So, thoughts and prayers that they can actually get, like, some meaningful content brought in. But it's looking a little rough, and with their announcement that they were shorthanded and basically, you know, are going to be substantially behind while they get things caught up. I think that also, it doesn't necessarily spell death for it, but it's also not a great sign for it when you really break it down. They're shorthanded. They had a post that came out from their community manager that basically said, it's this post. Oh yeah. So, effectively, their community manager says, I want to be transparent about the current situation. The team is actively working on performance, stability, and balance, but we're currently short-handed. Multiple high-priority issues are being handled at the same time, so overall progress is slower than any of us would like. The dev team has been treating performance and crash issues as a highest priority, while also making sure class-related feedback is taken seriously. That's why I'm asking everyone for a bit more time, precisely because the team needs actual time to investigate and fix these problems. So, they're basically just like, hey, we need more time with things. And I don't think that the gaming world waits for people to, you know, be in a spot where they're ready. I think you're either ready for the gaming world or you're not. And I think the amount of hype that they had around the game probably, again, far surpassed everything they were prepared for. And I think this is probably an extreme success for them anyways, right? Owner estimates sit at around 500,000 copies of the game sold. And that is through Steam charts. So basically, or like SteamDB. So, or not SteamDB, but different sources feeding off of SteamDB's numbers, I should say. Not even counting like Game Pass and shit like that. So, with that in mind, owner estimates sitting around 500K make the game an extreme success, all things considered. And I don't think that's a failure in any way. But I definitely think that they could have had a better performance their first couple of weeks. Now we're at the point where, again, I said 20% week over week was going to be very bad. And if we look at it from 2 weekends, right? Launch weekend, Saturday, 38.8, Sunday, 44.4. And that's your all-time high. And then you went down to next Sunday at 36.8. That was immediately 8,000 players lost, which was just under 20% week over week, Sunday to Sunday. And I said, oh shit, if they're already losing 20% peak week over week, then that's going to be bad. And then here we've lost another 20% week over week, which brings it from 44.4 to 28.6, which we're now looking at a loss of 16,000, which is more than a third of the total player base. So, frustrating gameplay loop, and I think there's a few really easy fixes that would have got more people. I needed a better party finder. The game's unplayable without comms. No in-game PvE progression, so everyone just pub stomps till they're bored, but it sucks losing fights. You should use one without lag. And I really thought they'd drop a third map by now. Oh, they won't be dropping a third map for a while, brother. They said they're not even adding solos to Brandergard until next month. Like, September is when they're adding solos to Brandergard. They're cooked in terms of, like, Prog, which it's a great game, but it's really not the highest thing. A month? Yeah. Game's done by then. Game will be in a rough spot by then, and I don't think resets will be enough to bring, like, droves of people back. Resets may be enough to bring streamers back and stuff, but even then it's going to be short-lived, which maybe that's the best case scenario for them, is just hype around a reset and then back. But you also have to give people a reason to want to come back after your resets. So, but I also think with the gameplay loop, right? One thing you said, there's no endgame PvE progression, but also something that really got me was a few days in, right? Once the camp progression slowed down and once that shit slowed down, it's just the same thing every game. If you get super rich, then you just go in with legendaries and purples and outgear 99% of the people in lobbies and stomp them out and two-shot them. Or you go in even more with, you know, holies and Legos. Or you go in and you do 0 to heroes, so that way you can experience fights that are, you know, outgearing you. And then from there, even if you're doing 0 to heroes, you do a few 0 to heroes and you make it up to legendary, and then you're like, damn, people are kind of bad at this game. Wow. And for some people, the ranked grind, the rank grind is what kept them in, because they could say, I'm rank 1 this. But the rank grind in that game puts you in pub lobbies. It's not even a ranked grind. It's just, it literally is just documenting how much you play the game in terms of their ranked mode. And people are like, I have the most ranked points, so I'm number 1. But that's not even an indicator of skill on a class, because you're just in normal fucking lobbies. Like, somebody that is actually a 75th percentile player could be rank 1 if they have the most time to play. It's not even an indicator of rank. It's ridiculous. And I think that a lot of the things with that game's gameplay loop, with Mistfall Hunter's gameplay loop in general, right? It's very unrewarding. The fun was building up your camp and getting familiar with the gear and stuff like that. And once that camp prog and once that new feeling of the gear wore off and you're not experimenting with different sets, right? That's part of what kept 0 to hero fun for me. It's just like, okay, I'm experimenting with different sets. Some matches, I'd spend 10 minutes in between the matches trying to figure out what the fuck I had for gems so I could actually gem my gear and get a usable set off of the 0 to hero. Once you stop doing that stuff and you're just stomping lobbies, it's like, oh, I died. Well, yeah, like, I'm poor and I had almost 400k, like, net worth. And I could have just afforded to, you know, Lego and Epics every single lobby for quite some time and probably never run out of money. Especially since at that point you're winning most of your fights. And it just, it gets boring, man. You die, you lose a set, you buy the same exact set, you go into another another run, and it's just, this will be the bread and butter of PvP mode if it was attached to more of a game. Yeah, and I think part of the issue with extractions when they try to become more of a game as well is you look at Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. I use as a prime example of this because after playing Mistfall Hunter, right? I'm gonna pull up a Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery clip, and I want somebody to try to tell me that this most definitely is not. Yo, Bondikai, thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. I want somebody to try to tell me that Eldegard did not inspire anything with Mistfall. Look at this gameplay. This is Mistfall with more verticality and shit, higher jumps, and a little bit different of a movement system, but I'm literally playing a rogue still. And the staggers are still a thing as well. I still have dashes. I have dual blade rogue. I have movement. There is a ranger class that has staggers when it hits shots and is dependent on keeping the gap. This is the same rogue gameplay. This is literally the same rogue gameplay. Yes. This is literally the exact same rogue gameplay. This is Guild Wars 2. Oh, I'm just showing a clip right now. This is Guild Wars 2. But we're talking about an extraction game right now. Just like, it's called Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery, this clip. But we're talking about a new extraction called Mistfall Hunter that a lot of us have been playing on the side, and how it is so incredibly similar along the way. Keep in mind, there's even a down but not out state and an execute. Just for perspective. Oh no, you're good, dude. You're good. You're good. Weird looking Guild Wars update, I know. Weird looking Guild Wars update. Been playing Mistfall? Yeah, dude, Mistfall is great. We're a lot of us went really hard on it for a while, and you know, some of our people were pushing rank up really high, and we're kind of just bitching and complaining a little bit, because a lot of us think Mistfall could have been far better than it was, and it has some like very core, I think like low-hanging fruits of issues that could have been solved along the way. Keep in mind too, here, we have a little team fight. Where I think I have like more of my team. Here, look. This is, again, another Legacy clip, right? So, you have stealth to open up.
Oh wait, no, it's a rogue.
Prox chat, by the way. They had Prox chat in that game. Just for perspective, listen.
Behind us, care.
Oh, people?
Yep.
Priest Ranger. Don't. Oh wait, no, it's a rogue right on us.
That's the other team. Proc chat would be baller. Yeah. Dude, the proc chat was so good. And look at that stagger lock. The stagger lock was definitely cooked over there. And there were absolutely things that this game did wrong.
There's a rogue on me.
But there were also so many things that this game did very well.
They are so weird.
There are so many things that this game did extremely well. And I think really walked so that way games like Mistfall could run. So the thing with this, and why I bring up this game, right? I'll show you just another Rogue 1v1 clip real quick. Hello, noob! How are you, brother? So another Rogue 1v1 clip real quick. This was just from solos, because this game actually had me playing solos and shit too. Build customization, bandages, pots, poison darts instead of the knives that we bring in, right? So poison darts up here, had to bring those in, and those were rogue specifics. So he goes into a stealth when I have my poison dart on him. So I hit him with the poison darts as an intro. He goes into a stealth, and then because of the tick, I have a grappling hook that I shoot over to him, grapple in on him, and then we just stagger lock him constantly. And then charge in on him. Like, it was such a good combat system. And I'm gonna be completely real. I don't think Mistfall Hunter exists without Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. However, if you look up Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery now, despite that looking really fun, it's dead. It's gone. 0 players. Notorious Studios just ended support for it because there wasn't enough hype. It got very little hype, very few players. And there was no real, like, streamer personality around it. So, it clearly did a few things wrong. But I think the largest thing that it did was when it was transitioning from Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery to Eldegard, part of its goal, because it didn't draw a large populace with the extraction gameplay exclusively, they started to add on. They added an arena. They added in a PvE prog mode, and they tried to become more modular, but take it to a point of almost being like an MMO light. And I personally thought it was one of the most, you know, the most well-done early expressions of an MMO light, if I'm being honest, because it did present a lot of different gameplay loops for players that were varied. However, even with that, some people think they diversified too much, and as a result, couldn't really make any part of the game excellent, and the hype just kind of died out. So when we look at Eldegard Steam charts. So when we look at Eldegard, you had an early access release, and then you had the actual, I think this was like a big update after early access release. Yeah, that was a major update. And then you had some smaller updates along the way, but the problem with it was that it just couldn't retain players. No matter how you break it down, no matter how you try to look at it, right? Peak, and then it goes down within a month to half of its populace. And then once the player base of a survival starts to go down, or not a survival, sorry, an extraction starts to go down, it goes down fast, because then there's nobody there to compete against. So they even had a crazy bounce back. Early access release down to 200 peak players, and then 3,700 back up, bounce right back up, which is, I think, remarkable. And then again, within a month, it had lost half of its concurrency, and then it was dead again. And then that time it never recovered. So even though you got a bounce back, at a certain point, you have no retention with this. And with these games, I unfortunately see a lot of similarities in the graphs between losing, you know, basically half your peak player base in a month, versus in half a month, losing about 40% of your peak player base. It's literally on the same track. It's just this one has more players, so it's going to be a larger, more notable fall. And then this is going to be the game that everybody's like, oh, fantasy extractions can never make it, blah, blah, blah. When in all actuality, Eldegard existed far before this, and there have been many fantasy extractions that didn't work out. So it's just a rough genre. Wish I played this game. Dude, I had a lot of fun playing it. I'm not even going to lie. I had a ton of fun playing Eldegard, and it was a very small player base as well. Like, very small player base. Was Eldegard the game that one WoW YouTuber helped dev? Which WoW YouTuber? I don't know everything about their dev team. There was a former Blizzard dev that was the head of Notorious Studios. I don't know exactly what he did at Blizzard. I wonder if his Twitter shows it. Hold on. Because it's Chris that was the founder of Notorious, and he was previously at Blizzard. Hold on, that's Google Maps, and then we go Chris. I think I spelled it right. Hold on, I don't think I spelled it right. And I hate searching up anything on an iPhone. I hate iPhone's UI. I genuinely do. Oh wait, found it. Former game designer who spent 13 years working at Blizzard primarily on WoW before leaving the company in November 2020. He's best known for his work as the main designer of the Monk class, as well as contributions to PvP content, class systems, and expansions like MoP and Shadowlands. Chris Kalecki? I don't know how to say his last name. Fancy last name. But he worked for Blizzard for a while. For 13 years. So almost double the length of Pirate Software. Literally almost double. So he's a genius. Hello, Corla. Did you crash my car? What? Did you crash my car? You like anything before I leave Walmart? You're being nice. You crashed my car, huh? I don't think I need anything, no. I don't think so, thank you though. I'm kind of chilling. Unless, like, I don't know, Walmart happens to have some weed for cheap, but I don't even really need weed. I still have a little bit left, so we're vibing. I think we're good. I don't think I need any extra spending. tortillas are so good. I know they're still good. Like, they're not fucking expired and, like, moldy and stuff. I want to make wraps. I'm sure they're fine. I just don't know if they got a little air on one side of it. Because I had to fold the bag back over a little bit and it, like, creaked open a little bit. So, I'm not entirely sure. Hold on. I can go check real quick. And see if they're just toast. One sec.
Fury is mine. All done.
Not today.
How many Mordrum have you taken down since we got here?
I've lost count. Not sure I want to know.
Want to put some
They're still good.
gold on a friendly competition?
I had to
100 gold
I had
says
to
I can
thoroughly
best you
evaluate the
next
tortillas.
attack happens.
Ugh, when?
I had to
I'll pass.
I had to thoroughly evaluate. Yeah, no, the tortillas are fine. Also, my bong's fine. I had to check on that too. I also had to check in on that. Just make sure that was doing well. Anyways. Yeah, back to Mistfall. I don't know, I'm just a little worried about Mistfall at this point in time. Nice. Almost had it, Dusty. That was phenomenal. I'm a little worried about Mistfall. Just like the sole premise that they have already hemorrhaged so many players, and it's not because of something that is this like super complex issue, at least to explain. However, it is a super complex issue to solve, and I think that's the worst kind of issue, because when it's something that seems super simple and like such a core part of the game, then the gamer's mentality often becomes, well, why did you launch the game like this? And with things like game performance and server issues, there's only a certain amount of time, and believe you me, I've seen this before. There's only a certain amount of time before every single person just starts going, oh, why was this released like this? And then becomes very, like, impatient with it. Legendary out before it dies. Carla, all of our friends have already quit. Oh all of our friends have quit. I unironically think we would have to like beg somebody to get on as a third. Nobody's playing it anymore. It's down half of its players since 2 weeks ago. It's a little cooked. It's a little cooked. Kind of blast, still have fun. See, I think the way that I described it to Carla is at this point, it's a battle royale for me. Like, that's literally what it is. It's the same feeling that I got when I would go into a Fortnite lobby, where I would just go around and look for kills, and if I died, then whatever, GG, run it back. And like, all of the thrill of the actual extraction side is wholly done and gone. And now it's just like, it's literally just action combat simulator. That is, I swear to God, all that it is. And I wish it were more than that. Wes Stone, what up, brother? His parents of the current university generation. Well, we had a mom get hammered in the cocktail parents amenity section. Did he bang a mom? The fuck? Clearly trying to get freaky. This was back in the good old days of Greek life. Okay, wait, well, like, this is, I guess, my follow-up question. Because university moms can at this point be either like, you know, 60 years old, or they can be Zop's age. And we'd probably bang Zop. So it's like, anything can happen at this point in time. If you have an 18-year-old kid, and you had that kid at 16, which, let me tell you, when I was in high school, babies were having babies like fucking crazy, was not too unreasonable. You'd be 34. You have that kid at 18, which a lot of people were doing, 36. Now, later she was like 45-ish. See, that makes sense. Because what I was just about to say is I know a whole lot of people who had kids at 16 and 18, and most of their children are not going to go to college. Most of their children will probably do nothing remarkable with their lives. Mostly because I know their parents. I went to school with them. And I know that genetics passes down some of that usefulness somewhere along the line. And let me tell you, man, if we didn't have roofs over our head and houses pre-built for us, holy shit. Holy shit, what a different place it would be here. Like 95% of humanity just like is cooked. I'm probably cooked. Shit, what am I gonna do? Yell really loud and try to get people to build one for me? Fuck, I have no talents. A Bowflex spin bike. We found our exercise bike at I almost called it a grocery store. It's a store up here that we have a few locations of across the state. It's called Martin's. And it's a surplus and salvage store that I've talked about many times before, but they basically buy out inventories of stores that are liquidating inventory for whatever reason. Whether it's just they have extra, didn't sell, whatever, right? Warehouses selling stuff off. They just go to auctions and they buy shit. So basically, things that don't sell there, they then put in their clearance. So it gets marked down from the normal price, and then they have like 40, 50, 75, and 90% off clearance aisles in most of the stores. 90% being just shit that they want to move. Cool thing is, a lot of shit just ends up in these like unappealing brown boxes that most people apparently will not bend over to read. So we ended up finding like an okay bike. Solid. It's nothing remarkable. It's not like you're doing, you know, fucking poured a living room on it. But it's good enough. And I want to say we got the bitch for like fucking 30 bucks or something like that. Brand new. And it supports me on it. So we're vibing. I've taken that thing for a rip. It's pretty solid. I don't know, yours doesn't have a screen to watch anything. Only a very tiny one for the tracking. Yeah, ours has a little baby tiny one for tracking stuff. Tracks your speed, tracks your calories. And then your distance, and then it just calls it good. So you're kind of balling there. I swear to God, you don't need anything too remarkable. If you really want to gamify it, in terms of stationary biking, you could download an app on your phone that's like a step tracker, and then you could wear, or like just keep your phone in your pocket or whatever. And then just have the step tracker going throughout the day and then try to gamify the fuck out of your steps along the way. But I don't really know how else you would gamify without a screen. You could get one of those like giant ass Pelotons that have the big screen and then take you on like a virtual tour, but I just put YouTube on a TV. See, that's the reasonable thing. I think the Pelotons and shit are kind of like the equivalent of iPad baby, but for people that want to work out. It just, like, I think it's extra. And I feel like the purpose is to get on the bike and ride the bike regardless. It's like I go for walks and runs outside sometimes and shit. And like, I put my phone away. I don't even bring my phone with me most of the time. Sometimes I put on a YouTube video on my phone and just kind of like listen to it as I'm meandering and moseying. But also most of the time I just go outside and move my legs. It's the entire purpose of it. I try not to get over glorified with it. Pelotons are nice, but a normal hydraulic bike with a TV is better. Yo, hear me out. Some people will call me crazy for this. Get a rowing machine. If you're getting a bike, I feel like the ultimate combo, and there's a reason why triathlons are not done by normal people, because fuck that bullshit. And also a rowing machine's easier than a pool. But like, bike, and then immediately after you bike, to the point where your legs are dead, row with proper form. And I'm talking like actual using your legs and your entire body to get into it. I did crew in high school, rowing's fire workout. The fuck? You did crew in high school? Bro, I know your entire high school is like the size of my hometown now. My hometown was like 4,500 people, and I graduated in a class of 62, which was relatively large for my general area. Rowing's better overall workout. Yeah, rowing absolutely fucks. If I could choose one over the other, it would be a rowing machine. But like, if you bike and then row, you will shred your shit. It will be a wonderful workout, and it's also pretty low intensity. One thing that I've really appreciated, I put a lot of strain on my body playing basketball my entire life. And I very much, you know, destroyed my ankles, destroyed my knees. I was a very violent jumper and lander, and I put a lot of stress because I was a 1-foot jumper and lander. So my knees and my ankles took a fucking beating. So now I really enjoy low intensity workouts, not like low intensity in the sense of I'm not doing anything, but like low impact on my body. So running on concrete fucking kills me. My shin splints, I feel those bitches. My knees feel like they're gonna explode. Fortunately, my ankles have been okay lately. But just running on concrete, the impacts overall just destroy me. I can play basketball on hardwood and shit, but even if I'm playing basketball outside, that shit hurts, bro. I'm old. So if I could choose anything, bro, I'd be in a pool. Pools go fucking sicko mode, especially if you're looking for something that's like super low impact. Oh my god, I would take a pool that's like right below my nipples, and I would do so much like low to zero impact workout in there every single day, and then I'd just swim around and shit to chill. But pool workouts, fuck, so hard. Only cardio machine I use now besides running. Rowing hurts my back these days. You got a bad back, huh? Huh. The assault bike. Is the assault bike the one where you're like lower and your feet are like more up, almost like you're on like a motorcycle type shit, like one of those big ass Harleys with the handles? Yeah, the handles on the side type shit, right? Hold on. So you're kind of like this? Or what's the assault bike? You have to push and pull. Wait a minute. I'm gonna Google this. Because clearly I have no idea what this is. Assault bike. Wait, so it's a normal bike, but the handles also move, so you're supposed to push and pull the handles too while you're moving? Can you do it with just your feet? Like, is it all linked up together? Or is like the push-pull optional? The one with the big fans. What's the purpose of the big fan? Is that where your resistance comes from? Or like, what's the whole dealio with that? Resistance. Huh. Interesting. So, if you aren't using your hands, is it easier? Like, are you supposed to basically pedal with your feet and then push against yourself? Like, you're your own resistance? Harder with hands. So you're your resistance. Interesting. Interesting. That seems intense. So if I wanted an easier workout, I could just like push with my hands less. Your hands help you, but the more force you generate, the more the machine resists. Interesting. So I go faster, machine resist more. Hands make the machine push back harder on legs. What wizardry is this? How hand do more but make harder? Same thought as kinetic sand. Great, well kinetic sand's also a fucking mystery to me. The fuck do you mean it just sticks together and shit? Brother, that's Mars sand. I don't fucking understand how that, like, it violates the laws of physics. Also, what the fuck is a non-Newtonian liquid? Like, you slap it and it's a solid or some bullshit, or a non-Newtonian fluid or whatever the fuck it is? Like, these people built the laws of physics and we're just like, no, this one doesn't apply to you. It's literally non-Newtonian. You'll walk it, but standard treadmill, max incline, walking at 3 miles an hour for an hour, and you'll want to die. Oh, I always tell people 12-3-30. 12-3-30 will murder them. You have mail. You have mail. Wait a minute. Homie? How long did that take? Is that a copy pasta? You have mail. Do you have that shit just like on deck? You keep a slew of those bad boys? But yeah, 12-3-30s, Whetstone. 12% incline, 3 miles an hour, 30 minutes.
Might makes me right.
You will want to die. You'll absolutely want to die. Hold on, I should draw something back. But I'm not very artistic. I returned one. A piece of work from yours truly. I feel as though it's only fair. Hang it in the loop. You'll never see one of those bikes in a gym. No one touches them anymore. Loki, a holistic cardio. They do crazy intensity with low impact on spine. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. The Assault Bike Pro X is on sale for $700. I have 3 broken vertebrae and 2 crushed discs. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, no, your back is far worse. My back hurts sometimes because my hamstrings are slightly tight, more than they should be, and I don't stretch enough. And then I stretch my hamstrings and it usually feels better. Sometimes I shrimp posture. Nothing's broken though, just old, just 30. So, basically the same thing though. Like it's right up the same alley. Like, yes, maybe your shit may actually be shattered like Batman fighting Bane in Dark Knight Rises. But
Nothing for me.
I'm 30. Train for ultras and races. I have to use the assault bike stuff. Why do you still race and shit?
The light renews.
Why wouldn't you just do something more chill at that point, like, I don't know, like fucking kayaking? Bored. You ever garden? Smoke weed? Masturbate a little? I don't... It's basically my daily. Actually, I don't really jerk off that much anymore. Actually, yes. Okay, good. Smoke weed in the garden. We're solid.
Together.
Kiddo, thank you for some months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. Let me tell you, Riot, when you start to get hooked on growing like small herbs and just small like house plant sized things that can produce a form of ingredient for food goods. Dude, that's where it really starts getting you. We got like tomato plants and fucking basil and shit that we're growing right now. It's OD, and that's with everything from my mom's garden that we just got. We just came back with so much shit. And apparently in my mom's garden, they have this like red viney plant that they were just like, weird, we've never had this before, and it just randomly started growing. Wonder what it is. So we were talking about it because they had been like picking it out like it was a weed, and because they weren't sure what it was, they hadn't planted it. And Carla comes out and she's just like, oh fuck, wait, what the hell? That's like a plant that we used to eat in Mexico all the time. They would like take it and they would saute up the leaves basically, and then they would basically just cook that up. And she had like a full name for it, and it was, hold on, I asked Grok, like a normal person. I took a picture of it and asked Grok to identify it for me. And then I also asked Grok if I could pick banana peppers if they were ready yet, based on the size and the ripeness. And then we picked banana peppers off it. I wanted to verify. So basically, it's common purslane. Low growing sprawling plant, matches a photo well, reddish pinkish stems, small / somewhat fleshy, succulent oval to spatulate leaves, green leaves arranged alternately or in clusters, and a prostrate habit on bare soil. It's a common warm season annual weed, also sometimes grown as an edible that appears in gardens, paths, and disturbed ground across much of Northern America, including Maine. Let's see. And then it says, purslane is an edible, mild, slightly lemony, high in omega-3s when young and clean. Though always confirm with a local expert and reliable field guide before eating anything from a garden, and avoid areas treated with chemicals, blah, 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 blah. So anyways, seems to be purslane, which, if we look at it, it absolutely is purslane. And then you cook it up and eat it on different shit, and it can be like a garnish that's edible. It can go in eggs and stuff like that. Asteria out here in the west is similar, or they're peppery. They're fun for cooking. Interesting. It's weird how many things just naturally grow now that motherfuckers don't eat. And it makes me wonder, like, you know, the experimentation to get to the point of knowing what is good and what is bad to eat. There literally were probably people starving that were trying to chart out the fucking woods that just came across something that, you know, hadn't killed anybody in their group yet, documented anyways, and they were just like, yeah, I'm gonna take a fucking chance with this. Quick wild garlic and onion all the time when I'm out fishing and camping. Wait, really? That's kind of lit. Interesting. Interesting. I haven't, like, scavenged in the wild because I feel like I would die. But also, I just go to my parents' garden. Hunter-gatherers playing the game. Can we smoke it, eat it, or will it kill us? Smoke it, eat it, fuck it, without dying. One of those three. Literally one of those three, and it's useful. Wild berries while backpacking or quite on a street. Yeah, but then you have to know what berries you can actually eat and what berries are gonna literally fucking murder you. Because again, somewhere along the line, there was somebody that said, oh, this berry looks succulent and delicious, and then ate the berry, and then a few hours later, because keep in mind, back in those days, diarrhea was a death sentence. Literally was like as bad as cancer. I ain't even about to lie. Diarrhea back then probably had a higher mortality rate because it got you before the cancers could, and they didn't have microplastics back then. So somewhere out there, some poor sap ate a berry thinking it was good, and then quite literally shit themselves into oblivion. No exaggeration around that whatsoever. Somebody else witnessed the absolute decimation and said, hey man, what did you eat before this? And then they just happen to write it down. And if nobody wrote it down and told anybody else, then a lot more people also died of the poops. Like, poop-related deaths were very, very, very common back in the olden days. Very common. But Maine also has a lot of berries and shit everywhere. You can usually, when you're out in the woods, find some form of like raspberry or like, I don't know, blueberries, blackberries, shit like that. Although I think blueberries grow in more specialized areas and are less frequently found just completely wild. But we have a lot of berries up in this bitch. My dad was recently like mowing a field for some lady because he has like the bush mower and everything like that. And along the property line, she had a shitload of raspberry bushes and stuff. So they picked a bunch of, oh no, there were blueberries there too. They picked a bunch of blueberries and raspberries and like sent them down. Oh dude, they were so fucking good. Like actually S+ tier. It was wonderful. It's just completely different too. Fresh fruits and veggies compared to stuff that you get from the store that's like, yes, it's fresh, but most of its lifespan was spent being picked early and then on a truck or a ship being transported here. It's kind of crazy. Like, we got stuff from the garden the first time, and Carla was shocked at how long the stuff was lasting. And I was like, yeah, this is what happens when you don't spend a month in just transport, slowly spoiling along the way and setting out in a produce section. We get to be the reason it sits out. So we have shit that lasts like over a month in terms of veggies after it's picked. And we just got a new shipment today. We got like jalapenos, banana peppers, a ton of shit, no preservatives. Yeah, it's kind of remarkable how that works. And out of the garden, my parents also don't do like pesticides or anything. The worst that they'll ever do is if they have areas that are really bad with bugs that they need to like stop the bugs from eating, you know, the leaves and whatnot, like occasional diatomaceous earth or something like that. I don't even know if it's diatomaceous, but it's some white powder sprinkle. Could just be cocaine. Because if they give the bugs cocaine, then the bugs will go away. But regardless, some mysterious white powder is like the worst that gets used, and then that's just on leaves as well. So everything gets washed, of course, still. But like, I had to fucking battle the beetles to get basil today. And I'm not talking about the band. My mom was just like, yeah, walk up to the plant and smack it a few times. They'll jump off of it. And then I had to like find underneath the layer that the beetles were eating the fresh basil that was growing that the beetles hadn't got to and preserve it. And then that's the basil that we got. So we just wash everything. And then it's bis. It lasts for so long. Everything's so fresh. Such a difference in flavor when it's fresh grown from the garden. Oh, dude. There was so much fragrance in the car on the way back because we got basil, peppers, onions, including like they grow onions, and then you have like the giant scallions that come off the top. So we made a stir fry while we were up there, and like scallions and shit fresh from the garden. But my mom was like, oh, you want some scallions? Because my parents are pulling the onions and starting to dry them, and they just have a shitload of green onions. So they gave us like this giant bag of scallions, just fresh, like long stalks. They're so fucking fragrant, bro. It is. It's crazy. I'm excited for the upcoming winter planting. Yeah, I'm jealous that you can do stuff in winter. I have to bring like all of my plants inside. My summer garden got rocked this year. Oh, dude, the summer garden up here is peak right now. I should have taken pictures today. You would have gone crazy over that shit. Their garden is huge. Like, unironically, 12 plus foot sunflowers, like twice as tall as I am. We're talking like massive corn stalks, a bunch of different peppers. They got pumpkins that are probably like this big around that are growing right now. They got massive pumpkins. She has a, basically it's like pumpkins over here and then squashes over here, like spaghetti squashes and shit. She has one that's right in between the two that is a massive entity, like too big to be a squash, but it's also like textured more like a spaghetti squash than a pumpkin. So my mom's like, I'm going to give it another week or two and see if it changes color to a pumpkin, and if not, then I might have just grown the largest spaghetti squash known to man. So here keeps things small. Oh, dude, it's, I don't know what it is near you right now, but in Maine, it is 74 degrees, sunny, with a low of 52 degrees today. Tomorrow is 76 and partly cloudy with a low of 54. Then Monday, it's 69 for the high, low of 65 because it rains. Then we go back up to 80-degree weather, 78 to 80 for the next few days. And the air index, it is 24. And our UV index, oh, it's 0 right now because the sun's starting to set. But our UV index doesn't get that high either. So, cross-pollination in home gardens can get really fun. Wait, is that how hybrids happen? Because honestly, they just have a shitload of bees all over the place everywhere. And like, you know, pollinators and whatnot, not like hornets. They got like bumbles and stuff. This is the first time trying Guild Wars 2. I have, as of right now, 430 hours. So I hopped in for the first time around the Guild Wars 3 launch, Guild Wars 3 announcement. And I've been spending a good amount of time here, but I've also been doing a lot of variety on the side just because Guild Wars 3 is such a casual friendly MMO. It's so nice to kind of like come and go from. So definitely still very new to it myself. I have had enough time to get a little bit of content in. Right now we're just doing silver waste metas because we need shovels for the guild hall. So kind of tragic there, but soon we shall have all of the shovels that we need for our next mine upgrade. And then I will not have to do silver waste until the next mine upgrade. And then everything will be absolutely beautiful. It's wild heat in March, early March that killed everything, and then didn't get our summer monsoon, so everything's bone dry. Oh God. Oh dude, it is like, it's a beautiful garden season up here. So my parents are growing 2 different types of corn. They have sugar and gold, and then like normal sweet corn. And one of them like grows taller than the other. So I was walking out in the garden and they have 3 rows of each. And it's literally like the tall one is up here. And I mean like way taller than I am at this point. Probably like 8 to 10 feet type shit, like very high. And then it's like a couple foot drop and then you have 3 more rows. And so I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? Because all of the roads were very uniform. And I didn't know they were growing 2 different types. I thought something was wrong. And my mom tells me it's 2 different types, and I'm like, damn, wait, so the garden's actually cooking this year. And we got into looking at like the tomatoes and whatnot. Bro, fucking massive, massive. Jalapenos like this large. Oh my God, it's wild. We were basically, she was begging us to prune like jalapenos and banana peppers and stuff like that because the plants were getting too large and yielding too much that one of her like green bell pepper plants had too much on it and it fell over and basically snapped its own stem because the peppers got too heavy on it and like it wasn't pruned quickly enough because they're just growing too much. So my parents set up like a fucking veggie stand by the side of the road where people can just come up, grab veggies and stuff, and then Venmo my mom or leave cash because in Maine apparently people still do that. And she said she hasn't had any issues with it yet, with like people stealing shit or anything, which is kind of fire. So she like started a veggie stand at their place where she does like the eggs from the chickens when they have excess eggs, a shitload of extra veggies and whatnot. And people just come by and leave cash. She gets a few people a day right now, but she also just started it up. But dude, she has so much, so much. We got like green beans out the wazoo that I actually got to saute up. I forgot that I had the green beans, and then today my mom mentioned the green beans, and I was like, wait, I should definitely saute some of those. So I kind of fucked up there. But we got, it's actually absurd, dude. I should have taken pictures. Giving out extra veg to neighbors and work. Bro, I don't know how it is near you, but like it is wild. One of the challenges of the garden is hard to eat it. Well, this is also like a big ass family garden too. Like they have a bunch of space with the intent to like give it to my brothers and I. So that way they're able to just, you know, provide type shit. My mom really likes being able to do that. So they have a massive garden plot. I'm not talking like full farm or anything, but for a home garden, it is like my dad takes the full ass tractor and puts the rototiller attachment on it and drops it and rototills a massive area. They do like fucking soil maintenance and everything and constantly have a compost pile going and they have loam ready to come in and fill. Like it's fucking wild how much work they put into that. But really good shit. Really good shit. Researching lawnmower is fucking, I hit it. My mower broke. Why? Why'd your mower break? Do you want a riding mower or do you want a walking mower? Because hear me out. Save money, buy one of those like lawn scythes where it has the handle and then the other handle and you and then just mow your lawn that way. Or you could get one of the vintage ones that's like the spinning blades and then you could just walk it around your lawn and be cool. You want me to buy a scythe? I feel like that would be cheaper than a riding lawnmower and would be a better workout for you. Prove me wrong. Hold on. Lawn scythe buy. Let's see. Ace Hardware has a True Temper 38-inch steel double-edge grass shear for $29.99 that has 4-star reviews plus. Let's see. There are some higher quality ones as well. Let's see. Farming scythe buy. Okay, this is what we're looking for, I think, is a high quality farming scythe. More than the lawn scythe, because the lawn scythe might be smaller. Although it does genuinely look like you could probably get a solid size farming scythe or lawn scythe for like under 100 bucks. And Ace Hardware has one for 30 if you're just looking to start it out. I'm gonna go to Ace to get a new hose today. You should pick up a scythe while you're there. Wait, unironically, hold on. If I send you the link to the lawn scythe, when you go over, will you ask them if they have it in stock? Even just like inquire about it, because it is a good deal. Because we might be able to sell Shrimpy on this. Hold on. I'll buy it if they have. Bet. It is a True Temper 38-inch steel double-edge grass shear. Hold on. They have... Hold on, let me pull up a store, like... God damn it. I'm trying to pull up like a random area code and I don't know any. Alright, change store. Alright. I switched to a Boston store. Alright, so you have for $29.99 True Temper 38-inch steel double-edge grass shear. There are no pictures. And then there's also the True Temper 30-inch steel double-edge weed cutter. That could be a slapper. Like, could go hard. Roll over image to zoom. Oh. Oh, wait. Shrimpy. You seeing this bad boy? I don't even know how this works. But I think you just like... I don't know, scissor all of the weeds. But yeah, that would be a solid option, Shrimpy. Outside of that, if you're not going scythe, is your goal... Oh god, I'm not supposed to be down here anymore. Everything's terrible. I've AFK'd far too long. Everything's closed. I'm stuck in the Maw-Odyssey forever. Destined to die down here. Wait, unironically, where do I get out? The hell? Are we... Chat, are we cooked? Oh, exit. Oh, goodness gracious. It's a large Maw-Odyssey, thank you. Thank you, goodness gracious. I thought I was cooked. I thought we were gone forever. Okay. Fuck! I wasn't paying attention. I don't think we're gonna get any shovels from this far, to be fair. Probably right. Probably right. How many shovels do we have across the entire gang right now? Because we needed like 31 total, but we got a few dropped off. 4. You have 4 from 2 rotations? Or did you drop off in between? I dropped off 4 and I have another 3 right now. So that's 7 from me. I dropped 4 already? Okay, that's 8. So 15, 22. And then Java has 5, so we got 27. If we get 4 more shovels, then we're Gucci. I'm sure somebody somewhere has some shovels for us, right? Right. Chat, who got the shovel plug? Because I will not lie, I will compensate you with love and affection if you hand deliver me some goddamn shovels. How many do we have on? Surely there are more people on than just us, right? There are. I bet somebody has some. I bet somebody got something out there. We'll just have to harass people for their shovels. Because I think if I do a third one of these, I might fall asleep. And I don't think I should be falling asleep at the wheel right now. I think I gotta be locked in. My immediate question: is there anything going on in EBG? Or World vs. World in general? I'm going to have to assume that it's a no. Just gonna go out on a limb. Yeah, wait, there is? Because I might actually go check that out if that's the case. I don't know if we're getting shit stomped or what's going on. But if we have any form of content whatsoever, I am so fucking down. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Would tell me this amazing jar full of moonshine? It would have been an epic sip. Listen, I will let you believe whatever you'd like to believe. I think I would be fucking dead if I drank multiple. Can you imagine? Dude, I hose like 4 of these a stream. I would be fucking gone. I would have the strongest liver in the fucking universe if I was hosing moonshine like that. Goodness me. Although, would I drink a mason jar full of moonshine? Yeah, when moonshine's there, I feel like one just has to drink the moonshine. I feel like that's an epic opportunity. It's been rolling in ABG. We've been having decent fights against red last night. But stomped a decent amount by blue. Are there any tags in EBG right now? While this finishes up, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Because I do desperately have to pee. It's all this goddamn moonshine. Because we're waiting on the last lane. I'll be right back.
Might makes me right.
Might makes me right.
Alright, how many shovels now? Surely a million. Hasn't been any open tags this morning, since this morning, pretty much, just closed groups. Bro, I feel like that has genuinely been the story of this entire split. Actually, the last two splits. I ain't even about to lie. Our last 2 months, like not even the last two splits, like week-wise, our last two groups each month have been, wow, not the most fun to play with as people that really, you know, want to pug it up and stuff like that. It was awesome, so many good tags. Yeah, that's kind of the shitty part about the RNG reroll process too, in all fairness, is that like even Moogaloo this month isn't going to be Moogaloo last month because it just places teams together completely randomly. It's interesting to say the very least. Jefferson, what up? Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. Thank you for the hydrate. It's definitely something, I will say. But I think a good part of it is really like the skill separation at this point, if I'm being honest. For a lot of tags, bro, I'm gonna turn my AC off. It's so cold. Oh, holy shit, sorry, it was blowing right on me, dude. My nipples have been so hard this entire time. Do the line skills stay with them? So basically, whoo, Jesus Christ. Like, I got goosebumps. So basically, every guild can declare their battle tag, basically. Or every person can declare their battle tag. So when you go to your World vs. World menu, at the bottom, matchmaking, go over here, and you can select your battle guild. Now, you can basically make different battle guilds and shit like that. Or like be in a different guild with one of your 6 and then declare that one as your battle guild. So what a lot of the alliances will do is they'll be in the guild or the alliance guild, right? So say we had like, you know, cats and dogs or some bullshit, right? And everybody joins that one so we can get the alliance on the same team. Then everybody goes under their guilds and just represents the main guild that they're in that they want to represent instead of the alliance tag. So every time that reroll comes in, then you'll have everybody in the alliance getting placed as one guild, cats and dogs, and then you'll see cats and then you'll see dogs and you'll see it separated, but we'll always be together regardless of the team. It still places randomly on a team, but you know, our alliance at that point would be together. So that's why it's so important that everybody's on the same battle guild. That just makes sure that we're always on the same team, whether it's Moogaloo, whether it's Tombs of Drasky or Halls, whatever it may be. So pretty cool system there, I will say. But I do think it becomes increasingly hard to balance with that as well.
I like it.
When you have so much potential for power to be concentrated at the top through a very active World vs. World specific battle guild, I do think that is part of what can create such a gap and have such large discrepancies. Whereas if guild cap were smaller for World vs. World purposes, and a guild could only have a maximum of, we'll say, I don't know, 50, maybe 100 people in it for World vs. World purposes, then you would see these mega alliances broken up, and you would see a lot less coordination on that massive side, which this may be just my outside in looking standpoint, and people that are in massive alliances would hate this, but I'd personally be okay with it if battle guild size was capped at 50 or 100. We have 124 in our battle guild, and we have far less than that are actively playing overall. Like, that does not mean you'd be peaking at 100 players active in the mode. I'd kind of be fine with it if numbers were smaller in the world versus world guild standpoint, so that way you didn't have these mega alliances that were able to guarantee they were in the same place every time. I think it would break up those alliances, which, good for world versus world's health. I think it would put more of a mixture of good players in with newer players, and with it being fewer players, there is going to naturally be more power spread throughout the sub-guilds that pop up as a result of that, and you'll naturally have more power spread to put into different teams and make those teams more granularly matched. I don't think it's a perfect system or anything, because there would still be people that got their alliances fucked, and even on our end, we wouldn't be able to have all of our people, like, guaranteed under the same battle guild because we have 124. But that would be where we have to get really serious about the people that we do want to bring in for the battle guild and make sure that every one of our numbers is an important number instead of just fluff and fill. And say we were like a 500 strong powerhouse, right? That just constantly had 100 in the mode everywhere we went. That would break that up a little bit. It's an open tag in ABG now, just popped up. Is it Cheesecake? I feel like Cheesecake is my Odysseus. I am but a queen occupying a throne with no king here. Zop, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. 32Q for EBG. Well. You know, I've also been thinking maybe a little, like, just unranked SPVP could be fun, too. It's usually a good way to spend some time, I won't lie. I do love World vs. World, but it's been a minute since I've SPVP'd. Open bouncy chests. Bouncy chests. Wait, where are bouncy chests? Hold on, direct to the bouncy chests. Is it... Wait a minute. Oh, these bouncy chests. God damn it. I thought there were more bouncy chests that I hadn't looted. Nope, you're entirely right. I also should loot, like, the little underground chests, too. That you have to go through the tunnel to hit. A couple hundred a golf tourney today. Oh, did you now? Was it, like... Was it scramble, or was it, like, individual? How comp was this tourney? Because let me tell you, I am down for some scrambles. Scramble got the squad together. Oh, God. Oh, God. Were you that team at the scramble that showed up to actually win? I ran the wrong way. And not just get shit-faced? Like, how much did you guys drink over the course of the scramble? Because if nobody... We got shit-faced. Nice! If nobody in your squad Happy Gilmore the long drive, then you were not shit-faced enough. Very simply. I feel like that has to happen. Multiple keg stands were had. Where the fuck are your scrambles? What the hell? Bro, we have to bring our own alcohol and smuggle it in our assholes to get it to our scrambles. What the fuck? I gotta bring like a Benjamin. That shit sounds lit. Well, if you ever need somebody that has a below average drive, a below average iron game, below average touch around the green, and the peak of my putting was when I was mini golfing weekly in high school, then you hit me up. But let me tell you what, I'll be a morale guy, and I'm probably good for like 3 shots throughout the entire 18. Like, I will stick it within 10 feet from 150 out once. But that's all I need to do. That's all I need to do. You hit the putt, we're good. Barbecue dinner, French toast, breakfast, coffee bar, lunch, and multiple cackles. Okay, well, I can see why you went. You didn't even go for the golf stop, did you? What was your actual purpose of going to this tourney? And how early did you show up? Why do I feel like that French toast breakfast was fucking dominated? Like, I don't know how competitive you get with the golf, but I do know how comp you get around your French toast brekkies. Been around 10 handicap for 7 years, but I haven't played in 2 years. Yeah, that's always a rough thing. It's like, with golf, you can get up to a certain point where it's like, you're good at golf. You'll wax most people. But you're still ass compared to people who are actually very good at golf. And then the people who are very good at golf compared to people who are professionals at golf, it's like completely fucking different. And golf is something that's so accessible to the point where on the same course at any point in time, you could have somebody teeing off from senior tees shooting 146 through 8. And then you could also have a scratch golfer that's just outpacing them on the back nine right now that's playing through and shit. Golf's hard as hell, but also really chill. It is literally just a ball that doesn't move, an objective that doesn't move, and you have to hit the ball that doesn't move to the objective that doesn't move. Neither of those things will change, yet it is one of the hardest things that mankind has conceived to do. It is literally such a simple mechanical thing, but so many people can't do it. And I think part of it is that most people with golf need to realize, like, I'm an athletic person, right? I played a lot of sports my entire life. I'm very tall. I have even longer arms. My arm span is 6'8" from like middle finger to middle finger. I have very long arms. So when I swung, like, I have very long swing that whips through. And I learned very early, I can hit ball far. Awesome. Phenomenal. Ball no go straight though. And part of it, I could never hit a driver, like through high school, through college. I didn't play golf in college outside of hobby golf. But I could never hit a driver until I got out of college. And I kind of just like hit my unk start where I was just watching golf videos on YouTube and stuff. And I watched a lot about how, like, if you are somebody that is hyper athletic, like if you're somebody that is very, you know, capable of a lot of club speed, but you suck at golf, you don't need the club speed. Just slow your swing down to 60% and work on hitting the ball straight, lose a little bit of distance, and then just have an easier time. And I changed my entire mentality. And I remember vividly, I was playing around with my brother and his wife and his wife's dad. And the first tee box that we were on, I pulled out my driver, and my brother was like, it's fucking odd. And I went up and I had the, like, the smoothest, slowest, not like slowest, but like this nice, smooth, buttery, low effort swing. And it split the fairway, and it was beautiful. And I don't think that I have swung a club past 75% outside of being a dipshit at the driving range in probably like 10 years. I'd say like 8 years was when I slowed my swing down. But I also haven't golfed in any serious capacity in like 3, which is kind of sad. I don't have golfing money now. So, Nin, welcome back, brother. How you been? I think being a PGA Tour player is possibly the hardest thing to do in professional sports. Fuck, I mean, a lot could be said in terms of professional sports, right? About the barrier of entry to aforementioned sports as well, which also equates to another level of difficulty outside of just like the mechanical aspect of you have to be good. Because with something like golf that's seen as a higher barrier of entry, kind of rich person sport, it's a little bit more accessible now, but it's definitely still, I will say, on the more expensive end of the spectrum. But I think between the, you know, the accessibility of certain sports on top of the actual mechanical demand, it's definitely something that you have various levels of difficulty to even get started. I think that's in itself a large degree with golf that makes it so exclusive to be a professional player. Now, I will say, I don't know exactly what the qualifications to be a PGA Tour, like, certified pro are, but there are a lot of golf courses that have, like, PGA pros that work at the golf course in Maine. And they're like the club pro, and they're like an actual pro, but they get waxed in like tournaments in Maine by like amateur players. So I don't really know all of what that even is, but frequently I'm pretty sure they like aren't the best players even like at the clubs. I don't know how it works. Maybe that's just because Maine is ass, but PGA professionals are not even close to pro tour golfers. Yeah, see, I don't really know all that shit. That's the big thing, because I know there are so many different levels to it with golf as well. Source, hold on. I played 51 hours of PGA 2K21. And that was primarily on my career. So I do have some experience with like the Corn Ferry Tour and whatnot and working my way up the competitive ladder of golf. But I'm not quite sure how the, you know, how the actual progression of that works. What the fuck? What? Bro, I have clips from PGA Tour. The fuck do you mean? I have clips. Look. I have multiple clips from PGA Tour. Also, I call it rich people hockey in this clip. My takes have been the same takes since literally 2021. I swear to God, it does not change. They just have to take tests and on-course tests. Oh, so it's like a driving test, basically. So, like, you can have a driving license, but not be a Formula 1 driver type shit. On the probably top 1 to 2% of golfers on the planet, and probably 10 to 12 shots worse than a professional golfer. It's not even close. Oh, yeah. So, in basketball terms, right? The way that I've always described it, and I'm sure this is very similar in your case, Up, in pretty much any basketball run on the planet, I have a... What is this? Oh, shit. Where are we? Mosswood. So, at any pickup basketball run on the planet, I have a very good chance of showing up and being the best player at that run. Unless there is a high-tier college, or at this point, since I'm old, any college player. But when I was, like, back in my, you know, actual playing days, back in my youth, back in the olden days when Harambe was alive. Unless it was a high-tier college player or professional player, I would have a very good chance to dominate that run. If a high-tier college or professional player came and they decided to guard me and everyone was like, oh, you guard this person because you're really good and they're really good, my life would be fucking miserable, dog. Like, I'm good enough to shit on pretty much every casual hobbyist that plays basketball. And even still to this day, I can just big body most people. And I'm bad enough to get shit on by people that are actually phenomenal at the game. And there is, like, such a stark difference in myself and them. And any time that I have been on a court with incredibly high tier players, I go from give me the ball and I will shoot. Like, in most runs, I can literally just like 80%, you know, field goal percentage, Kobe mentality, and then just score most of the points in whatever games. The second there is somebody that is just clearly on a different level, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna just be in the corner. Let me know if you need a shooter or something. Let me know if you need a kick out. I got you. Is World vs. World live now? I wouldn't say alive, but there's a tag. So we're gonna see what's up. We're gonna see what's good with that. Speaking of LeBron, just posted his first YouTube golf video today. So, I actually had a tweet about this. Not specifically LeBron, but I Twittered a few days ago around this, and it was actually more so directed towards the Klay Thompson streams. But basically, it was Michael Redd, who, for those that don't know, Michael Redd is a fucking hooper. Well, was. I shall not need bring up his accolades, but to not disrespect, I must get everything correct. Bro, he scored 57 points in a game? The fuck? I didn't know his career high was 57. I just wanted to see how many All-Stars he had. I wanted to see his accolade list. Klay? No, Michael Redd. Michael Redd. So anyways, back on topic. So, Michael Redd basically tweeted, like quote tweeted a clip of Klay Thompson on Blackboy Max's stream. So basically, Klay was like hanging out on Blackboy Max's stream, which I don't think Max is like a bad example of the streamers at all. But there are a lot of content creators that have been, you know, getting larger celebrities and athletes on their streams that are not quality content creators and that put out very not good content. And I don't even mean from like, you know, a consuming it standpoint. I mean from like an ethicality standpoint. So, look at Red tweets, and he's like, Clay's one of my favorite guys in the league, so hear me with love here. Saw him pop up on one of these big streams that just left me on easy. Clay didn't do a thing wrong on there. It's more that watching NBA guys hand their name over to these dudes chasing a viral moment any way they can get it. It's unnecessary. You're an NBA player, you already got the platform, what are you going over there for? And some of these streamers especially have been mixed up in the weird stuff lately. That's not an association an NBA guy needs. Your name means something. And he said, probably just old man at me talking. Won't be the last time, just how I feel watching one of my favorites out there. And I quote tweeted that, and basically I don't have premium, so I had to summarize, and I said something along the lines of basically, you know, streamers are always clip farming, and collaborations have been shown to be some of the largest streams ever, with, you know, Kai with Braun, Tyler Blevins with Drake back in the day. Collaborations between celebrities and athletes are genuinely some of the largest streams ever. And a lot of people chase that. And I think with the athlete side, a lot of them don't necessarily, I'm gonna be real, probably don't follow most of the streamers in a way that, you know, a lot of people follow those streamers and aren't exactly sure of everything they're getting into. It probably goes through their team, gets slightly vetted type shit, and then it's just called good enough. And personally, I think it's cool that athletes are in a spot where they can interact with, you know, their fans directly or indirectly through that, right?
Getting healthy.
But man, I wish a lot more athletes would just go the route of leveraging their own content platforms and making their own content instead of getting involved, like Michael Red said, with a ton of content creators and just like giving their name to the content creators, hopping onto the content creators platform, because anything the content creator does or has done is then associated with people, and it creates this like paper trail of ethics that gets associated with people because you're associating yourself with another content creator. And I just feel like so many of the content creators that are getting people onto their streams, it's simply done out of a matter of like, collaborations perform extremely well and will make a shitload of money, therefore we collaborate. And it's kind of a goddamn tragedy, I will say. Kind of fucking shame. We're like 400 views in less than 8 hours. Yeah. Yeah, it do be very beneficial if you can get collaboration streams going. I wish that a lot more, you know, athletes and whatnot would take directly to their own form of social media with it instead of like going and featuring on other streamers. But also, this may be my conspiratorial take of the day. But while I say that would be cool, right? There's also a part of me that thinks, and this is a roundabout, really weird thing to start off, but hear me out. As more celebrities begin to create content creation will slowly go into a route where you no longer have unknown personalities that are getting started in content creation. Rather, it is only going to be the celebrities that are creating content in their off time that people consume, because the celebrities have a larger base from the start and more word of mouth. So you had your first generation of streamers who became, you know, small celebrities, and since then it's scaled up. And now you have some streamers who are actual celebrities on the highest of lists that are very well known. But as more LeBrons, as more just general celebrities of that status start to get into their, you know, their retirement years or their chill years, and they start to get into their content, if any of them even post like a weekly YouTube video, right? There are absolutely people, young, old, everything in between, based on celebrities, just across the board, that would prioritize that content and would talk to their friends, family, you know, XYZ about that content, which will slowly turn content creation's typically open, accessible entry level to a higher and higher entry level, the same way that a lot of things have evolved to more of a, you have to be this known, you have to be this personality, you have to be this large to even get started in certain areas. Content creation is something that's very known for being extremely accessible and extremely open for people that want to, you know, want to start up regardless of your size as a content creator, whether you're known or not. I'm not well known at all outside of stream, and honestly, I have never outside of TwitchCon got recognized from stream, like just randomly, never once. Been beautiful, been beautiful. But I also feel like that route for people like me, as a lot more, you know, high status individuals that are extremely well known start making any form of consistent content, it's gonna consume a lot of potential, you know, potential viewers, potential community members, and direct them over there instead with some of their timeshare. And it's going to make the route of entry harder for a lot of people that are kind of unknown. It's a weird, like, cause and effect from it. And I think that's probably like 5 to 10 years down the road, because most, I think, celebrities could not be asked enough to make any consistent content. I think most of them will just chill the fuck out in their retirement years and probably make a video or two and then vibe. But it's just random food for thought. It's like, if LeBron is posting a weekly vlog and somebody has the time to watch 3 weekly vlogs, which one of their weekly vlogs is getting cut out for the LeBron tent? Right? Where are we going with that? Because honestly, I'll probably watch LeBron 10. Probably watch that shit pretty consistently. Might watch it more than once just to see how the GOAT fucking does it. It's just LeBron in 2016 Cavs playing golf though. Yeah, but so many people will watch that shit, bro. Like, so many people will watch that shit and eat that shit up. Like, I have seen an absurd amount of clips. Because you have things like Hard Knocks and shit, right? That are extremely popular looks behind the scenes and into the look of, like, you know, into the eyes of the athletes and shit that you don't typically see, you don't interact with, you don't hear from. And with that interaction being available organically through content, it becomes this intriguing thing, right? Where people almost feel like they're there and they're engaged. Which is, again, something pretty interesting along the way. Well, there's a rank, supply lines. We have to capture sentry points. We have to capture a tower. End of the Obsidian Sanctum jumping puzzle. And then this is a keep. Well, we'll have to work on those. How you liking the game? Schwabby, what up, dude? Honestly, I have a lot of fun with it, dude. Don't mind my movement. But I have so much fun when I'm over here, depending on what I'm doing, right? Sometimes it is peak. Sometimes I genuinely get a little bored. But honestly, most of the time that I'm bored, it is because there are not a lot of other people on. Things like World vs. World being dependent on your team to be active for, you know, some large-scale versus large-scale content, I think can be a, you know, a live or die type scenario. I've actually been talking about World vs. World structure as somebody that's come in and put a good amount of my time into World vs. World since I've been here. I've talked a good amount about the World vs. World structure, especially with the monthly resets and the rerolls. It sometimes puts groups of players in a very weird spot where if you get put with a group that just isn't active, it can kind of cook you. But it's really fun overall, man. Leveling a ranger now for the first time. Wait, first time playing as a whole? Or first time leveling a ranger? Because, dude, there is a lot to do over here, I will say. There's a lot of content. And especially if you like, you know, the story side of things. Do you know where to go? Especially if you like the story side of things and progressing that element of it. Are you lost? No.
Might makes me right.
Why would I ever be lost, dude? No, I'm not. No, I'm not lost. No, stupid contra. No, I'm not lost, dude. I'm never lost. I don't think I'm lost anyways. I think we're fine. Now, is this guy lost? There's a possibility. Did I follow the wrong person? There's a high chance, actually. Like, there is a very decent chance that unfortunately this guy is lost. Now me, I'm following this guy. I'm right where I intended to be. But that guy's lost. We're on inner right now. They repaired outer. Well, how the fuck are you guys? Wait! Woo! I see you. How get there? Are you jumping down or should I jump up somewhere? Okay, you're jumping down. All right, bet. We're so set. Wait! Has it been this wall the entire fucking time? Bruh. Bruh. First time level ranger played other classes, but I've never leveled to 80 before. Wait. You've never leveled to 80 before. Contra, we got this, by the way, bud. We win this. Interesting. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm glad. Well, welcome into Guild Wars. I should say you've been here before. When I started, like I said, it was right around the Guild Wars 3 announcement. And I started my Guardian. And I figured something DPSy would be the most straightforward to learn on. So I played Willbender, which was very teleporty, very like assassin-y type beat. It's really fun to play. But as I played more, I started to understand how incredibly important supports were, like at all points in time. So I basically, after playing some PvP, was just like, okay, I'm gonna give in, I'm gonna submit. And now I play a Luminary. Luminary can play damagey if you want to build it damagey. But because of the massive emphasis on supports in this game, I decided to build mine very supporty for now. So a lot of what I do is putting out buffs for the team. Oh god, there is a large group of reds. I think we might have to regroup. Think we might have to get a quick reset off of that. But goodness gracious, me, oh my. Holy shit. But yeah, there's a lot of emphasis on sport. So I put out a ton of buffs. I basically try to make sure my entire team isn't getting CC'd, make sure they aren't dying. I have some healing as well. I do very little damage with this build. A little bit, but I got railed by the looks of it. Well, it doesn't help that we're not in subgroups. So anytime we're not in subgroups, we can't definitively like direct buffs to our tag. And it gets very randomized in terms of who's getting buffs. So I don't think that side helps us either. I think as of right now, it's a little unorganized. Were they winning before, or did this like just start? Because I'm assuming it's Pug Tag, right? Wolfa? Kind of. Oh, we're avoiding them. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I think we're going the other way. But yeah, Shrimpy, kind of, I will say. It's not the worst. At least there is a tag. I was not there for the first fight, though. And they may or may not have got. So, slightly tragic. But all things considered, we vibe. How would you explain World vs. World to someone who's only played WoW Battlegrounds and New World's PvP? You want my full rundown on it? You got like 2 minutes? Check your primer in case an ad pops. So I ain't gotta stop. So basically, World vs. World. You have 3 teams competing 24/7. 4 different maps, 1 home map for each team, and then the Eternal Battleground, or EBG it's called, that is basically like every team equally. The home maps have a base or a citadel for each team that can't be captured. The Eternal Battleground has SMC, Stone Mist Castle, big objective in the middle. With the teams, every tile that you hold generates points for your team over the course of the week, and very simply, more points you have means you place higher. There are multiple different groups of 3 teams. Every Friday, the best team in each group moves up a tier, and the worst team in each group moves down a tier. So it keeps changing up the matchups. So you get fresh teams every week, and then once a month, everyone gets placed on new teams. Teams are comprised of multiple guilds. So that's like the baseline rundown. You go around, You capture things, you try to hold them, you fight in a 3-team battle, and the longer you hold things for and the more things you capture, the more points you get for your team. Now, in terms of a little more like specificity, there are camps that spawn like Doliacs, which are kind of like caravans. They bring supply out to the areas, and more Doliacs getting out to an area upgrades the area and gets, you know, better perks, more shit for the area. So overall, very good to capture and hold. I can just queue up for it. So basically, once you hit level, I don't want to say it's like 50 or 60 or some shit, but once you get world versus world unlocked, it is level bound. But once you get that unlocked, it'll have you declare a team. And when you're looking to declare a team, you can pick one at random, or you can also, there are some cool websites like www.gg, which is this website here. So I'll link this for you real quick. So this basically tracks all of the matches as they're going. So right now we are in NA tier 2. So we're against Hall of Judgment, who is kicking ass. And then we are against Lootgardus, who is somehow worse in terms of fighting than we are. This is the kill-death ratio. So this tracks all of it. On Friday, the worst team in our division goes down, and the best team in this one goes up. Same thing with every other division, just keeps rotating. So, through everything, you have supplies that'll go out, you capture a camp, that'll spawn the Doliacs, and then you have to hold something adjacent to the camp for the Doliacs to get to you. Hello,
Might
sir.
makes me right.
Like my nuts. Brother.
Defense, then offense.
You're not going to get this kill. I don't know what your problem is, but this is not going to go the way that you think it's going to go. I'm not quite certain what you're trying to do, but we are 2 supports here. One of us dies, and it's not you, or it's not me. Wait. It's not either of us. Neither of us die. Oh wait, maybe he does now if Jump gets over here. We might be cooking now. Brother thought he was safe, but he ain't safe, boys. He ain't safe at all. Yeah, he might be actually cooked here. I think he doesn't have involvement anymore. Can he, like, tele out? No, he's fine. And then if he tries to run, I get a wall on him, and then we trip him. Fuck him up, boys. Fuck him up. Take his shoes. Get his ass. Good shit, good shit, good shit, boys. Teach him to fuck with me. How about Gale, not support? Oh, are you? Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's real nice. Well then, he just heals way too much. Hey, listen, I'm sure he's probably saying the same thing about me, but he also does really solid damage for something that heals that much. But yeah, so, more or less, Schwebby, it's kind of like a constant, concurrent, new world map where everything is changing hands way more frequently, and instead of towns, it's just these little, like, small objectives. It does go deeper with, like, towers and keeps and the upgrades and shit like that. But you can run around and basically siege into these areas, right? As it upgrades, you can upgrade the walls and shit. You have catapults, you have siege golems, you have battering rams for the gates, you have ballistas, trebuchets, shit like that. You need supplies you get from camps and whatnot, and objectives you own, but the supplies need to be delivered by camps. So you use the supplies to build stuff, so you have to, like, budget your supplies and shit along the way as a commander. You have to navigate the map and, you know, avoid fights if you want to avoid fights, take certain fights when you have to take the fights. It can be very fun. Now, a little bit of a note with it, it is instanced. So even though it's like a large map, it is a large instance map. There is a player cap on each map. So you'll see, like, our Eternal Battleground is on queue right now. There's a 3-person queue. So that basically means that our side is at capacity. That doesn't mean that everybody's in one group or doing the same thing, though, because the map is so large. Sometimes you will have a map that goes on queue, and you're just like, brother, where the fuck is everybody? Please, for the love of God, somebody help me. And there will be nobody around. Sometimes your maps will be absolutely dead, depending on the team that you have at the time of day. We basically follow around our commander, who is the guy with the tag above his head. So the closer we follow our commander, the better. And in a lot of PvP, this large scale stuff anyways, there's a meta called the Boon Ball, which you'll see it once we start fighting. But there's a heavy emphasis on everybody staying very condensed and very consolidated, like close to your tag when you're in combat, because your buffs target a certain number of players, and it basically auto detects, like smart detects, where those buffs should go. So for example, if he had a split into 5-person subgroups, the game would prioritize with my buffs. If we were all stacked up and I dropped Symbol of Swiftness and my heal, it would prioritize these 5 targets first in my group, and it would see if the healing and the buffs were needed by my group. If it wasn't needed by my subgroup, or my line as it's called, then those buffs would spill out to other groups within my raid and check if those are applicable to anybody within the raid. If those buffs aren't applicable to anybody in the raid, then it begins spilling out to people that are friendly targets outside of the raid. And then if there are no people, it spills over to mounts, pets, shit like that. So there's this entire like check of every heal, every buff you put out, where it's like, oh, this is overheal? Well, let me see where I can go where I'm not overheal. So buff sharing and heal sharing and everything like that is incredibly impactful. So you'll see a ton of support stacked up. You'll see a ton of heals going out, a bunch of life bouncing up and down. And ideally you want to have 5-person groups that are set up that can optimally, oh shit, that can optimally like allocate buffs and distribute those along the way. So with my role, I put out a lot of stability for my group, which is basically just, you know, you're not going to get CC'd, which is absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. Outside of that, I'm actually gonna switch back to Feel My Wrath too. Well, solo player will be hard to get into World vs. World? Nah. So Shrimpy was talking about he could make a druid condition roaming build. So there are different things you can do in World vs. World. Since it is 24/7 concurrent, you have people that will command, and they'll be open commander tags where you can basically join their tag like I've done now, and you'll always see the icon on the map if there is a commander tag that's out and about. And a lot of commander tags that run public tags, they'll just have anybody join up. So just do your best to stay on the tag whenever you're in one of those groups and follow them around like your life depends on it. Focus on pressing buttons second. Outside of that, once you get a little comfortable, or if you just want to start out with smaller stuff, you can do what's called roaming, where quite literally, as it sounds, you're not really worried about taking objectives. You're going around with yourself, a small group, couple of friends, whatever it may be, and your entire goal is just roaming around and finding small fights. And through those small fights, a lot of the time people, you know, people really claim to have a ton of fun with it. I don't do as much roaming. I haven't set up a really good roaming build, but honestly, if we have a small group of lads that does want to roam, we could always get like a group of 5 or 10 together and go try to roam for some small fights, because that could always be a really fun. Oh shit. I was trying to switch out my goddamn rune. Or my relic. That's not good. Oh god, I picked a terrible time to turn and try to sort out the relic issue. Well, that's less than ideal. That is less than ideal, if I do say so myself. That's okay though. Now I can sort out my relic and then everything is fine. But yeah, so you can roam as well if you'd like to roam. I personally haven't done a ton of roaming yet, but I've done a little bit here and there. Just found some, actually, I've done a little bit of roaming, I will say. Just usually out of boredom. But it is fun. You can find a lot of small, scrappy fights. You can capture stuff as well. Nothing says that you can't. But you can run around, capture a lot of camps and stuff and flip those. And a lot of the time people will show up to defend the camps, especially through the day. So you can get some like 2v2 to 5v5 fights, and sometimes they end up scaling up larger. But there's a lot that you can do in World vs. World. And since it is 24/7, there's no element of like, oh shit, like, I can't play World vs. World right now. Oh no, World vs. World isn't popping. Like, sometimes there are dead moments in World vs. World, and it can happen pretty frequently, especially with, you know, dad game. But I will say, even when it's dead, that's where being a small roamer comes in, because then you can just exist to run around and cap some camps and do some, you know, do some small scale stuff. So it is pretty supportive of that. And then you also have the, it's called the SPVP side, which is the structured PvP. That's the 5v5 shit. So if you've played a lot of Battlegrounds in WoW, that's going to be more like, you know, more your vibe. With the SPVP, well, not more your vibe, but more like naturally in your wheelhouse, I should say. But with SPVP, there are 3 different capture points throughout the map that you can cap and hold. So kind of like domination type gameplay there. And then each map will also have a unique map objective that activates sometimes throughout the map, sometimes different facilitators for it, sometimes different benefits from it. But there is a cool element with that too, where every map is a little bit unique. Still really want to check out ESO's version of World Wars Worlds. Yeah, Cyrodiil or whatever. My boy Anvi could probably yap our ears off about that shit. He played a lot of ESO after New World died. That was where he went, and I used to lurk a little bit and didn't really know too much about what was going on. But it did seem pretty cool. Now, a big thing over there too is like, wonder if it's the same bubble tech and whatnot. See, that's what I was just gonna say, actually. You read my mind. Because in Ashes, we had frequent fights in Ashes of Creation that were larger in numbers than these World vs. World fights, where it wasn't just an everybody ball up meta, and knowing when to ball and when to spread was a very important differentiator. And within that, you had a lot of nuance to it. In New World, we had 10 different distinct groups in our 50-person wars, 10 different 5-person groups. And all of those groups had unique roles along the way, and it was a pretty spread out fight that could get extremely spread out. It all depends on like buff sharing, time to kill, like all of that, man, honestly. And I think there's gotta be ways to break the clumps as well. And with New World, you had some very good clump bust ability. Because you had, you know, you had heart root. Oh shit, I can't glide here. I fucked up. I fucked up a lot. I went to glide over and I remembered I couldn't glide. Nope, that's bad. That's bad. So we had heart runes like detonate that we could save up. And we had supports that would place anti-heals and shit. And between our deaths, between the heart runes that we would save up, we could save up for these giant collapses, and we'd almost like all in. And after the all in, we'd have to get out and we'd have to play our lives along the way. And it was this really, really fun balance. While that was happening, we had kill squads that were trying to win kill squad versus kill squad fights, so that way they could then get into the healers that were on the back line, or they were protected in a pocket somewhere. It was very nuanced. And a lot of my people that came over from Ashes in particular, Fupo! Oh my goodness. Fupo, you're never getting out of the cloud. You're never getting out of it. Goodness gracious. Thank you for the 15 months, my friend. You're not getting out. No, it's not gonna end, Fupo. The dust is eternal. As soon as you think the dust settles, a new wind sweeps by, and the dust is unsettled once again. Comes just running from any foe before it happens. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'm getting pips. Pips are life. Pips are everything. Football, my goodness gracious, the 290. It's only 10 behind Hoofsy. Sirs, please vacate the premises. Thank you. Otherwise, I will have to kill you. Yeah, chat, they're scared. They know what's gonna happen if they stay. They know what's gonna happen. Hey, don't turn back here. 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 You guys get the fuck out of here. Rock the new reward track for more camo. Wait, there's a new reward track. Reward tracks. What's the new reward track? Nyom. VOE or which one? Soto. Festival of the Four Winds. Yoink. Repeatable. Alright, we're up. Wait, more Gamba! Oh, shit. Wait, this is kind of lit. Kill this guy. Kick his ass. Take his shoes. There aren't even that many people here. That might have been the worst wall in human history, but it's okay. Take this guy's shoes. Fuck him up. What? What is a Vindicator? Why have I seen, like, nobody playing that? What just happened? I feel like I've seen, like, Bigfoot. I don't think I've seen a single other player playing Vindicator. They got distracted on my pet. What is a Vindicator? This is a Berserker. Plus 2 kills for the cats. Boys, we are cooking. Let's go take this sentry. Hold on.
Need some healing.
What if we go kill a couple sentries real quick and get the guild mission done? It's a Revenant. Is it good?
Spirit,
Like, what is their purpose? Because I genuinely don't think I've ever heard anybody say, yo, dog, let me get a Vindian group. I'm trying to think, but I just can't. I can't see any. Tax hot map? Yeah, I saw. It's a goddamn shame. I wonder if we're just gonna get followed when we jump maps. Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? Vindy got a sick dodge that nukes. A dodge that nukes? Interesting. Interesting. I mean, that sounds really solid for small scale stuff. Unless it's like massive AoE nuke, I guess. So you just spike like crazy with your dodge. It would be efficient. You'd get good trades out. But what's the caveat? Does it require too much setup, or like what's the thing that absolutely shreds it? Because surely there's a reason why it's not sought after that. I'll give this calm my trust on this map as well. But I think if this map doesn't work out, it might be like a little SPP or something. No, it's not flavor of the month. Do you play the flavor of the month? I'm noticing something here. I'm noticing something. No, I haven't seen any of them played, really. I tried to like, fuck, I'm green. I tried to think back and I don't think I've even like run into one to know what they do other than that guy. It's kind of interesting. What's the flavor of the month this month? Trying to think, what would it be? Druid? Because a lot of other shit got nerfed. I don't know what World vs. Worlders are going crazy over, though. I haven't been here. Oh, no. Wait. Is Deadeye actually playable now? After the... Wait, why is there an arrow car here? Is Deadeye, like, good after the changes? Or what do we... I guess we're just doing this.
might makes me right.
I guess we're actually just hitting this shit. Fuck it, man. T3 cap. Can we cap towers yet? Did I get that for us? I don't know if we have that upgrade yet. Also, did we see how many shovels we need still? Because we are probably just a few shovels off. I have 3 in my inventory. But we are probably mere shovels away from greatness. We don't have that upgrade yet. Fuck! Alright. Well, I was gonna get the mine and then do that one after then. But we should probably get the mine done first. Just so we have that long-term prog. And we can still pump out a lot of these missions really, really, really easy. So it shouldn't be a large deal at all. Oh shit, wait. I have to do something real quick. I had to pay my card today. I left the house early and then forgot that I had to pay my card today. But today's my due date for my card. Actually, I think I pay it early, but I always pay it on the 15th. GG, well played. Thank you for the free money. I appreciate you. Chat. Chat, tell me none of you are eating interest on a credit card right now. Tell me none of you are eating interest on a credit card right now. I prayed for your financial independence. What is this guy? He's like almost so drippy, but he's kind of creeping me out right now. It's kind of scary. Maybe somebody represents the squad. I also feel like we have so many Reapers per capita because they're the only things that are staying. Seems like everything else is fucking leaving. It's like Reapers and Loomies. Just out of nowhere for some reason. We got so fucking many. Good news. +1 mark shard.
Bring this one down.
I have 12 now. Fuck me. How many do I need for I think it's 30, right? For an ascended piece. Because it's 3 and then I need the 10. So that'll get me my last ascended piece for World vs. World at least. So that'll be nice. My shoulders will soon be taken care of and then I won't have to worry. And then comes replacing my peasant back piece. Unironically the worst piece in my gear right now. So then daily frackies are easy as hell. And I think I should also be doing my frackies, I won't lie. I should probably make sure that we do at least like T3s or something on the daily. Because that takes a little bit of time, but I think that also just passively works me towards, what, a legendary back? Bro, I gotta trim my mustache. Keeps making my nose itch. But I also might be having allergies. Can't really tell. I either have to sneeze or trim my mustache a little bit. I'm not sure which. Probably both, if I'm being completely honest. Probably both of those things evenly at this point. So I think I might do frackies later. Maybe some SPVP. I also kind of want a Power World.
Bring this one down.
Power World is not good for viewership, but Power World is so fucking fun, dude. It's just so well done and like relaxing and enjoyable to play. Power World Goated Wood, it's so fucking fun. Like, I've just been thinking about it. I got my musket yesterday at the end of stream. So we got pew pews unlocked now because we went to the ore farm and I got that set up and automated. So now we have a shitload of ore, which I'm making into just a ton of ingots. So we won't have to worry about that. We've literally ascended into the Bronze Age. So now we have guns. We're gonna start getting guns set up. I have a musket because I figured the musket is like the most optimal, you know, damage to ammo ratio, considering it's a very slow fire. So it's the highest damage per round, which is great value early on while we're trying to save money and mats. Once we get super rich, doesn't really matter much, but people want to watch it play more when you're having fun anyways. I mean, like, definitely to a certain extent. But like, just for transparency, I did not make my goal for income last month. That was with mixing in like Guild Wars 2 and whatnot. Like, I do very much have to be kind of aware of it to a certain extent, unless I want to get like a part-time job, which I'd like to avoid because that would cut into the amount of hours that I'd be able to stream substantially. So for me, I do kind of have to like take it into consideration a little bit if something seems to be trending really poorly for stream or not performing well. There is almost an element of like disqualifier to it, so to say, which is kind of tragic. But that's why I always say, like, the level of streaming that I'm at right now is, honestly, people say that the shittiest part of streaming is when you have nobody in your chat. I think that's the least interactive part of streaming. But when there's nobody in your chat, you don't really have any expectations to have anybody in your chat. And I was less stressed when I had, you know, fewer than 10 viewers because it wasn't, you know, my main income. It wasn't like a business type thing, right?
Nothing can
I didn't have to be like fully responsible with it and shit. And I didn't have an expectation that it was gonna grow or do well, nor the pressure on me to make it do that. It was simply just a hobby. So, just feel like the put itself employment is not be told what to do, or in this case, play. That's the goal, but also, with self-employment, when you're getting your business off the ground, you've also kind of got to take the jobs that are paying you. You know what I mean? If your goal is to do landscaping for the highest end places, but you're getting hired to do shitty apartments, then maybe you just put everything you can do into the shitty apartments because that's what's going to pay for you to keep your business up. So, the goal is to not be told what to do or what to play or anything like that. And that's why every bit of expendable income I do get, I don't really spend money on much. My literal largest expenditure is weed. And that's, again, I say that because I spend so much less on, well, such less on everything else, that my expenditures just aren't high on a monthly basis. So it's funny to say, but it's also completely budgeted, and I don't even smoke like stoner amounts. I smoke an ounce every like 2+ weeks, basically. So even there, like, my budgeting on that is less than $10 a day, which is also relatively reasonable for a terrible habit. Weed and food? Yeah, I mean, food, yes, but also our food bill is ridiculously low. Carla and I only buy groceries on sale, and not like on clearance going bad, but basically we shop at 3 different stores, and one of the stores is called Shaw's. It's an Albertsons chain, and if you have an Albertsons chain near you, you need to download their app because they will... Ooh, fooge. Thank you, darling. Thank you. They have in-app exclusive sales that go far beyond like the in-store sales. So this week, like, we just picked up whole chickens, you know, dead and butchered, of course, for 99 cents a pound, like Purdue chickens, and we throw them in the rotisserie, and then we just, we tissy those bitches up, and they are absolutely delicious. We get everything genuinely so cheap. We usually save 60 to 80% on most of our groceries. 80% is like the super high end. Anytime it's under 60, we're sad. So our grocery spending really isn't even that large at all. I see you, Jub. Uh-oh. Jub, stay alive. You're good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We turned this together, buddy. I didn't ruin that 1v1 you ball. Better bunch anything to ESO until corner drops. Go 3 hours, isn't it? I mean, like, I wouldn't say branching, really. But, like, I do a lot more variety naturally now. Guild Wars is something where it's a very fun game, but Guild Wars isn't really by design a 60-hour-a-week game, which is near how much I stream most weeks. So with Guild Wars, I think it's very important to have some reasonable variety on the side. And I'm definitely not opposed to things, but I have a large catalog of games where it's like, right now, I'm balancing the things where it's like, these are the things that I want to do, knowing that that's going to be a hit to viewership, because right now, viewership's kind of down anyways, since there's nothing really like, home and hype in the MMO scene. So I'm like, probably a good time to do some variety and get it out of my system, so that way when a new MMO pops up that is hype and is really gripping us all by the balls, I can go 80 hours a week in that like I was with Ashes and not get burnt out. So I've naturally been just kind of saying, fuck it, I'll take a couple months of not making a lot of money, and I don't really make a lot of money regardless, but I've been saying, fuck it, I'll take a couple months of making pretty much nothing, and then just go from there. And when it's time to lock in again. But I will say it is definitely a weird thing to see, like, growth in the channel just like halt overall. It was going crazy for, like 2.5 years. And this has been a really, like, I don't know, trying 6-month period for the channel, where I think just as a community, right, we've seen a lot of people come and go during that 6-month period. We've seen a lot of OGs that have kind of worked their way out, which naturally happens. I don't fault anyone for it. But it's definitely been, like, everything was zoom for years, and then it hit kind of a screeching halt with the death of both of the things that I grew my community in. Hubsy! You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, man. Goodness gracious. But like, even trying to get people in, oh my god, wait, we have a golden kappa train. Wood with the 5 and the golden kappa train ready to take off, my boys. Chat, check the primers. I'm gonna take a bite of this wrap that Corla brought me real quick because it looks freaking delicious. Hoofs, Wood, thank you for the 5s, boys. Chat, check the primers, see if you have the free sub this month. Make sure that Twitch doesn't have any money to spend on TwitchCon or the block party. Oh wait, they don't. Goodness me. What a set of circumstances. Oh, what a banger wrap. Holy shit. God, I love buffalo chicken wraps. Oh.
Nothing can save us.
I'm in danger. Holy cannoli.
Endure. Stand.
I may actually die. Jump, I got you.
That'll do nice.
I got you, my go. I won't let you die. I might have to let you die. Sorry, Jump. I tried, buddy. I tried. Hoofsy with another one. Boys, the golden kappa train. Oh my god. All right, Kristen said she's getting the golden kappa train going. Boys, choo-choo. Kristen, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Oh my god. I can't even tell numbers right now. There are too many zeros. Goodness gracious me, oh my boys. We have the golden kappa hype train going right now. Twitch saw that we were some broke motherfuckers and said they'd throw some gold at us. Anybody that contributes to the hype train through subs, primers, biddies, whatever it may be, you will get an exclusive emote that is only available through these extra rare golden hype trains. Twitch said it, not me. That is available for 24 hours and no longer. And you will be able to flex that on everybody that doesn't care. But also, you'll be able to support the channel and you get a really cool little golden kappa from it. Which is quite nice. It is quite nice, I will say. I appreciate all the love, all the support, as always. I always tell y'all I do this for the joy of it and genuinely am reminded of the joy extremely frequently, I will say, man. I will say, it is a very humbling thing to do. This guy's trying to schmoove.
Nothing can save us.
But like, he's not schmooving. And I'm gonna trip him again. I'm gonna grab his ankles. I'm gonna put him behind his head. So that way he can't do anything. This motherfucker's tanky. Yo, ni hao, Dirty. How you doing, brother? This motherfucker's tanky. I'm gonna let him do his thing, I think. Then I'm probably gonna auto run and take a bite of my wrap, I believe. Cause this shit slapping. Oh my god. Chat, why? Why is buffalo sauce the greatest sauce mankind has ever created? Like, it is flawless. A nice hot sauce. A shitload of butter. Got that shit nice and creamy. Toss some schmeat in it. Oh my god. It's top 3 for sure. Bro, and it ain't number 3. What is the goatiest of all goat sauces? Just in general. Like, if there was only one sauce that you could take with you. Because I feel like the top 2 either have to be like barbecue or buffalo, right? Sriracha. I think sriracha, especially Hoi Fong sriracha, has lost its aura. I think it has lost its swag. Personally, I think when Hoi Fong changed their pepper supplier, the new peppers became too sweet. And they had no spice. It substantially changed the flavor profile. Valentina hot sauce. Yo, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I really enjoyed Frank's White. My girlfriend is Mexican. Put me on a Valentina. We have a grocery store chain in Maine called Hannaford. And they sell, like, their store brand like a pre-mixed buffalo sauce with like the butter and shit. And it is $2 for a giant thing of hot sauce. It is unironically the most delicious pre-made buffalo sauce that we have ever had, and we are both in agreement over it. It is unreal good. And it's like $2 for an entire thing of it. It's wildly cheap. I don't understand it. I don't know where it came from. All I know is I appreciate it, and every time we start to run out, we go grab multiple bottles so we don't have to, we ain't gotta worry about it. Bro, it has replaced Frank's, it has replaced Valentina. Granted, it's already like diluted and mixed into a buffalo sauce, so it has like the butter and shit, but that was the only hot sauce I bring with me in the wood. Works on everything. Do you work in the woods, or do you just like hunt and shit all the time? What you mean out in the woods? Oh shit. I picked a bad time to take a bite of my wrap. Picked a very bad time. Very bad time. That is less than ideal.
Nothing can bring me down.
The hot ones hot sauce is good too. I haven't had it, actually. Because I always figure, like, hot sauces that are super viral usually suck. Because they are focusing on the wrong shit a lot of the time. But I have heard a lot of people say that the hot ones hot sauces slap. I think they're expensive, no? Like really pricey? But that's also the advantage to hot sauce versus buffalo sauce. Because buffalo sauce is hot sauce mixed with butter and like diluted and shit. Like buffalo sauce is a mixture of sauces. Hot sauce is the concentrate that you use in buffalo sauce. Buffalo sauce is just sour, it's not spicy. You can have spicy buffalo sauce. But buffalo sauce is like... Is it a solution? I don't know if it's a solution or not. But you just have to melt a shitload of butter. Add hot sauce. Add butter. Melt butter in hot sauce. And incorporate buffalo sauce. Hot ones, folks, especially the rank 5 sauce. I know what we must bring to TwitchCon then.
Concentration.
Hot ones, hot sauce. Somebody's got to have it. We can make Nin. Smuggle it over the border. Like Canada into the US, and then also make him bring it to Mexico. Last time was pretty good, legit nuclear though. So, is the last dab like actually good, or is it just hot? Because I feel like at a certain point, watch this. Boop. Fuck, he was immune. It's both. Oh, really? It's both, you say? Well, that's quite nice. Oh. Bad things have happened here. It's got a Caribbean flavor. Huh. Because I feel like a lot of hot sauces, especially Caucasian hot sauces, they focus way too much on the, hey, look at me, I'm a super hot sauce. You know? And they lose their flavor to try to be spicy. And I think that's a net loss. There's a point of diminishing return on spice where I feel like realistically it just becomes too focused on the spice and you start not being able to appreciate the sauce itself. It's literally just like capsaicin overload. There's a point where it's just straight up death. Yes. Like, there's a point where it's no longer adding anything of value. And it is only trying to be hot. It's not even trying to be, like, a sauce. It's just trying to be pain. And, like, I've had sauces like that before. Back when I worked at Applebee's. We had a cook that would bring in a hot sauce. I think it was like Dave's Insanity or some bullshit. But one of those hot sauces that you had to like sign a waiver for. And then we would do wing roulette. Where Fry Side would drop an order of boneless. And then one of the wings would be tossed in the hot sauce. Like, tossed in it. And then everybody would grab a wing and pray. The reason spice is a major flavor category in cooking and balance it the same as sweet, sour, bitter, or anything else. And for whatever reason, the same people who don't appreciate the spice whatsoever have created some of the most devious spice combinations known to man. I don't get it. I'm crazy, but I love eating the spiciest thing and staring death in the face. I used to be like you. Fast forward, well, rewind to my first year in college. Young DustyWhy, fresh out of high school, taking on the world in an undergrad track for a doctorate of physical therapy. On the track to transfer into the doctorate program upon completing my undergrad, right? Guaranteed acceptance throughout, shit like that. Optimistic about the world. Looking to just make a difference with my life. I went to a university in northern Maine. And there was a Buffalo Wild Wings nearby. One day, my friends and I were ordering some wangs, and they were like, "Hey, Dusty, you like spicy stuff?" Because we had a little convenience store type beat on campus that made wings fresh, and they had a really good mango habanero sauce, and I used to truck that shit. And they were like, "Dusty, you really like spicy stuff? Get some blazing wings." And I got some boneless blazing wings to go. And that was less than I do. And I ate all of them. Granted, it was like a baby order. And it was hot as fuck, and I was in pain. But the pain that I felt on the way in was zero match for the pain that I felt on the way out. I am not exaggerating when I say, chat, I apologize ahead of time. I would have to prop up right cheek, spread, prop up left cheek, spread, and let the air just waft, like spread my legs as well, and basically have this like chasm from the open like front of the university toilet where air to get in and cool my asshole for legitimately like 4 days. I would have to sit there in pain for unironically like 5 minutes after taking a dumpy and let my asshole cool off because of B-Dub's blazing sauce. I don't know why it was so bad, but it was the worst spicy butt that I have ever had. And I don't understand how people just do like the spiciest shit all the time. I love spicy, but there are genuinely times where I am in physical pain because of it. B-Dub's on the way right now. Is it blazing? What did you get? Also, I'm sorry you have B-Dubs on the way. Because I'll be real, dog. I feel like B-Dubs is ass now. I ain't had a good experience from B-Dubs in a minute. The last time I went to B-Dubs, actually, it was a good experience. But that was also because it was their unlimited, like, apps for your entire table. So we got like $12. Me and Carla both. Unlimited apps. It was like basic shit like mozzarella sticks, chips and salsa, fried pickles, cheese curds. But we easily ate our money's worth in cheese curds. Oh shit. And then we got more on top of that as well. Got the chicken sandwich and loaded wedges. Ooh, $30 via DoorDash. I'm calling it right now. All right, hold on. I'm bringing my plate out real quick, and then I shall be back because our commander doth leave us. So we got to see what's up in the guild hall. I shall return 1 sec. Sauce, did you spend $30 on your B-dubs? Because I feel like that was $30 in B-dubs. Maybe, nah, maybe after DoorDash fees like 25. Another new game. Brand new, never before played game. Literally never ever been here before once. Never. New games all the time. My girl got the All-American Double as well. $43. $43. Sauce. Oh my god. Saucing that money out. God damn, with fries. Bro, you keep spending $43 on a meal, you about to be starting some goddamn fries. What the hell? Dog, I'm gonna need me a order. Is she my sugar mama? Oh, okay, good. Good, if you got it like that, then yeah, you do you. You vibing there. Wait, we got the shovels! Oh shit, wait, we got the 50 shovels? Oh, fuck, boys, we might be up tremendous. $43, it better be the best burger ever. I ain't even about to lie, he's getting Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't think anybody gets Buffalo Wild Wings for the best anything ever. I will not lie. I just spent that on Buffalo Wings. You just spent $40 on Buffalo Wings too? Bro, you guys aren't even buying me Buffalo Wings. What the fuck? I don't know why my auto mod stops people from saying chick in Chick-fil-A. I got 48 wings. Bruh. I tipped the driver $10. Okay, based, but still, that's crazy. Bro, we got 99-cent a pound chicken at the store. And then we rotisserie it up. Granted, that also, I have to allow that myself. Stop, you're making work for me. I don't want to like that. Yeah, no, I have to do it myself. Jesus Christ. I'd rather cook for sure, just not tonight. That's valid. That's valid. See, that's where meal prep is really nice too. Like, I try to find the balance. Because when Carla first got up here, I was meal prepping for like a week. And we just had food go bad because we would naturally get tired of eating something over the course of a week. And then we would want something to like, you know, break the monotony of the week long of food. So we'd have something to like break it up. And then shit would go bad. So I kind of like got in the habit of making 3-ish days of food at a time. So I basically cook a couple times a week, 3 to 4 days of food. Usually cook on like a Sunday, and then one time middle of the week. And then it gets easy. Trying to get a meal prep, but I find myself going, can't because I don't know the containers for meal prepping. Bro, it's so easy. And like, meal prepping doesn't even have to be putting it in the fancy like black Tupperware containers and shit. Like, I don't even go that route. I'm sure you got mixing bowls. Because I have containers? Yeah, I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. If I got mixing bowls, I know damn sure you got mixing bowls and some tin foil. I have prep shit, just bunch of chicken breasts, dump it into a fucking mixing bowl, tin foil over that bitch, bro. You got meal prep. I swear to God, anything's a container if you try hard enough. You know, our ancestors used to just put shit in a hole in the ground. And then they would just like dig it up and eat it like that, bro. Like no sink to rinse it off or anything. Motherfuckers were eating dirt with their shit because it stopped it from spoiling. We spoiled as hell right now, dog. I swear to goodness. Usually eat something, one day of the week. It would be nice, but I'm not even gonna lie. I live in a really weird pocket of Maine. Because like, a lot of Maine is... I can't claim this. You have too much astral claim. Boo!
How can I help?
Some parts of Maine are actually like really affordable to eat out in. Like older parts of the state, smaller towns, shit like that. Not like you're gonna find, you know, S-tier food or anything, or very big name places, but you'll find some solid diners if you sift through some shit. But you can also find stuff for unironically like $8 a plate. And I'm talking like a full lunch. I'm talking like fucking big ass burger, side of fries, like full meal. But I don't live in one of those parts. I live in one of the parts where every place thinks that it's this bougie ass place that should have 72 locations nationwide and be like the #1 most reviewed spot. And it's like some old lady with a fucking Karen cup behind the grill as soon as I walk in. And I'm like, bro, this shit ass. Getting hungry? What should I order? Ooh. If I could order noms right now, I'm really biased towards sushi. Like, I'm always biased towards sushi because sushi goes crazy. But that also depends on, like, the level of effort. Granted, ordering for you is really easy because you can just eat while your car drives you, you fucking rat. I never thought about that. I have to drive myself with my knee like a fucking caveman, bro. I swear to God, like, anytime I'm extra Emilying in any way, shape, or form, I gotta knee drive that. Not delivering sushi. Brother, your car drives itself. Just send the car. The fuck do you mean? Wait, Hoofsy. Hear me out, dog. Hear me out. So my oldest brother just moved to Tennessee. And they were at a mall, and they have like a Madame Tussauds at the mall that has like the wax figures, right? Could you get a... Ryan, the censorship is crazy. Yo, what do you do for it? Drop the recipe. But like, could you, Hussy, get a wax figure of yourself made and then put it in your car and then send your car on autonomous missions because it would detect the wax figure as you? Like, how smart is the car? Would a blow-up doll suffice? What is the detection method? Because you could do a sandbag for weight and then a blow-up doll. And then you could have Hoofsy in the car, and then you could send the car down the street if the car doesn't need you paying attention. Surely, this is the next evolution of the sunglasses, eyes, sunglasses, so you can sleep. I'm here to break systems. I don't lie, I have some of the best, worst ideas in human history, bro. Oh, notice no head movement for a while. How heavy does a seat have to be for you to drive it? Like, how much weight in the seat? Cause a blow-up doll when you hit a bump? You turn? If I were you, I'd get Cane's. I think he's getting it delivered. Cane's or Dave's Hot Chicken. I don't know. I don't know how much spicy Hussy fucks with. Dave's Hot's really good. Cane's absolutely slaps, and Cane's way less spicy, but both have the breading. So that's gonna be like the violent poops. Dave's Hot has the best milkshakes. Does it now? We've never had a Dave's Hot milkshake. Does that also come with the hot stuff on it? Because they have Dave's Hot mozzarella sticks. You imagine it's actually just like fucking Dave's spicy milkshake? Dave's over Cane's? We're getting into something. We're getting into something here. I think it's two different types of chicken tendies, if that makes sense. I feel as though a Dave's tendy is supposed to have more flavor in the actual crust and batter of the tendy itself, while playing off of a plethora of sauces. And I feel like Cane's is meant to be a blander chicken that's meant to be like conveying the sauce as a result of delivery through a very clean bite through of the chicken. You get the fresh batter that's always lightly golden brown. You always get the little bit of saltiness, but not too much. and they don't overdo their batter. They don't do it too crazy, but they do it just enough so the sauce is put through in the most impactful way. Kane's carried by the sauce by design. By design. It's like saying Dusty's carried by his 3-inch dick. It's by design. Such a simple sauce. I don't even know what's in it. I would assume like the tears of angels. Shit goes so hard. Kane's a super ass and overrated. Sacrilege. Naysayer. Blasphemer. Someone kick the shit out of that guy. Fucking hell. Alright, Mr. Chicken Man. What's your preferred chicken? Also, chat, does anybody have any of these leyline tools that they'd be willing to donate to the cause before I end up spending a third of my net worth for an upgrade for the guild hall? Because I do happen to need 100 of these hoes, and I am about to spend a substantial amount of clams on these. But I did get lucky with RNG Gamba from Festival of the Four Winds, so I can't complain there. I could always just stimmy myself. So I think that might be the play. But I don't even know how many crafters we have that, like, have weaponsmithing up. I don't know what those are. I think they're like a daily craft from weaponsmiths, if I'm not tripping. Go to the road, preferred chicken, but Dave saw is 1,000% better. Oh! Sorry, I freaked out. I have peach rings sitting on my desk. And I just went to move my hand and I smacked the fuck out of my peach ring bag and I almost knocked it off my desk, and apparently my reaction was an anime sound. God fucking damn it. Dude, I literally just turned into a goddamn anime interaction. Holy shit. 500 weaponsmithing, but I'm not sure what those are. Yeah, I don't really know either. It just says, crafted by weaponsmiths, this tool is used to mine ley line rocks. And I know the price isn't bullshit because there's a buy order for 147 as well, so. I didn't think Kane's even competes with Dave's. It's just like sometimes you're not in the mood for spicy chicken. And I think that's where Dave's, or sorry, where Kane's reigns supreme, right? Which I think is probably more of like a proponent of Caucasiality than anything else. But as someone that also really loves spicy chicken, right? I will say, Dave's is really good. Kane's has no flavor and the sauce isn't good. I think Kane's, less that it has no flavor, but I think Kane's is meant to be a very like clean bite through, where like, yeah, it's not crazy on the seasonings and you can definitely tell that it's, you know, basic people food. But I feel like the entire emphasis of Kane's is that you're just getting like a slightly salty, very crispy bite through that's meant to convey sauces very well. And I've had Kane's with cane sauce, and I personally fuck with cane sauce, but I've also had Kane's with other sauces. And I also think that Kane's reheats quite well because of the batter if you air fry. So if you have extra Kane's, which honestly, who the fuck has extra? But if you have extra Kane's, it reheats quite well. Dave's also reheats pretty well, but Dave's is very greasy, so it doesn't reheat quite as well. I feel like it gets soggy as it reheats. But spicy chicken does slap literally all the time. Air fryer's the shit for reheating food. Oh, dude, I have a Ninja air fryer, and it like air fries, air roasts, air broils, and then it has like a regular bake. It has a toast. It can dehydrate shit. So we've like dehydrated fruit before just for the fuck of it. It can do a goddamn lot. That shit go Air Jordan, Air to the Throne, pretty much everything, man. Literally, it slams all that out there. That thing is diverse though. I don't even know how it does all of it. I don't give it the respect that it deserves. But yeah, that shit goes hard as fuck. So broke.
Don't worry, I have the papers in
I'm worrying, dog. I'm worrying. But yeah, that shit's clutch as hell. Like Carlitos or bagels in it and shit. So we ain't got to worry about having a toaster because it can toast stuff there. I do like, I don't know if I want chicken tendies or something, right? Just frozen ones. I can throw those shits in there. Air fryers are just the best thing ever. Isn't an air fryer just like an oven with extra fans? Am I on the Fetty, or is that basically the tech of an air fryer? Because as far as I know, it's still just like a heating element that has a bunch of fans. And all of those fans circulate the air like crazy. Maybe a degen and do a steak in it. Okay, you chill, Shrimpman Gold. You just fucking relax there, buddy. I don't want to hear about that one. That some things are acceptable, some things are just kind of like we don't need to talk about those. I don't think that's okay. It's not the worst thing that I've ever heard, but I'm not gonna condone it. Although, since you've told me yours, I'll tell you mine. This was a bit out of necessity as well. But when I was in college, we weren't allowed to have like hot plates and shit in the dorms. Probably for good reason. Like, for very good reason, right? So, my friends and I, while playing basketball, wanted to make sure we, you know, got plenty of meat. Pause.
Looking to spend some coin?
Pause. Pause. We wanted to make sure we had plenty of... Man, we wanted to make sure we were eating... No. Wanted to make sure that our diet had a suitable amount of animal byproducts that were muscly and built our bodies. Fucking hell, there's really no, like, not sus way to say that you and your boys were eating meat in the dorm rooms together, huh? Really do be some shit sometimes when you think about it. Some spots in life that you can't really find your way out of. Regardless, we could have microwaves. And it was like the microwave that was on top of the little mini fridge that they gave us. And we had crazy tech. So basically, there were these like microwave bacon trays that were meant to get like bacon super crispy and whatnot. And then there were also these little, like these plug-in, not hot plates, but they were like super early, like egg-shaped air fryer type shits. But it would just blow hot air up. And we used to cook like pork chops and steaks and shit like that in it. But we would also just straight up microwave steaks in our little like bacon things. We would basically do some degen shit to make sure we got our meat. This was college, Carla. It was a necessity. We literally didn't have the capacity to cook. It was either cafeteria food, which gave us all the shits, or microwave bacon and steak. We made do with what we had. Okay, wait. I need to get all of these mats so I can slam this upgrade, because we've been at like 10k all day. So we need the planks, ingots, thermos, and the crystalline dust. Word. Can't eat honey barbecue wellness wings anymore because I ate 62 of them in one day back in college. I don't eat Buffalo Wild Wings blazing sauce anymore because I ate it back in college. And then spicy butt. Very unpleasant spicy butt. Not my greatest moment. Not my worst moment, but wait. I think I need like 300. 100, 200, 300, 400. We'll do that. And then we need... I think it's mithril ingots. Was it mithril ingots? I think it was mithril ingots. And we need 500 of these. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. And then we need a pile of crystalline dust. And then we need 50 of these. And then we need thermos from vendor. I'm shocked I remembered that. Wait, so why did you eat 62 honey barbecue boneless wings in one day? And why was that your limit? Like, I wish I was empathetic, but I did multiple tours at Applebee's back in my prime. And like, that's not that much. I've seen people put down far more over the course of a day, and I'm gonna be real, bro, like a 12-hour double, I'm pretty sure I've put down an equivalent of more than that. But I'm also not sure. It's the thermocatalytics, right? These ones? It was all I could stomach? What, was it all at once? Or was it over the course of a full day? How many of these did I need? It was either 50 or 100. I'm gonna grab 100 just in case. Within 12 hours. I feel like I could do that. I definitely feel like I could eat 100 boneless wings in a day. Like, over the course of an entire day, if I could break them up as well. God, maybe 100? Yeah, I could probably do 100. I could definitely do 60 with ease. Cause that's... I wanted to eat more, but my stomach said no. Oh, you get sicky? Yeah, that kind of cooks shit. Anytime I smell Fireball, I immediately gag. I already was not a large drinker of very pungent things. Like, my drink of choice has always been a vodka Red Bull, or just a vodka soda, or just a vodka, right? And, you know, college is college, and unfortunately at certain points in time, not Red Bull, Jesus Christ, Fireball was consumed because, you know, post-2014 college, Fireball was everywhere. It was unavoidable. It was, like, post-2014 Fireball in American society was basically like Bad Bunny nowadays. Fucking ridiculous, man. Absolutely insane how prevalent it was. And let me tell you what, at a certain point, it was not the most pleasant. Not the most pleasant at all. Alright, let's get these bad boys in. Wait. Mithril ingot. Well. Confirm. Okay, I think we might be set. Because this would give us large mining upgrade. Because this is our mining rate itself. With apple Ciroc. Oh no. Oh no. We had a couple of kids on the... I shouldn't say kids, they were grown-ass men, actually. A couple of gentle sirs on a couple... 500! Whee! A couple of gentle sirs on some of the basketball teams that I played on that were Ciroc and Henny lads. And got the rest of the reagent stuff. Oh, thank you, my good man. I appreciate you. They were Ciroc and Henny lads. And one of the years I lived in like a suite basically, and it was called the apartments, but it was like 4 singles, bathroom, living room, shit like that, just for us. And then upstairs was another 4 singles with their own bathroom, living room, shit like that. So upstairs there were 3 from out of state. Actually, all 4. No, 3 were from out of state. 1 was from Maine. And 3 of them were just like drinking every weekend, getting fucked up and shit, balling out. One of them was like, you know, the person that for whatever reason, instead of just saying, I don't drink, always just caps like, dog, I used to get so fucked up back at home, but like, I'm not drinking right now, I'm trying to focus on school type shit. But man, back at home, I was getting fucked up all the time. I was going to parties and clubs every day. I was slamming bottles and popping models, like, shit like that. The fourth one upstairs was like that. So, one night, we're just drinking and shit vibing, down in our area downstairs. And the lads from upstairs came down to see what was up, because we were always like playing video games and just chilling shit, right? And I was weed man, so that helped too. But they just came down to see what was up, and we were drinking and shit. And I, for whatever reason, also went through a Henny phase. I'm not even gonna lie. I also, for whatever reason in college, went through a Henny phase, where I would just open a bottle of Henny and walk around the, like, our little apartment area and drink it throughout the day. It filled the role of vodka with me for my day drinking for a little bit. So, I was cooking a bottle of Henny. And it can't do cognac? I couldn't either, but it was cool. I was a clout fiend, dude. I won't lie. I wanted people to like me. I have no problem admitting that. People thought Henny was cool, and so I was like, ah, yes, I can relate. Fellow Henny enjoyer. And I'd take a sip and I'd be like, this shit's ass. Oh, delicious. Yes, I love this. Yeah. Yeah, my dogs. Yeah. Dude, it was ass. It was ass. Ruby, what up, dude? So, one day we're just chilling. And guys from upstairs come down. They're hanging out. And they see that I have Henny. And so we start passing the bottle around. I was a very gracious host. Zeus Law, right? So, we're passing the Henny around. And it gets to number 4. You know, the cap yapper. And we're like, oh, dude, you said you love Henny. Please, feel free, have some. And this is where I got an insane amount of respect for this man, but also simultaneously realized he was the dumbest human being in fucking history that I've interacted with. Later on, we learned that he was quite literally illiterate. Like, he didn't know how to read and somehow got into college. But that's not the point. So, bottle gets to him, and we're like, oh, dude, feel free. Have some if you want to. And he, much like me, wanted to be cool. Except, I don't think dude drank it all. Like, at all. Because, like, everybody that drank, pass the bottle, wipe the top, catch it a little bit, just pour it back, a little shot ski or whatever, pass it to the next. Man grabs the bottle and, like, emphatically turns the bottle up. Like, bro, I'm talking, like, levels of turns it up. Intakes, I just spilled water all over myself for that, bro. Way harder to do that with a mason jar with a wide mouth. Regardless, bro, I'm cooked, look. Turns the whole bottle upward, just starts gulping shit. And I'm looking at everybody else like, what the fuck have we just done? And immediately, bro finishes his drink, passes the bottle back to me, and we're kind of like recovering from the shock of this, right? Man probably just had like fucking $7 of Hennessy. And I'm, first things first, contemplating ever letting people drink my drinks again when they come down to visit. Second thing, I'm like looking at the damage of this bottle, and I'm like, oh, hell no. Hell no. So we're chilling, we're playing 2K, we're playing Fortnite, we had a couple consoles set up in the living room area. And everybody's vibing, everybody's having a good time. And at a certain point, Big Man starts feeling it. And y'all might be like, Big Man, Dusty, you're 6'5". My dog was like 6'10" from Florida, 245. Called him Big Zay. Says he starts feeling a little woozy and asks if someone can help him go back upstairs so he can hang out. And so somebody, one of his roommates, was like, yeah, I'll bring you back up. As soon as he stands up, bro, I swear to God, it was like his legs turned off. Like, he no more than got out of the chair, crumpled, gone. We're like, Big Zay, you gotta get up, dog. You're too fucking big for us to be lifting off the fucking floor right now. Big Zay tries to get up. He ain't moving. The legs are jello. The knees are gone. There is no hydraulic fluid in there whatsoever. The brain is not comprehending anything. I was not helping with that bullshit because I specifically told them that I don't think we should let Zay drink beforehand. I straight up, like, everybody came down and I was like, I don't think we give Zay the bottle. And then everybody offered Zay the bottle and I was like, fuck it, man, do you if you want to. As soon as I saw him tip that shit up, I knew it was gone. So he's laying there on the floor. I'm trying to play some fucking 2K. I suck at 2K too, I'm getting pissed. Bro, one time, one of my boys gave me 62 points with Kevin Martin on 2K. I'm ass at 2K. Ass at 2K, terrible. But that was a while back. I'm good at games now. So, I was getting my ass kicked at 2K. I said I was not peeling his big ass off the floor. So, all three of his roommates are trying to dead weight like 6'10", 245 off the floor. It's not going well with three of them. They finally get his ass back upstairs. And at that point, everything just settled down, and Big Zay killed our entire vibe because Brody did not know that you... Apparently, so he opened up to us after this. He, go figure, didn't drink a lot back home, and when he did, he drank beers. And he thought that it was going to be the same as chugging a beer. And it was not. He thought that we were all just sipping on it because we didn't really drink that much. Terrible decision maker. Terrible decision maker between him and then my third roommate's first time doing Eddie's. I don't like hosting anymore. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit entirely, bro. I'm gonna just smoke myself up now. Reminds me that I got so sick. I tried to watch me, so they put me in a dark corner of the yard in a lawn chair with a shopping bag. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know, I don't like drinking too much anymore. This was a huge upgrade to get, by the way. This was fucking massive. I think this cut down our Ethereum production time by another few seconds per. So the accumulation now will be much faster. And I think our next step is probably going to be some more world versus world upgrades because we can't even claim towers right now. So I ran by the war room. Shit's so nice, I just scooted right past it. So I think next
Be relentless.
we go for tower caps, which we'll be able to get tomorrow. That one we have everything for except for the ingots and the elderwood planks. So we need 250 of each if anybody does have crafting available. Is not a physical therapist? Oh no, that was my first college. No, holy shit, no, you never heard about that story? Goodness gracious. So the reason why I'm not a physical therapist is because of organic chemistry. I don't really like, I don't know, just a lot of like this scholastic learning in general. Just doesn't really go well with me. I'm kind of stupid. And my first year of college, I took an intro to organic chemistry course. And my professor can literally pull up his bio because I still remember his name. Oh, he died. Oh shit. Wait, he died last year. Holy shit. Huh. Okay, so my professor for my intro to OChem class was basically this like globally known Polish chemist that did a ton of research projects related to like medicine and shit. It was like globally published and globally known and shit. thick ass Polish accent. And here I am, first year out of high school, trying to figure out, you know, how to college in general, and then also take my intro chem class, which I was already struggling like crazy in. So, every class basically, I would go there, I'd try to follow along, I'd get lost. The lecture was so large that like I couldn't ask him to go back, so he'd just keep going through, and then I'd have to rely on my friends to try to teach me shit, but they were also stupid as fuck. So, one time we had a test, and I knew that I bombed that bitch. But when the test came back, dog, I got a 13 on the test. Legitimately, like, less than a 20. And I was like, I am so assed out. So that's when I made the decision, no longer physical therapy for the major. I ended up switching schools the year after that. And I ended up, like, not playing basketball in college until my second year, basically. So my first year was specifically focusing on like the academic side, and I had also just come off of a very bad injury my senior year of high school. I broke both my wrists at the same time in AAU basketball, so I had to have my arms put together and shit. So that was a very, very not ideal set of circumstances. So, Super, right, what up guys? Also Super, we got big mine upgrade done today. I spent pretty much all of my money. I'm very broke now. But mining rate 4 is taken care of, and we are up tremendous. We farmed up the 50 shovels earlier today, went out to Silver Waste and did it organically like a bunch of hard-working blue-collar men. So next upgrade that we're saving up for, we'll probably be able to hit that tomorrow. Das Bongiorno, what it do, brother? Next upgrade that we're going to hit. I want us to get... World vs. World tower claims, because this split seems like a really good time for us to actually be able to do this. That'll help with getting our weekly done as well. So we'll get tower claims next, and then we'll do world experience enhancement, and then we'll just keep scaling off of this, working up probably tower claims first, and then XP, and then after that probably go back over to the market and work on more of the daily gathering stuff as the current plan, because we also have a couple of restorations that we can hit too. So visit me for computer science. I probably would have done the same shit for computer science. I'll still say to this day, the only reason why I have a college degree is because I was a 40% three-point shooter. Like, that's literally it. Because I could shoot the shit out of a basketball. That's all she wrote. If I was not playing basketball in college, I would have probably failed out of every college that I went to. Because I hated trying to hold myself to a schedule of a bunch of boring shit that didn't feel engaging. And once I started playing basketball, I had the motivation to at least like go to class and try, because I had to be eligible for ball. And that was good because it gave me something to look for. I'll look forward to throughout the day. But even then, half the semesters, bro, I'd need like a 70 to pass. Sorry, I'm eating peach rings. I'd need a 70 to pass. I'd have like a 64. And I'd tell my coach. And my coach would reach out to my teacher. And my teacher would be like, all right, I'll give him a week to get it done. Ever done good college? In game? Twice? Twice? I think only twice. I was not much of a... How do I say this? Athletic specimen once I got to college. I was much more average athletically. So in high school, I was more of a like standout athlete, but I was also incredibly skinny and didn't really know how to use my body, nor did I put on weight and really fill my frame out until college. So when I graduated high school, I was like 6'2" and 160, but my vertical was about 40 inches and I had very long arms. So I could basically, like, just out-athleticism pretty much anybody that I was playing ball against at that time. That was nice. Not like I was dunking on people's heads or anything, because still playing in Maine. Dunked a few times in high school, but mostly was playing, like, catch, dribble, drive, try to score off of that. But even then, it's kind of pass first in high school. So, college, I think only twice. I dunked more than I was dunked on, though. I think. Now I'm trying to think of who dunked on me. Big Mike dunked on me. Big Mike was like 7'2". So I don't think that really counts as being dunked on. But I guess that counts. Big Mike dunked on my shit. How many times did I get dunked on in college? I think it might have just been Big Mike. Maybe I have repressed memories. But I unironically think I might have only been dunked on once in college. And it was by a 7'2" man that I was assigned to guard. That's an entire separate story. And it's a terrible one. Try school AAA. Brother, Maine, when I tell you there is a reason Cooper Flag went out of Maine, Maine has nothing in terms of like the high school basketball scene. We don't even have, I think we might have AA now, but when I was in high school, we didn't have any high schools large enough to go above A. So basically we had A, B, and C, and then you had D, which was like tiny schools. In Class D in Maine, you got 5 years of eligibility, and still do, instead of 4 for high school, because 8th graders play up to high school, so they have enough numbers. So you're talking like less than 10 graduating classes type shit for Class D. I played in Class C, which was like 300 to like, I think like 800-ish students. We were on the smaller side of Class C. And we couldn't really get around a lot of the, like nowadays, you can just get a superintendent's agreement to go play somewhere else very easily. Back when I was in school, specifically in my areas, I had a Class A school that was adjacent to me that was a lot better for people getting like opportunities and whatnot. Not that I was like fucking phenom anyways. Like I was a good player, but not like phenomenal by any means. But I many times inquired about going to the Class A school that was the next town over, so I would get like more spotlight, more accessibility for college stuff and prep there. But I needed to provide like reasonable, basically like, how do I say this? Like reasonable, I guess like a sound reason why I would want to go to that other school, and it couldn't be sports. So we had to either show that there was like a shorter commute, which there wasn't, or we had to show that there was a reason for like the academic side, something that was offered there that there wasn't at my school, but there wasn't. So I couldn't transfer to the larger schools at all, which was sad. I really wanted to. I had friends that went there. I played AAU with friends there. I only got some people I know actually in college. That's what I want to say here. Bro, honestly, I don't even remember most of the people I played against. Like, I remember some people that I played against, specifically. Especially Big Mike. Fuck Big Mike. Still think about him. What's Big Mike up to now? Hopefully fucking dead. Fucking dunked on me, bro. Big Mike has one of the most humiliating pictures of me that have ever been taken on a basketball court. So, Big Mike went to Norwich. And we went down to Norwich because there was like a big tournament. A bunch of schools came. We're on the way down to the tourney. My freshman year. Second year of college. First year of that college. We're on our way down to tourney. And we had a couple taller lads. At this point, I'd filled out. I'm like 6'3", 185-ish. Working my way up to 6'4". And we had like a 6'8" and like a 6'9" Like a 6'8" and a 6'7" on the team. We're on the bus on the way down. And we're going over defensive matchups. And my coach is like going through and he's naming people and matching them up. And I hear both of the other bigs get assigned to like people that aren't Big Mike. And I'm immediately like, go grab Jimothy. Wait, where's Jimothy? Where is the Jimothy? I don't have mine yet. But I hear the tall lads get their names called out, and they're guarding people that aren't Big Mike. And then there's me, sitting there minding my own business, looking at my coach with a prayer in my fucking eye. And then it is bestowed upon me that I would have Big Mike. It would be very likely that Big Mike would be guarding me. And I'm like, what do you even expect me to do here? And my coach looked at me and he said, just try your best. I swear to God. Literally said, just try your best. He was like, we'll have help side ready, but just do what you can. And I'm like, okay, man. All right. I will do whatever I can. And I swear to God, as soon as the game started and the matchups went out, bro, I manned up, and the dude is actually like almost a foot taller than me. It's like I aggroed him the entire game. He would not leave me alone. Bro, he knew that he could rebound everything over me. He knew that he could just score on me. He knew that I couldn't score on him, and he just fucking bullied me the whole game, bro. Deadass bullied my shit. There was one time where I'm coming up from the left wing, and I'm coming up, I catch from the right side, and I had a screen on my left hip. So Big Mike has to go under the screen. I start driving to the right side, and I'm about to go up and try to yam. Nice little highlight reel play, right? Get free, dunk on somebody's head, call it good. Only problem is, wait, Jimothy. Oh, thank you. Captain Theo Ashford Memorial Bridge. This one. Thank you for the Jimothy. Only problem is, I underestimated how much ground somebody that is 7 foot plus can cover when they're even relatively athletic. So him dropping under the screen only gave him an opportunity to get more momentum to send my shit to the stratosphere. Only problem is, because he is so tall, he doesn't block my shot upward. I have my entire, like, arm wrapped around the ball. Cocking it back, about to go up and extend, like, right here. His hand is on top of the ball, palming the ball, and the entire part that you do not see after the picture is him just taking the ball from me and my arm moving forward empty without a basketball. No foul, no anything. Literally just, sorry, I need this, and took the fucking ball from me. And that is one of the largest lil bro moments that I have ever fucking had in my existence on a basketball court. I have been crossed up. I've been dunked on. He dunked on me. Never in my life have I felt more humiliated than I did in that moment. And I questioned everything. Wait, where? Jimothy!
Hi.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, we actually have a Jimothy. He's so adorable. Jimothy, my good man. It's a pleasure to see you. Hold on, where is he? Where'd he go? Oh no. He's lost. Forever to not be found. Add to account wardrobe. I guess the panda will have to come back soon. Wait, no, I hit by more. Ah. Okay, we're good. Usually that's the equip. Is he chonky? Where is he? He's so chonky. They whipped this up kind of quickly, although I guess you just take generic masked bandit and then make it kind of chunky in the back, right? He do be kind of cute, though. He do be kind of cute. It was Dev's wife who got the vid. I heard about that, which is kind of fucking wild. Just, like, imagine if the year was, like, 1800, right? And somebody's wife looked out the window and saw that abomination running. That would have been a cryptid forever. That legitimately would have been something that was like chupacabra levels of cryptid, and nobody would have believed her, called her a witch, and then like burned her at the stake. But now, because of cell phones with cameras in them, we have a cute little collectible in a video game to show off. Fucking remarkable. Our goodness, gun got in a fight in my backyard the other night. It was bad news for everyone. Oh no. Oh god. Yeah, that just sounds unpleasant as fuck. What do you just have trash all over the place in your backyard? How are you getting skunks and raccoons fighting territorially? I feel like you genuinely have to try very hard for that to happen, no? Like, am I just wrong there? Cause like that, I have peaceful animals on my end of things. How can I get here? Where's the boat that takes me here? Was it in Lion's Arch? It was over by the harbor? Oh wait, I can just use the mail thing, right? You?
I like it.
Good day. Use. Biss. I think I might need a gambo a little bit. I haven't got my daily dose of degeneracy in. Because if I hit another infusion, right? Then I can sell one of the infusions, hold the second infusion, and then everything that I get from selling the first infusion, I could turn into more gambas to get a third infusion, which I would then sell and then scale the infusions up even more. For more gambas and more infusions, I have 230 left. Chat. How many do I gamba? That is the question. I have 230 left and they have to last me unless you guys give me more ectos to gamba because I'm not buying more. 230. You shut your little whore mouth. I can't do all 230 at once. That would be blowing my entire load in 30 seconds, which I do too much IRL. Carla can vouch.
Greetings.
Buying something?
How many boxes did it take to get the first? I think like 400. YOLO or no boss. 10 gifties I YOLO. Final offer. I can't afford to recoup these losses, and I will have literally no filler content if I get rid of all of my ectos. Why wouldn't you do the 230? Because then I'm out, and I don't have any filler content. This is my filler content. This is how I buy time. What is he gonna use them on? Gambas later on during the festival. Just because you're on a honeymoon doesn't mean you need to do all your fucking in the first 5 minutes. Sometimes you can enjoy the view. Sometimes it's okay for a stroke here and a stroke there. Ectos going up, yet by more ectos. Then I am an addict. You guys buy me ectos. And then this is a community funded project. Chat, hear me out. How many of you guys gave IRL money to a Kickstarter MMO? And none of you are willing to donate a few ectos to your local hardworking entertainer? I see how it is. I see how it is. Let me just pitch you a quick fantasy world on Kickstarter and that'll have your fucking support. We're doing 69 and we're letting this ride. We're letting it go. That's gonna give us 276
More people should learn.
Zephyr supply boxes. Already donated like 250 Actos to the guild hall. Okay, well, you're exempt. You work hard for this organization. And I have a few more from Lovell. We'll do the 38 first. If I hit another infusion, streamer loot exists and everything is beautiful. But I don't know that we're gonna hit another infusion at this point in time. I do not believe that the odds are in our favor. And it's just, it's not making me feel all hot inside right now.
So, what brings you here?
That's not the greatest. That's not a very good haul at all, I will say. We did not get any infusions. And that's a goddamn shame. Gilded strong boxes. Whee! Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. 4 wins prize bags. No more Gamba. Gosh darn it. What if I bought another 600 Ectos? How much are Ectos? Like 40 silver? $30 silver. No, I can't. Chat, that's irresponsible. They haven't gone up. Which is kind of wild, considering I've already made at least 800 gold. And probably more by the end of that. Actually, list fee and exchange fee. Oh my god. Wait, what? Holy shit. I'd lose 100 gold on that? Wait, this is ridiculous. That's fucking unethical. Can I sell that in like a trade chat somewhere? That's why private sales happen. Chat, who wants to buy my infusion? I will give you a discount right now.
Looking to buy?
What was that, guys? Hold on. Hold on. $800 gold flat. No additional costs. Hand delivered to you. 1 gold. I am being scammed. This is predatory. I am calling Chris Hansen on you. Okay. I will do 1 more batch of 69. And I will get a second infusion on this batch. The odds... Oh. I think the odds are in my favor on this one. Because the streamer loot usually adds up as we go. So typically after a batch of... Oh no. What has happened? Is this a hoof livery? Is there a hoofsygram? Aw, shit. Aw, shit. Hoofsy sponsored Gambas. Boys, it's time. We dropped the 79, and this one is gonna hit. This is Hoofsy sponsored gambling at its finest. And we're so up. Speaking of Hansen, do you see he hogtied some guy and just talked to him on the ground, basically aura farming on him? No, wait. He hogtied a man?
I like it.
And then just like stood over him like Allen Iverson did to Tyronn Lue? Or like, what do you mean he hogtied a guy and talked to him on the ground? No, he's sitting. The hogtied guy or Chris Hansen?
What do you need?
Huh. Hansen. Next to the guy that's hogtied, the hog is face down on the floor.
What do you need?
Huh. So, like, what's the legality of that? If I were to just randomly hogtie, say, like, Nin at TwitchCon. Although, I guess he probably doesn't get protections because he's Canadian, right? So, like, legally, I think I can just citizens arrest him if I need to. Why Nin? He's Canadian. So I could just say that he was making threats. How much is Nin gonna complain? Probably none. He'd probably, like, get in the position for it. Kind of like knees to ankles type shit. Wait. That doesn't make sense. Hands and ankles. Wait, what is this? Oh god. Oh gosh. More Hosty sponsored gambas. I don't know if we can shotgun the full 250. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god, the Hosty gambas. Wait. There are too many. It's too strong. Okay, we may have just got a top off for the gambas. Uh-oh. Are we shotgunning this all at once? Because this is a lot of supply boxes. We're going slow with it. We're doing another 69. This is the play. The 69 at a time will give us freedom. It will give us power. It will give us knowledge. And it will also give us another infusion. Come on, baby, let me feel it. We're not getting another one, by the way. I don't know what to say. Also, thank you, Hoofsy. But we're not getting another infusion. I did batches of 50 when I got the infusion. Not a lawyer or cop, but I'm pretty sure you can do just fine on the citizen's arrest type beat. Yeah, I just can't, like, kidnap him, right? But since he's Canadian, I could also probably just kidnap him. Wait. Oh, that's just a pile of luminous dust. Boo! Boo! Good news is I have 1,000,000 quartz. What do you need for the gambas? So, this is the festival of the Four Winds type shit. Over here, as you come in, you have many different traders. Trader. Yo, chat. Do you guys remember the Star Wars movie with, like, the trader with the guy that does the fucking 6 spins after saying traitor? Because personally, I remember that shit vividly, and I remember that that was a cultural phenomenon for a little bit. But it just kind of vanished off into the nether very quickly. It felt like it's something that could have been capitalized on. Those one, well, not the old ones. I meant the old one within like 10 recent years. But like older than the newest one that just came out. Like it was it before Rogue One? Was it Rogue One? Where was Rogue One in the timeline? But yes, that was one of the new ones, but it was the oldest of the new ones, I'm pretty sure, right? Also, Leon, I'm out of water. I was like episode 8 or something. Yeah, that shit was awesome. Like, the traders meme went so fucking hard. So, anyways, basically, these traders, you can trade in different materials, or the Baton Boy. Yes, exactly. You can come here. This guy has 4 boxes per singular glob that you give him. So, you give him 50 globs, you get 200 boxes. He loves your globs. He wants your globs. Desires your globs. Give him your globs. And then you take your boxes, and you shotgun them all. You break them all open. You put them between your thighs, and you crush them like my Pal World character does to comets. And then, you make money. Wow, look, I just opened 50 of those, and I just got an 800 gold infusion. Holy shit, gambling's awesome. Sponsor me, steak. So anyways, phenomenal. Phenomenal. We'll do another 50, we'll let it rip. What up, my go? Can I port you? I believe so.
Talk to you
Get that kick deal? Shit, at this point, I might have to. I might not be able to hold out. Desert Rose skin. Skin unlocked. Holy shit, a silver. Oh my god, chat, we're rich. We are up tremendous on this fine day, and nothing can hold us down. We got another rose skin. Awesome. Awesome. 3 spore skins. Gonna play so much Baccarat while I'm in Vegas. When are you going to Vegas? I might have to pull up and play some Baccarat. You should do TwitchCon. August 27th to 30th. Carla, what are we doing August 27th to 30th? Can I go play Baccarat with Dawson Vegas?
Wasting nature's gift. At least we teach our cubs better.
Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up. We'll see if it's in the budget. Because I think as a two-man team,
I'm always achieving.
we probably go completely undefeated. We run the house. And then we get banned from every casino in the greater Vegas area because we are too good at gambling.
Everybody wants.
I don't want to get like overconfident or anything or give the illusion that we're overconfident. But, I'm gonna see the Raiders preseason, then BattleBots. BattleBots seems American as fuck. That's lit. We gotta do some American shit like that at TwitchCon. Like, we're planning a lot of fun stuff, but I don't know if we're planning like American. Ah! Oh my god, it's raining ectos. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. It is pouring down here. Holy. Okay.
Are you here to
Maybe the trick is to do 150 at a time. My bags are filling up. Like, very quickly.
I'm
This is the set, I believe. This is the stack of 400 that delivers. Wait, that's way more than 400. That was like 650. I don't really know how math works. This is the stack that delivers. How many did I just buy? They should do a bulk discount on these. Wait. Bazaar traded weapon chest. Consumable account
Find
bound.
everything you need here.
Preview. Account bound on acquire.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
There are a lot of numbers right now. Let's get off my nuts. What do we have here? A staff? Wait, that's a mace.
I'm not sure about this.
A staff? Seashell staff. Boo! That's kind of plain. Seashell shield?
Let's see the color of your coin.
Boo! Alright, we're officially host. Everything's terrible. All that we want is to see a second stack of this. And unfortunately, we not seeing one of those spell work chests. Preview. What are these? Spell work
What
shield.
brings you here?
Oh.
Purchase something?
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Let's see the color of your coin.
That's not the worst. I'll show you the color of something else. What do we have here? Staff?
I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Huh.
Says the Sylvari were the ones who destroyed.
That's kind of cool with the gears.
Want something?
You did not participate by choice.
I actually kind of fuck with this. Is it Bifrost levels of cool? Not quite.
I break you.
But that is a really cool staff. I wonder if I get like a purple Doomy set going with that.
You'll find everything you need here.
Huh. Need to find something to do for day 3, or I'm gonna actually end up in the casino all day. In Vegas? Oh god, Carla could probably give some good recommendations from when we were there, because there was a lot of stuff that we didn't get to do that would have been very fun as well. But we also spent a lot of time doing a lot of shit, I won't lie. It felt like there was always something to be doing. Go shoot gun. I mean, our hotel was right across the street from Topgolf. So there's Topgolf there. Sangasea's Palace. I mean, the entire strip is like it's just the strip. You can get anywhere on the strip from anywhere on the strip. We stayed at the MGM Grand Signature, like the tower thingies. Dad's not a golf guy, unfortunately. Where's the place that has the entire, like, indoor, like, gondola stuff? Is that Caesar's Palace? Or is that, like, the Venetian or some bullshit? The Venetian. That one. The Venetian fucks. We visited the Venetian and walked around there for a little bit. Battlefield Las Vegas is gone. Oh, Area 52? Wait, is that what it's called? Area 52 Vegas. Oh wait, it's Area 15. Sorry, I'm stupid. Area 15 in Vegas. It's a little off the strip, but there are basically a bunch of different, like, shops and different, like, experiences and exhibits set up. Not like exhibits, but like, hold on. Area 15, Las Vegas. So, the Omega Mart is like a really popular one, but picture them as like escape roomy, like investigatey, questy type beats. So, literally gonna ask if that was there. What's that? Oh, Meow Wolf? Yeah, that shit's dope. The full description. This says, journey into Omega Mart and experience the latest groundbreaking interactive art collective, Meow Wolf. Discover portals that lead to surreal worlds filled with unexpected, art-filled, and mind-bending landscapes to play in. Explore an extraordinary supermarket as you navigate a surreal artistic environment and admire stunning works by local and international artists. Enjoy cutting-edge art as you venture into uncharted territory. In other words, you have no idea what's in store for you. A visit to Omega Mart is the beginning of an adventure. Enhance your experience and explore the multiverse. Blah, blah, blah. So, basically, you go in, and it's this entire, like, store that's set up, but all the products are fake. And there are a bunch of, like, hidden doors and shit like that, and they give you, like, a quest, like, an entire, like, quest to follow and explore and figure things out. And there are a bunch of different, like, areas to explore there. It's so fucking cool. So cool. We could have spent the entire day there. That's Area 15. My large recommendation, bring water. Bring water. That shit gets really hot. And we went to get a bottle of water from one of the stores there. And the only bottles of water that they had were, like, the souvenir bottles. They were like 12 bucks for a bottle of water. It was a reusable metal bottle, but it was kind of tragic. Yo, Riven, what up, dude? Where's the one forever? Go through another shot. Come by, everyone. Forever?
You'll find everything you need here.
Personally, I think Forever had a few issues with its continuity and with its gameplay loops that made it very, you know, very taxing. So when I was there playing Forever, I obviously progressed quite quickly, and I made note of a few things that were stopping people from even upgrading their gear to the highest level in a smooth way. So there were a few things that required players to make alts simply to experience, you know, upgrading your gear to the highest level or doing certain things within the game. On top of that, Forever plays far more like a single player game than a very multiplayer MMO light, which is what they kind of like described. So a lot of people with Forever, and you can kind of see this with their Steam charts as well, but a lot of people with Forever, they hopped in and they played for a little bit, and they played for a little bit, and keep in mind that's a week. So week over week, actually solid retention. But that third weekend, and this is actually what I think is going to happen very soon to our friends at Mistfall Hunter. They're in a really rough spot here where it looks like they could start dropping off quite quickly as well, especially with this weekend not being the best for them. So, with Forever, it was a little bit of a combination of things, right? It played like a single player game. There wasn't a ton of content to do. Oh my god, it has 0 viewers. Holy shit. There wasn't a ton of content to do in the first place. And people exhausted that content quickly. It was a lot more single player than a lot of people expected. And on top of that, once you got to the highest like level of gearing and you were farming up your gear, it got repetitive, and you had to make alts just to upgrade your gear to the highest level of stars, unlock the best stuff with the best gear. You had to make alts and run that alt all the way across the map. So it got very boring for people once they had to make alts and once they had to chase that down. Outside of that, they were a little bit slow to address pain points. To my knowledge, Shiro still hasn't fixed the issues over there in terms of having to make alts to progress along the way. They were a little bit slow to add in any form of content that would actually, you know, keep people going. Because sure, you can add content and then expect people to come back in droves, but you have to give people a reason to come back, and if people aren't playing, then, you know, they're not going to come back. So if they had dropped content like here at the end of May, and they were like, you're going to get monthly content updates that will bring more bosses, more stuff God did, then maybe they'd still be floating around the 10K. But even with that, it takes a lot. It takes a lot. So on this end of things, you just see it lost players extremely quickly. They brought in the Nightling expansion, or the Nightling update, and that boosted numbers a little bit, but those numbers have fallen right off. So that's kind of my take on it. Just not enough content. The devs also, I think, sold a bag, right? Because the community started making third-party damage meters and stuff. Instead of the developers saying, hey, third-party software is not allowed, you will get punished for developing your own third-party software for the game, they were just like, oh yeah, you guys can have damage meters, awesome. Not realizing how quickly that sped up the progression within the game and how quickly add-ons speed up, you know, people figuring things out. So it really cooked a lot of like the retention over there, because at that point everybody was just able to say, oh, this is the best build in the game because it does, you know, 1% more damage than this other thing. And it became a, you know, a competitive title without competitive anything to it. It was supposed to be a cute, cozy game. The devs did also get lambasted because they saw far more people than they were looking for. But even with that, if you get a lot of people within a game, then that's a good thing. And you just have to try to capture that. But I think there were a few things that went wrong with it. Getting boners with my dad doesn't sound like the greatest of times. Well, you don't have to look at your dad's boner. I feel like there can be some bonding that happens over mutual boners. I don't think we have to throw away a potentially good opportunity. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go fill up my water, chat. Memento.
I think it's wonderful. Rox was right about this place. There's so much to see and do. Everyone looks so different.
Yeah, I guess you're right. If everyone else looks different, we don't stand out quite so much.
Exactly. And according to Rox, that's the point of the festival. While we may look different, they're all quite similar.
Need a little spice in your life?
I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Oh.
At your
And why
service.
is that?
Mother says the Sylvari are the ones who destroyed our sanctum and fought for the Elder Dragon.
We did not participate by choice. The call was too strong for many.
Mother says we control our own destinies. She doesn't trust Sylvari.
But it must be our destiny to regain that trust. We owe your people that much.
Buying something?
Welcome.
Melissa Angel.
So, what brings you here?
nuts, seeds, and roots. Life is a trial. Coda the judge, and Coda the jury.
So, what brings you here?
I'm rich, you know.
You'll find everything you need here.
Fresh baked.
Good day. Chat, anybody want to do some frackies? Hey. Zulu, what up, dude? You have room in your guild? Oh, dude, we have a ton of room in the guild. Yeah, of course. Exclamation guild for the guild Discord if you're not in there. And if you want to just post your in-game in chat, then I can send you an invite, or you can just message me in-game. It's just DustyWhy. But yeah, we got plenty of room, brother. World just needs MMOs. The question is, does the world want MMOs right now? Like, that's the thing. And who wants to give the world an MMO right now? I think is the next question. I think we are probably, by all means and measures, 2 years away from potential salvation. And I think that salvation comes exclusively in the form of a next-gen MMO. I think what we, you know, may perceive as a traditional MMO in our minds and in the past is probably long gone at this point, and I fear that it may not be coming back. And I think there's absolutely a, you know, an evolution within the MMO genre that we will be going through very, very rapidly. And I think a lot of what, you know, a lot of what we may perceive as MMOs, or what we may remember as MMOs, I think that's kind of just gone. So I think the next gen will, you know, hopefully bring in something exciting, something new, something enjoyable. But I also think something new is going to be at the forefront of that, where it might not be everybody's cup of tea that really has been yearning for an MMO for a lot of, you know, a long time. Well, Rise MMO, I'll be dead till then. Yeah, I mean, Riot, Guild Wars 3, and man, like, I think this is the first time that I will ever say this, but it feels like the hype for Classic Plus, or whatever WoW has going on, is actually not that massive. Like, I'm not quite certain how large the hype is. They're saying Guild Wars 3 might be an MMO light. See, I've heard that take, and I think that take is respectfully probably part right, part wrong. I think it's going to be far more MMO-y than obviously things like Forever. And again, this is just my interpretation on it. But in the devs' words from the Guild Wars 3 website, I'll pull it up. Hold on. Look at that shit. Prepared as fuck. So basically, in the devs' words, as they talk about Guild Wars 3, and we go back to like the start of it, our Guild Wars philosophy. Let's see. Innovating and evolving the MMORPG genre, subcategory 4. I know way too much about this website already, chat. Oh, fuck. So, innovating and evolving the MMORPG genre. And these are all really good reads as well. GuildWars3.com. This is their Guild Wars philosophy, and I've included some snippets from this in my Guild Wars 3 theory board as well, which currently supports classless progression, or at least a potential of it. But, with that in mind, what they've said, one of the most important parts of our philosophy, and one that sometimes surprises people, is that we don't aim to make direct sequels. Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 are very different games, and that was intentional. Though they take place in the same world, each one was built to push against the conventions of its time, solve player problems relevant to that era of games, and explore new ideas in the MMO space. So first things first that I always love, they talk about how they're specifically developing things to solve player pain points in that era, which I think in itself is going to create unique feeling and unique playing titles to start with, which is a great thing. Then as they go more in depth, they say the MMO landscape today isn't the same as it was during the development of Guild Wars or Guild Wars 2. Player expectation has changed. Technology has changed. The ways people engage with online worlds are broader and more varied. The lines between an MMO and a live service game have blurred. The amount of time players have to dedicate to a single game has decreased as their library of games has continued to grow. If we approach Guild Wars 3 by simply extending what we've already done, we'd miss the opportunity to move the genre forward, a genre that we've heard so many of you say desperately needs innovation and evolution. So instead of just making a sequel, we're asking the same question we always do. What does the next evolution of an MMO look like right now? Answering that question means Guild Wars 3 will be its own kind of game, distinct from both Guild Wars Reforged and Guild Wars 2. Our two existing games fall on the two furthest ends of the MMORPG spectrum. So, they do still say very much throughout this,
Keep up the good
the
work.
MMORPG spectrum, which, as I talk about a lot, there's like the gay spectrum, right? Where basically it's 1% to 99%. And everything will have some form of gay tendency somewhere along the line, right? And it's never 0% or 100. So basically over here, you have Guild Wars 1. And then you have Guild Wars 2 over here. So they define Guild Wars 1 as a CO RPG, which was basically meant to be a co-op RPG, which is today's definition of the MMO Lite. So this was, as they go on to describe it, Guild Wars Reforged is at its core a game about a small team, a player and their assembled team of henchmen or hero NPCs, or other players that they want to bring along with them, overcoming challenges in a predominantly instanced game. Unless you invited them along, you never saw other players except in the game's social hubs. So basically here, they're talking about solo with MP hubs. And then the multiplayer hubs were basically where you were able to see other players along the way. And then once you actually ventured off into your journey, the solo instancing kicked in and you went from there. So outside of that, when we released the original Guild Wars, we branded the game as a CORPG, Cooperative Online RPG. However, the branding never stuck and everyone informed us we'd released an MMORPG. We even won multiple MMO of the Year awards. We gave up on the CORPG angle since it didn't stick with the players, and we simply embraced what everyone told us. We'd shipped a unique kind of MMORPG. Now, I think their unique kind of MMORPG that they shipped is actually the modern day evolution of an MMO Lite. That's my personal take on it. I think that's what they delivered way before its time. I think this was actually what the MMO Lite is striving to be nowadays, where you go off on your own journey where you're not inconvenienced by other players unless you want to be, and you specifically queue into an area where you're going to be. And then you go from there. Now, Guild Wars 2 tends to be the exact opposite of this. At its core, it's a game about giant scale experiences in an expansive open world setting. Giant world boss battles, map-wide meta events, and PvP on a massive scale are what Guild Wars 2 is most known for. So immediately, MM, and then a baby O, because this is a massive multiplayer at its core. And that's going to be open world, with big scale. And that's all about getting more and more players involved within the open world at its core. And that is, again, giant world boss battles, map-wide meta events that take up the entire portion of the map, by the way, and PvP on a massive scale. So they say PvP on a massive scale, which is like their 100v100v100 or 65v65, whatever it may be. Regardless, world versus world level scale. Although the game offers a wide array of different experiences, unlike other large-scale MMO worlds, there are no servers or worlds you join that restrict the players you might meet within that giant setting. Instead, the game is organized into maps using our mega server system, and players are able to play with anyone who chooses the same region of the real world they play the game from. So, they specifically say, no servers. So, they specifically say no servers along the way. As they go on, Guild Wars 3 lands near the middle of the MMO spectrum. So, just slap it here. Right around the middle of the spectrum. Which supports the goals we have for our movement and combat systems. While it fits the definition of an MMO significantly more than Guild Wars Reforged does, it doesn't try to replicate the large-scale gameplay pillars that so uniquely define Guild Wars 2. So basically, what this means is that not that it's not a full MMO, because a full MMO doesn't necessarily have to have 100-person open worlds or single shards or anything like that. New World was a full MMO in a lot of people's minds, but it had a 1,500 player cap on each server when it started out. So basically what they're saying is like, these are all in the gaming world's minds, right? These are all MMOs. This way is more towards light, and this way is more towards open world slash massive. I was gonna go sandbox, but it's not really. So open world slash massive over on this side. So basically, close that off. This side is more towards like giant open world experiences. So what could we expect over here? Well, first things first, I'd expect this to basically have to shift over here towards the middle, where we would have servers of some capacity that people would have to select. Now, this leads us to... Oh god. We're losing it. This raises the question of, are there going to be layers with these servers? If it's a smaller server capacity, say something like a 2,500, because it is Unreal Engine 5, which isn't necessarily known for having massive server capacity, as far as we know to this day, the peak server capacity for a single server achieved on Unreal Engine so far, at least UE5, on a single server concurrently was Ashes Creation. Just for perspective. So, that doesn't lend a lot of credence to massive numbers. So with that in mind, what's cap? Probably like 2,500, maybe 5,000 concurrently, depending on the size of the world. Do they do layers? Is it one layer? Do they want you to run into players and, have actual interactions with them, with the movement system, with the combat system, with everything they have in? Now, I would also expect to see a lot more instancing as you go out. As they talk about basically like, the goals for the movement system. I would expect probably like hybridized instancing and open world. I would say a lot more true instancing than Guild Wars 2 has. Still having multiplayer hubs. Still having an open world. But cutting the scale of that open world. So you have multiplayer hubs. You have an open world that goes in. And then you have like a 50-person layer per zone or something like that to keep the numbers reasonable. Maybe zone bosses that are like a 20-person raid to take down instead of 100 people showing up. I could see it more being somewhere in that line of things. But again, it's all just interpretation on things, right? So the way that they're framing it here is it still is going to be a like true to core MMO in every way, shape, and form. But they seem to point out with Guild Wars 2 the emphasis on giant world boss battles, map-wide metas, and PvP on a massive scale. So this leads me to believe that there won't be giant world boss battles, but probably will be world boss battles. Map-wide meta events, probably not, but probably events on the map. PvP on a massive scale, probably not, but maybe PvE on a medium or large scale, because keep in mind, massive, large, medium, small, massive. So they specify PvP on a massive scale are what Guild Wars 2 is most known for. And they specify that Guild Wars 3 won't have all those things. And it won't have the gameplay pillars that so uniquely define Guild Wars 2 with the large-scale gameplay pillars. So, still leads me to believe that there's going to be some sizable content, and there's going to be, you know, some girth to it. I just don't know that we're going to go around to a world boss and immediately see, like, 100 players there. Now, again, maybe it is truly an MMO light. But I don't know. I personally don't have any insider information on that. I don't really know if anybody actually does. But the way they've described it, it really does seem like they're trying to lean into an actual MMORPG at its core. But a lot of what they said as well. You play OG Wayfinder in their tech test? I did not. I did not. Was it fun? The way that they've described it is honestly a very accessible game at its core in the first place. It seems to be something that's going to be extremely casual friendly as an evolution of the genre. So a big thing that I keep referring to is this in particular. So they say historically MMO engagement, I can actually show you where it doesn't look like AI copy pasta. It's right up here. Historically, MMO engagement has been viewed as an experience like a second job where players spend large amounts of time preparing to have fun before they can actually engage in the fun parts. Only have 30 minutes to play, don't play an MMO. You'll need that time just to organize your inventory, figure out what content you're going to play, get your character set up, and oh no, time's up and you haven't even begun the gameplay yet. So they talk a lot about how they want to make sure that as soon as players get online and start playing, they're immediately able to start having fun without a lot of the prep work to have fun that so many games require and so many games force you into. So they want players to really get right into the meat and potatoes of it and not be caught up spending their entire day, again, organizing your inventory, figuring out what content you're going to play, getting your character set up, and oh no, time's up and you haven't even begun the gameplay yet. So they very much want to modernize a lot of the, I wouldn't say like the grindy systems, because I think the grind is still necessary in a proper MMO. But it seems like they want to bring a lot of the grind to a much better feeling state, where it's a bit more rewarding to hit the grind from the ground up. But again, we shall see how that ends up. See if I can find it, because legit how you're explaining it. Interesting. Still up for Guild Wars 3. If they get into the work of the patch, and they do, we're gonna have a great time. Oh, I mean, I think we're gonna have a really good time. I'm still extremely optimistic. I think the core aspect that ArenaNet, you know, is very communicative, that they solve for pain points within gaming, makes me excited. When you have such a long period in between launches, right? They have had so many years to examine potential pain points and to figure out, you know, exactly what players are plagued by nowadays. And with that, they're able to adapt things that they've done in the past that have gone well to a more modern look, and they're able to bring things in that they've never attempted before and kind of take a stab in the dark at it. So, where are we in the lore? This is just their philosophy page. Not started by the horizontal nature of the game, just does for me. So, my question to that though would, every game goes horizontal at some point in time. It's just a matter of your time to being horizontal and your emphasis on being horizontal. So, even with Guild Wars 2, just for perspective, if we really want to, get down to it, I have 434 hours on this character, and I have no legendaries. Granted, I have ascended in almost every piece, but even still, I don't even have full ascended on this character. So I still have verticality after 400 hours. Granted, I haven't been optimizing my vertical prog, but there is still some vertical prog to that. But what if I hit you with a New World-esque classless character where effectively they spell out to us that we are Veil Wardens, right? And this gives us a lot of information. But this is big. What does it mean to pick up the banner of the Veil Wardens? As a Veil Warden, this is us by the way, you are not a chosen one, anointed by destiny to save the world. You're the last of an order that the world has written off, defending and preserving spirits that few still believe are worth saving. So in this article, they give us a lot of little hints about things. So basically, a group devoted to the Veil spirits, those who would become the Order's founding members, met with the human gods hoping to stave off further ruin. They found unexpected allies in the goddesses Melandru and Dwayna, who, moved by the Veil's suffering, offered to sanction the creation of an order that could assure the Veil's protection and perpetuity. To prove their commitment to the cause, Melandru and Dwayna gifted the fledgling guild, us, by the way, the Veil Wardens, team, gang, squad, gifted the fledgling guild with the capacity to create and refine signets, empowering the order with the strength to fulfill its purpose. Signets, okay? Those years drew settlers and fortune seekers from all. Do you want me to just read it to you? You haven't seen this. I'll give you the full spiel just because I love you guys. So this came out back in July, end of July. And this was from, oh god, this was Aaron, narrative lead for Guild Wars 3. Aaron did this. So basically, this was like our spot in Tyria as players with Guild Wars 3. So Aaron says, greetings Tyrians. I'm Aaron Lind, narrative lead on Guild Wars 3. I'm DustyWhy, narrative lead on this stream. With a curious question for you. What do you suppose Tyria might look like without the rampaging Elder Dragons? After almost 14 years of Guild Wars 2, that might be difficult to picture. Hold on. We're not hitting that one. Anyways, that might be difficult to picture, but the annals of Tyrian history offer some glimpses of what a world might look like, or might be like, and a few of those glimpses are as striking as the Orient Golden Age. In this mythic era, the Elder Dragon slumber is at its deepest point in their long cycle, their endless hunger for the magic flowing through Tyria is silent and still. A season of radiance is spreading throughout the world, but nowhere as vividly as Or, where magic flowed so richly and abundantly that it drew the human gods from the mists to Tyria. Those are the human gods we mentioned. A place where magic itself, unbothered by its great predators, okay Diddy, and free to do as it willed, bloomed into its freest and grandest expression, a wondrous ecosystem of magical spirits unique to this period of Tyrian history known as the Veil. So, notice, no, that's okay, Rivid, that's okay. Nin also says it sometimes. Don't you worry, he's just projecting on you. I won't let him hurt you. He's just a bully. He's just a bully. So, notice us, by the way, the Veil Wardens. In Guild Wars 3, players take up the banner of the Veil Wardens, the protectors of this panoply of majestic spirits, I combine it with this, and the magical wilds of Or they inhabit, years before the gift of magic would be given to the mortal species of Tyria. Us, by the way. Years before. Right? The Veil Wardens, sanctioned by the human gods in support of their charge, are renowned in this period for their artificing and mastery of signets. Small gems containing fixed expressions of magic. So, as we look at this to start, this is my thought for classless progression in a New World-esque sense. Years before the gift of magic would have been given to us, the gods allowed us to craft signets, small gems containing fixed expressions of magic, which fixed expressions of magic could equal spells. Now, let us proceed. Equipped with this power, and sharpened by their close bonds with the spirits of the Veil, the Order finds itself teetering over the brink of ruin at Guild Wars 3's start, struggling to keep a foothold in a world that's rapidly and irrevocably changing. Today we want to introduce you to the guild at the heart of Guild Wars 3, who the Veil Wardens are, where they came from, and why their fading vigil over the wilds of Or makes them the perfect lens through which to experience this fabled era. A cause worth dying for. The Order of the Veil holds a distinction as the first guild ever chartered in Or. Its origins trace to the earliest days of humanity's arrival in the region, when catastrophe tore a deep and lasting wound in Or's magical ecology. The first great loss suffered by the Veil since its emergence. A group devoted to the Veil spirits, us by the way, those who would become the Order's founding members, met with the human gods hoping to stave off further ruin. They found unexpected allies in the goddesses Melandra and Dwayna, who, moved by the Veil's suffering, offered to sanction the creation of an order that could assure the Veil's protection in perpetuity. Those are the spirits. To prove their commitment to this cause, Melandra and Dwayna gifted the fledgling guild with the capacity to create and refine signets, empowering the Order with the strength to fulfill its purpose. Now, what are these signets? Again, fixed expressions of magic, but the Guild Wars wiki from Guild Wars 1 has a little bit of lore on what these signets are. According to lore, signets are special tablets designed to hold a limited charge, essentially magical batteries, for use by individuals otherwise unskilled in the use of magic. Now, this states limited charge. I think it's unlikely that in a game that's emphasizing quality of life and convenience that we'd see limited charges. Regardless, we have a few questions. Now, keep in mind, we're now known for the artificing, crafting, and refining of signets, which gives us fixed expressions of magic. So, with that in mind, right, refining is another step. This leads me to believe that we're going to be getting signets somehow, right? Somehow, some way. Maybe crafting them, which means that we would have to find recipes throughout the world, somehow, some way. Get mats, somehow, some way. And then craft them somewhere, somehow, right? But also, refining. That leads me to believe, through refining these signets on top of crafting them, that we can improve our signets and improve those spells and customize those spells as we go. So, as we move forward. And so it was that the use of magic, previously held exclusively by the gods in Tyria's elder species, passed for the first time into mortal hands. The Veil Wardens were the first to be blessed in this way, but they would not be the last. And as settlement and development of Or proceeded, more and more came to Or. Sorry, my bad. Came to Or seeking to make their fortunes and to wield this strange and incredible power for their own benefit. Magic spreads in a rapidly changing Or. Assume refining will lead into the crafting loop. That's what I'm thinking as well. I think that's going to be a level of improving your signets and customizing them through different trees. So I think you're going to be able to take a spell and, like, say, for example, Fireball, right? I think you're going to get a Fireball signet, and if I cast a Fireball at you, then it's a Fireball, and it hits you for fire damage. If I refine my signet a certain way, my Fireball, when it hits you, will explode and splash around you. If I refine it a different way, my Fireball, when it hits you, will do less damage up front and will burn you for a very long time. Or my Fireball may consume burns on you and cause an implosion just on you. Or my Fireball may leave an area on the ground. Or my Fireball may orbit me as a Fireball armor. Or my Fireball may become a fire familiar that I summon for X amount of seconds. Just off of a Fireball, right? So depending on what route they want to go there, depending on the signets, could be crazy, right? So, let's get into this next one. Magic spreads in a rapidly changing Or. The Veil Wardens made their home in the eastern Tugra Basin, I think it's Tura Basin, region of Or, and began the Long Watch over the Veil, a vigil that would stretch more than 150 years by the time Guild Wars 3 begins, which, keep in mind, Guild Wars 3 is 1,250 years before Guild Wars 2 and 1,000 years before Guild Wars 1. Those years drew settlers and fortune seekers from all corners of Tyria, lured by the immense opportunity gathering in ore. So saturated with magic was the land that it crystallized in the soil, condensed in flora, and created all manner of exploitable and valuable resources to be extracted. As more guilds were given access to their manufacture, okay, we're not the only ones anymore. We're thinking. Signets proliferated as the decades passed, and magic became a coveted commodity. Signets were bought and sold, pilfered and stolen, and trafficked through black markets reaching across all of Tyria. So, with that in mind, signets were bought and sold, player-to-player trade, right? Or from NPCs, either way, pilfered and stolen. This, on our side, what happens when we are pilfering and stealing as players? What are we doing? We're PvEing. Now, who would we be pilfering and stealing from? Logically, the other guilds that were given power of the magic. Well, guess what the entire lore of this game is? Our guild, the Veil Wardens, is defending the magic of the world from the other guilds that want to exploit it. We're going to PvE other guilds to get special signets. Boss drop signets, random drop signets, whatever it may be. So, we already have buying and selling signets. We have PvEing through pilfering and stealing against other guilds for signets, which they literally tell us we do, and traffic through black markets reaching across all of Tyria. Now, if I go to your black market, but I am an outsider, why would you give me anything? Why would you sell me that? Probably wouldn't, right? Probably just straight up wouldn't. So, with that in mind, if it's through black markets stretching across all of Tyria, what if that signals towards reputation grinds? I go into a new area, and before I can access the signets that are on your black market, I have to do a certain number of quests. I have to do a certain amount of reputation grinding. I have to do a certain amount of shit before I actually get access to your black market. Rep grinds, another form of grind that's potential through that. Now again, this is all just inferences, and these could all be incredibly incorrect along the way. And probably they are, because we're just making these leaps off of lore articles, but at the end of the day, fuck it, YOLO, nothing else to do. So, meanwhile, against this backdrop of sweeping change, the Veil Warden's mission began to falter. That's us. The Veil took wound after grievous wound, among them the deaths of several of its elders and ancients. That's Zop, the greatest and most wondrous of its creatures. Insular by nature and slow to open themselves to the wider world, the Order entered a long decline, their numbers thinning by the year. That's our numbers, by the way. For their part, the human gods seemed content to leave the affairs of greater ore to the guilds as they dealt with loftier matters in their high city of Ara. Recent events, such as the deposing of the erstwhile god of death Doom, highlight this to a significant degree. The gods' high council sessions, where they meet with the envoys of the empowered guilds of ore, have become rarer with every passing year. RIP Phoenix Initiative meetings. And though Melandra and Duena emphatically and enthusiastically agreed to the formation of the Veil Wardens, the Order's esteem among the Pantheon and recognition of the Veil's importance was far from universal. By the start of Guild Wars 3, the Veil Wardens have been pushed to the margins, seen by ordinary Orions in many of the guilds as aloof zealots clinging to a cause that died decades ago, obstructing the progress that some claim will uplift humanity and every sentient species of ore into a grand, glorious, and advanced future. Foremost among those rivals are the Mavenrites, a guild of industrialists who hold that the magical wilds exist to be exploited, a birthright as they see it of all Tyrians. So we're going to be fighting the Mavenrites as our primary op. So that's where we're going to be pilfering like crazy. Raising the banner. So, what does it mean to take out the banner of the Veil Wardens? As a Veil Warden, you're not a chosen one. Anointed by destiny to save the world, you're the last of an order that the worlds have written off. Defending and preserving spirits that few still believe are worth saving. You and those like you are all that stand between the fading majesty of the Veil and the forces eager to strip it for parts, exploring a world that is only just beginning to understand the revolutionary power it represents. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets. Signets are bought and sold, pilfered and stolen, and trafficked through black markets. We'll wield an arsenal of magical signets that are bought and sold, pilfered and stolen, trafficked through black markets, reaching all of Tyria that we can also craft and refine. Wonder if signet is just their lore word for gear. Renowned in this period for their artificing and mastery of signets, small gems containing fixed expressions of magic. So unless we're just wearing like nipple gems that shoot out laser beams, I don't think that just means armor. Now hear me out. We have questions. Are they like PoE skill gems, right? Signet crafting, we got a little bit of an answer to. Are they socketed in gear? Are they skill slots that we unlock as we level? Do we have to achieve certain things to unlock them, right? How do we actually get these signets? And where do these signets come in? Depending on how many gems allowed and how many refining options, that could get crazy. Bingo. Now, why is classless progression the future of MMOs? Very simply put, if we refer back to their actual Guild Wars philosophy page, our Guild Wars philosophy, subsection 3, respecting your time and investment. Respecting players' time has always been a core part of Guild Wars, and that's more important today than ever before. Also, Stragma, what up, my go? One of the most common perceptions about the MMO genre is that the games require massive time investments to play. Historically, MMO engagement has been viewed as an experience like a second job, where players spend large amounts of time preparing to have fun before they can actually engage in the fun parts. They want to take out a lot of the prep work for you to actually feel like you're engaging with your character in a fun way. So, only have 30 minutes to play. Don't play an MMO. You'll need that time just to organize your inventory, figure out what content you're going to play, get your character set up, and oh no, time's up and you haven't even begun the gameplay yet. Classless MMOs are pointless and will fail. Classless MMOs are the evolution of the MMO genre, and you cannot feasibly come up with an argument against classless MMOs because you can still live out your class fantasy as a player 1,000 times out of 1,000, and you can just make a warrior, make a ranger, make a mage, make a priest, make a whatever, but it doesn't require players to re-level a brand new character every single time that there is a meta change, that there is a new gem that becomes a flavor of the month, that there's a new situation or a new form of content that they're looking to hit. So, with that in mind, when you give people the potential to cook up whatever builds that they want to, with any amount of bastardization and hybridization along the way, you have so much more customization for players that gives them a ton of gameplay. If Prog's easy, it won't catch the non-casuals. This isn't meant to catch the non-casuals, Nin. This game is going to be for casuals. That's what the MMO needs. Rubbish, there will be one class that will be OP and everyone will play it. Then it'll get nerfed. Brother, it's a live service game. Like, it literally receives patches. Yes, if there's one thing that's OP, it'll get nerfed. And also, if your argument is that there are metas, let me introduce you to the current version of Guild Wars 2, which has classes, and there is a strict, hard, defined, best meta class for every situation. Bam. World of Warcraft with classes. Hard, defined metas for every situation. Bam. Tell me an MMO that doesn't have hard, defined metas for every situation. There literally isn't one. No matter what you do, there will be a meta. It is just how the developers deal with it. Welcome to gaming, brother. There's a meta in basketball. There's a meta in cooking a burger. There's a meta in a video game. There's a meta in everything. It just happens. There are metas in fucking Pal World. Welcome to life. You're not gonna avoid it. All you can do is try to find a game that doesn't force you to have metas. EverQuest 1. EverQuest 1 had metas, brother. The fact that the information spread slower when EQ1 existed does not mean that there was not a meta way to do anything in EQ1. Every single game has had a meta way to do something, and the meta way to do something can always be as simple as what the community agrees to be the most efficient, whether it's a crafting process, farming process, leveling process, class to play, anything in between. Money-making process. How to make gold in EverQuest. There's a meta. Everything has a meta. Literally, it's just the best way to do things. It's just a fancy name for it. So, I would actually make the argument that with something that would be skill gem related, you actually have an easier way to tweak the meta without nuking entire classes. And hear me out, when inevitably something is meta and it gets changed, imagine if you're a casual player, again, hear me out here, with only 30 minutes to play. Right? Only 30 minutes to play. If your class that you just leveled gets nerfed, and people are no longer asking for it, is that accessible? Is that reducing the amount of time that players have to spend preparing? Or is that making already casual players that are strapped for time level another class arbitrarily to keep up with a meta? Meta's gonna happen. But allowing players to have a form of hot swapping things in and out on their class or on their character, however you want to look at it, is a solution to that. Something where, through the wielding of these different signets, right, you can change these signets in and out to get your magical scaling. And they've already told us that. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets. The signets are small gems containing fixed expressions of magic. We will wield an arsenal of small gems containing fixed expressions of magic. We'll wield an arsenal of small gems that give us spells because we don't have spells. We can't cast them ourselves. We're humans. So, if my fireball gets nerfed, then I just take fireball off and I pick up another signet and then I put it in. Instead of my mage got nerfed, so now I level another character. There's such a difference in the element of time investment to play the game on a functional level when you restrict people off of classes. Whereas, even if it's classless progression, and I make DustyWhy, I go into the world as DustyWhy. Through the signets that I choose and the gear that I rock, I can be a mage, I can be a fighter, I can be a rogue, I can be a ranger, I can be a tank, I can be a DPS, I can be a healer, I could be a hybridized mage with a sword on. And I could customize my signets to enchant my sword with fire or ice. And I could have a fireball that goes around me in a lightning armor, so I go in and I have like a battle mage who plays an MMO, only has 30 minutes. Brother, most players in the world are casual. You realize the average session for a player is like far under 2 hours and many days less than 7 a week, right? An average player plays like 3 days a week for maybe an hour a session. It's not much. And that is most of your numeric market in terms of the actual, like, player base. There is a reason why your top 1% is your top 1%. And if you're looking at appealing to your competitive only player base, you're gonna have a player base in MMOs of about 500 people and your shit's gonna die. MMOs are a dad genre that's bordering on a dead genre. And MMOs are no longer appealing to people in high school. MMOs are no longer pulling a mass population of people that are unemployed that are playing every single day. The average MMO player, you play 7 hours a day? Congratulations, I play more than that. This is literally my job, and I can tell you that most people do not play 7 to 8 hours a day. And I think it's ignorant to expect that people will work 8 and then play 7 in the same way that you do. let's just math that out real quick. As a reasonable human being, we'll say you have a 20-minute commute to your job. So you work 8 hours, 8 hours and 40 minutes commuting. We'll say you take a 10-minute shower and 10 minutes to get ready. So we'll say 9 hours of your day. You play another 7 hours, that's 16 hours, no time for food, shits, breaks, anything else. And then you sleep 8 hours, maybe, and then get on with your next day. Or you sleep less to fit that in. It's unreasonable. Like, people do not do that on an average level. And if you do that, then you are in, very likely, if you're doing that 7 days a week, keep in mind the top 0.05% in player base. Also on TikTok, kids generation who have a best 30-second attention retention. Yeah, I mean, attention spans nowadays are something intriguing as well. But I also think that's where MMOs have to, you know, actually scale up off of that. So, in terms of MMOs, they haven't broken into a newer generation in a long time. The closest MMO that there has been to breaking into a younger generation of players and a generation of players outside of the current MMO player base, in terms of modern new releases, and not just the old guards, was New World, but we know how New World went. And the reason New World did that was because it had a fresh combat system along the way. But one thing New World did really well, and all of its problems along the way, it fucked up so much. But one thing a Consensus did really well was when you're a brand new player, you spawn in, you have your character, you find a weapon, you put that weapon on, and you're immediately blasting shit. Combat system felt rewarding because it wasn't like you attacked just super slow and boring at level 1 and then level 60 you were jump, 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 jump. It's not like that. You just hit your shots, it's action combat. Just put your reticle on something and click. And there's so much that, you know, hit the ground running with New World where you didn't have to hit level 60 to start having fun or engaging in combat that felt meaningful. And that was one of the few things New World did well on launch. But that was also one of the few things that were like really highly loved by New World on launch, was that as soon as you stepped in, you could start out with whatever weapon. If you wanted to change something, say you find a good fire staff, then you want to try fire staff a little bit. Switch your stats over, try fire staff. You find a sword that's looking really good, try that. Was New World always Amazon? Unfortunately. 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 I'm disabled? Well, most people won't be disabled. Just for perspective. Most people won't have that time to play. Most people, like, work a normal job. So, like, you in that situation and me in this situation, which are, you know, borderline the same thing functionally, really, we're the exception to the rule. So, with a lot of time to play like that, we have to keep in mind, like, we're the exception to the rule, not the rule. And the average player is really something that suffered in a lot of MMOs, especially getting into new MMOs. It's incredibly tough for people to catch up. I don't class New World as an MMORPG. Well, that just means you're a fucking idiot. Respectfully, New World is, like, by definition and all standards an MMORPG, and leans more sandbox MMORPG than many things like World of Warcraft, considering it has a player-driven, or had a player-driven, no, still has technically, a fully player-driven map that was leveled up and literally evolved by the players themselves. Every system in New World encouraged you to play with multiple people. The wars were 50 versus 50, which is 100 people, which is larger than most games' PvP systems. The actual, like, PvP mode was a 20 versus 20 as a queue. Before its later evolutions, it was entirely like an open world driven MMO, with your instancing primarily being around dungeons that nobody did. Maybe later in its life, it got bastardized to an ARPG as a result of the, we'll say, decimation of the player base. But to say that that shit's not an MMO is like saying I'm not handsome as fuck. It's just, it's blasphemous. It's actually just, it's made up. That shit's fake news. So, and I don't say that shit often, but New World, good, bad, or indifferent, at its core, is unfortunately just as MMO as every other MMO is, man. You deadass had armies of people that would go out into the territories and start influence races. Really don't know if it's fake news. Yeah, it just makes me feel grimy. Just makes me feel grimy saying it. Added quests that were collect this, run back. As does every single MMO in human history. Those are called fetch quests. Like, it's an actual type of quests in gaming. Hold on. A fetch quest is a video game or tabletop role-playing mission where the primary objective is to travel to a specific location, acquire one or more items, and then return them to the quest giver. That's literally called a fetch quest, brother. I don't know what else to tell you. That's in literally every MMO. Like, if you want to argue whether New World was an MMO or not, it shouldn't be about the questing. It should be about the de-evolution of the social systems as the player base declined into more asocial systems where they also took off the autonomy of players and put everything on a cycle. But something tells me you're not ready for that discussion because you didn't actually play New World. I lived that shit for years. So if you want to have the discussion, let me know, but you're basically taking on the doctorate of New World. And I don't know that you're prepared for that discussion, big dog. I'm gonna smoke a bowl while you think of your side real quick, though. Chat, be right back.
Keep an eye on those recruits. They're pretty green.
They'll toughen up fast enough.
Gonna take my horse to the old town road. Gonna ride till I can't no more. I maxed level New World. And you're a stoner who uses AI to answer questions. No, I used the AI summary to give you a visual on something that I already told you. So I told you that it was a fetch quest, but I brought it up to highlight a visual for you. And I'd like you to know, just for perspective, you max leveled one character on New World, brother. I spent way too much time in that fucking game. Like, I will not lie. I spent way too much time there. So, regardless, if you're trying to bark up the tree, like, you can try. But I can tell you more about New World than you've ever learned about New World, and I've forgotten more about that game than you've ever engaged with. Just for perspective. So, like, if we want a New World history lesson, I can take you through any aspect of that game's development, that game's lifespan. I can take you through different expansions, timelines, because I lived them, brother. That was my life. Literally my life. Hoofsy, thank you for the 10 on YouTube. My goodness gracious. Me oh my. But yeah, bro, there are a couple of things I'm territorial about, and when someone like peacocks my New World knowledge, no siree Bob. I don't know a lot about a lot, but I genuinely may be one of the most educated people about New World that exists, unfortunately. Just unironically, there aren't many people that cared about that game as much as I did and spent as much consistent time there as I did. So like, I do kind of protect it a little bit as a very, you know, it's close to my heart. But yeah, I unfortunately, I know too much about that goddamn game. What do you say, I was away? Me? Ah, I didn't say anything. We were talking about like MMOs and whatnot. We're going through my theory about how classless Prog. Now, again, I'm not saying this is going to be a thing, but we were saying how classless Prog could, and I mean could be a thing in Guild Wars 3, just based on a few signs that we have. Also, I like when boomers don't know how AI works these days. So, AI literally just gathers from different sources, and you can cite the sources as they're all referenced. And AI is effectively just Wikipedia in terms of the AI overview from Google with extra steps. It's not making anything up, it just copies and pastes from different sources word for word. So if you really want to look at things, you can absolutely just do this. It assembles things. So boomers didn't like Wikipedia either. I know, I still remember the days of don't use Wikipedia as a source. And then everybody eventually started to be like, hey, just make sure you're citing the sources from Wikipedia. The only thing I can see as a negative with classless Prog is it incentivizes players to instantly swap to what's mathematically best instead of trying to figure out different metas that may not have been discovered yet. Player base is truly the main downfall of MMOs. It is, but at the end of the day, players are going to do that anyways when they want to do it. And I feel like the alternative to that, Irving, is say we have a scenario right now where I'm on a Guardian, right? Everything Guardian gets nerfed, and my role is replaced by, we'll say, a Paragon, right? And I immediately say, oh fuck, I need to level a Paragon. I've never leveled a Paragon before. I've never played a Paragon before. I need to put in the time to do so. Now, with Guild Wars 2 structure, I just have boosts, right? But say I don't have level boosts, new MMO, shit like that, right? From there, we go, oh fuck. I've now got to, on a competitive end, and keep in mind, no game is ever going to have a perfectly balanced meta. It's just not a thing that will happen at all. That has never existed in a game, and balance happens in phases where there is always something that is the flavor of the week. There's always something that is the most sought after at that time. But what the developers look at is outliers. Is there something that is pulling a massive weight share? And in terms of balancing and metas, it's never perfectly balanced. It's never this thing is just as strong as this thing is just as strong as this thing. Because keep in mind, even though balance may be the same, there's a reason NA and EU play differently in every game. There's a reason NA and EU have different metas in every game. Because we matter in terms of the balance just as much as the numbers do, because it's how we play against the things. Somewhere in an MMO, if there's a very ranged heavy meta, well then all it takes is somebody figuring out how to break the ranged heavy, right? So in terms of like trying to battle, first things first, your comp players, you're never gonna stop your optimizers from optimizing. Don't worry about that. I try to think of it not from the state of like me, myself and I, but for WoW PvE, NA and EU play the same shit. Race to World First literally had different compositions. I have no idea what you're talking about, but Race to World First, I was shoutcasting it. They literally ran it and cleared it with different compositions. I'm just throwing that out there. They ran different tank comps along the way for their first clears. I'm just throwing that one out there. However, M plus the same 1-to-1. M plus is also at a point where it's hit the ceiling entirely. and it's kind of in the catch-up phase and not really in a discovery phase. But yes, M plus is a little bit more homogenized, but even then there's M plus balance that comes in along the way that knocks things out, and as soon as something is out of balance, then there's a whole readjustment around it. I was playing WoW as well recently, just a few months ago, and we saw the exact thing happen anytime there was balance, which there was balance multiple times after the start of Midnight, where the Mythic Plus groups literally changed along the way. So, during that time, there were a whole shitload of different comms that were running around, and then once things get figured out, sure, but then it gets balanced again. Now again, even with that, what happens as soon as balance happens? Everybody has to either have a bunch of characters leveled, or has to re-level a bunch of characters. And then again, we're not talking about the top 1%, Irving. We need to stop thinking like the top 1%, because I'm gonna be completely honest, most people that think like the top 1% are video game cucks because they're like 60th percentile thinking like they're 99th percentile. It just isn't a realistic thing. Stop thinking like the 1%, because first things first, game developers don't give a fuck about the 1%, and game developers shouldn't give a fuck about the 1%. They shouldn't care about the 10%, they shouldn't care about the 20%. They should care about the bottom 80% the entire way through, because that's where the money comes from and that's where the player base comes from. So we stop thinking about that. Think about the dad who works a job, who comes home from work, and then tries to get into a group, but because his class was nerfed, can't find a singular group to get into for dungeon because everybody wants the meta. So instead of being able to just switch in a gem or change up an aspect of their build, they're like, man, this character that I really want to play literally can't find any fucking groups right now. That's really shitty. I have to spend so much more time finding a group playing this than whatever meta DPS it is. Now, in a classless form of Prog, there's the element of that guy comes home and it's, hey man, I see that you're running, you know, blast arrow, right? Is there any chance you could switch up to charge arrow for the dungeon? Because we need you to do that. We want more DPS out of that. It's getting the accessibility for players to get to that spot. Whether you like it or not, a large majority of the player base is going to swap to less meta. Brother, I am the meta in games. And it's not a large majority. I can tell you that right now. Irving, I have played so many MMOs on the competitive end. I need you to understand it's not the large majority of the player base that's going to swap to what's meta. You need to understand that a large majority means way greater than 51%. 51% of players don't even hit endgame, Irving. I need you to understand. You are speaking out of your ass. Let's use New World, for example, which is an MMO that is actually fucking dead, right? I will disprove you right now. Achievements, okay? We're going to look at players that have reached max level in New World all time, and what percentage of players hit max level in this game that sold 8 million copies on its launch, okay? Let's see. Character level 40. 40.6% of players have this achievement. That's not even max level, Irving. You're telling me half of all of your players all time are going to end up switching to max level? Like, as this is speaking on the competitive game? Right, but we shouldn't speak on the competitive end of the game because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And again, this entire discussion isn't a game that's built for competitive players. This entire game is respecting your time and investment. This is their literal core philosophy. This is what I'm saying, and this is why I'm defending this so heavily, because you're trying to inject competitive into what the developers are saying does not exist here. Their core philosophy is about, and this is what this discussion is, and why I'm giving you so much feedback, respecting your time and investment per the Guild Wars 3 dev philosophy. Respecting players' time has always been a core part of Guild Wars, and that's more important today than ever before. One of the most common perceptions about the MMO genre is that the games require massive time investments to play. Historically, MMO engagement has been viewed like a second job where players spend large amounts of time preparing to have fun before they can actually engage in the fun parts. And they specifically state, only have 30 minutes to play. Don't play an MMO, you'll need that time just to organize your inventory, figure out what content you're going to play, get your character set up, and oh no, time's up and you haven't begun the gameplay yet. Players today have more choices than ever, and so many modern game experiences allow players to quickly and meaningfully get a return on their time investment in the game without significant barriers or preparing to have fun. That means our responsibility isn't just to create content, it's to make sure that time spent in the game feels meaningful. This has always been important to ArenaNet in the Guild Wars franchise. But we're continuing to evolve this philosophy, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read the entire thing. But more or less, they want you to feel good about your investment. And a lot of what I'm trying to say here is that when you restrict players, I think we're in agreement that, yes, some people will go to the meta, but as that meta shapes up, how many people do we see that don't end up going to that meta, right? That get fucked over by it, right? I think we're on the same page, but like, kind of misunderstood. But how many people do we see that don't want to go to that meta, that get fucked over because of it, that are just trying to play the goddamn game, that then are affected by the wannabe competitive players that think that they're the top 1%, that are not the top 1%, that are trying to enforce a meta that requires people to literally play something else, where it's like, hey, we need a DPS, but it's only this DPS class. Well, what if it was, hey, we're looking for a DPS. Oh, you, character, that I can't see your class. You, DPS, what abilities do you run? What weapon do you run? Oh, sick, cool. Do you run this ability with this weapon? I've heard it's really good. Maybe you should try it in here. It's a lot less restrictive. Now, of course, there will also be people that are sticklers that are like, hey, let me inspect you. Let me see what you're running. Okay, cool. I need you to switch to this. Oh, you don't have that? Okay, well, you can't come go farm that up, whatever. That's still going to likely be a lot easier than everything there. Same mindset's gonna transfer. Yeah, no, I know you're not. I know, I'm sorry. I just vehemently defend this anytime there's like any competitive mindset. I've had to get myself so far out of my own mindset to embrace like the Guild Wars spirit of like casual first, everything else after. And I feel like when you're looking at the mindset, like the trickle down componomics, right? When you're looking at like the wannabe competitive players that are like swap or get kicked, shit like that. Would we rather somebody have to swap to a completely different character where they might not even get progression on their character in the first place because now they're not getting drops? So it's like, oh, well, I don't want to play that, right? And like me personally, I'd rather people be able to progress on their character no matter how it is, right? But maybe just switch up an ability, right? Worst case scenario, it's like, I see that you're running, you know, Fireball. And I'm like, hey man, I need you to run, you know, Lightning Nova instead. And you're like, oh, why Lightning Nova? And I'm like, we already have single target DPS. I just need an AoE DPS. Can you do that for me? That's specifically what we need. And you look in your inventory and you're like, oh yeah, I have a Lightning Nova right here. I'll try it out. Cool. I haven't played it before. Do I need anything else? Maybe you just switch the Lightning Nova and you go in. But I think the point of it that's really strong there is that you, Irving, on Irving, would be able to progress and play on Irving even if somebody was like, hey, can you play the meta for me? And then as soon as you're out, you play what you want. Instead of me having to go from, you know, DustyWhy to DustyWho and be two separate characters with two separate gearings, two separate personalities, like everything within the world, right? Some people are really attached to that. So 14 does that. I think 14 has like jobs. I'm not extremely familiar with 14, but I think 14 has different like jobs that you can get experience for, and then you can switch your jobs or your classes as you go, basically. And then you can activate different ones and get the experience for that. Yeah. So that's another thing too. In terms of Guild Wars 3, in terms of these signets, I have a big question mark because it's like, they tell us specifically part of what makes us different is these signets. We don't have magic natively. We're just humans, which makes me think that they're basically telling us we're going to be classless, right? So they literally within the, I'll find it real quick so I don't misquote, but they straight up, god damn it, I clicked on the philosophy again. This one. They straight up tell us that we are humans that are incapable of magic. Let's see. It is years before the gift of magic would have been given to the mortal species of Tyria. The Veil Wardens, sanctioned by the human gods in support of their charge, are renowned in this period for their artificing and mastery of signets. They literally specify that we are just humans. We have no magic. We have nothing remarkable about us. We're just human as shit. So that makes me think, since we're humans and we don't contain magic, right? If it's classes, How's somebody gonna be a mage? The signets. That's it. That's literally it. How's somebody gonna be a priest? How's somebody gonna be a caster if it's not classless? I literally think it has to be classless because they say so many times. So many times. Classless. Not classless, sorry, humans. Promises 11, as soon as Gold puts out a competitive ladder to a certain game mode, whether it be PvE or PvP, there'll be tier lists as soon as the alpha and beta is played. There'll be tier lists before that. But that doesn't mean that they should make everybody re-level every time that tier list changes. So, in terms of balance, basically what I'm looking at here, Irving, just from my perspective on it. In terms of balance, there are always going to be things that are better and worse, higher usage rate, lower usage rate. So in terms of balancing, you'll always have things that are in agreement better at that point in time. Flavor of the month, better, right? It is what it is. The developers can either like, not against, no, I know. I'm just taking you through my train of thought. No, I know that. We're on the same page there. But my thought on it with balance is like, from a class side of things, there will always be like usage rate differences and stuff along the way. That's meta, flavor of the month, all that stuff, right? The same thing would apply even if it were, say, like classless with, you know, weapons or signets that were impacting it. You'd still have those usage rate differences, but with signets, you would have something where it's like you look at all of your signets as a baseline, and instead of it being, oh, mage is a higher usage rate, well, we have to cook, you know, the entire class of mage and risk making the entire thing terrible and unusable, and then every mage player is down horrendous, right? Say Fireball is a very high usage rate on 70% of builds. They can then look at what Fireballs run with in conjunction, where Fireballs ran, the success rate of Fireball in that mode, whether it's PvE, you know, killing the boss, completing the raid, PvP, what it's doing, what the, you know, refinement of that Fireball is, depending on what refining the signets does. And then if Fireball is the thing that's super high usage, and even if that's just a part of the mage kit, if they nerf Fireball on a mage and that's a core facilitator for mage, that might cook the whole mage setup as it is in terms of a traditional class. But with just nerfing the signet itself and allowing people to like take the signet in and out, that would, through balancing, allow them to play it like a game of operation, where they can delicately extract one thing at a time and be like, this Fireball is too strong, we're gonna lower you in power, and then instead of every mage having to reroll a new character because they're bad, everybody that was playing Fireball may have to change their build, but it would still be on their main character and it would still allow them the, like, you know, the affordability and ownership of stuff like that, right? So I think that's the big trade-off. Now, there is also, some people have been like, oh, they wouldn't be able to sell monetization on like character boosts and character slots and stuff like that. I don't think they're gonna have character boosts in a brand new MMO. I don't think they're gonna have character boosts in a brand new MMO. But that's just me. There's a private server of WoW that I'm pretty sure. Is that Ascension? Is that one? I think I've got YouTube ads for that. I won't even lie, I think I got YouTube ads for that shit before, right? Chat, is that Ascension where people can like freely swap different classes and shit? Because honestly, it is a big pain point, and I even remember something just small, right, about New World with its classless Prog. If we were getting ready for PvE, and there were times where we didn't have a tank, I didn't have to level a tank, I could put on a tank weapon and a tank build. Also, Stomps, hope you're feeling better, buddy. I can put on a tank weapon and a tank build, and I could switch up, you know, my attributes, and boom, I'm a fucking tank. I might not know what I'm doing, but I'm a tank, bitch. And that, to me, has a lot of value in it, because you can be flexible to whatever situation, and say you want to play something else on a whim, right? For a PvP standpoint. Sometimes I would, you know, I'd play a kill squad build in PvP because I just wanted to without having to make a new class. It kept it really fresh for me, and I think something in terms of how we were talking about it before. Someone mentioned, like, if you're going classless, you need to have a thick-ass endgame. What if classless progression and allowing people to experience the endgame multiple different times through multiple different avenues expands the endgame extensively? What if you play hundreds of hours as a melee, just to figure out that you really like ranged. Yeah, you might be still completing the same end game, but even then, I think replayability is a big thing, and whether it's through alts that provide a different look, new builds that provide a different look, or anything along the way, I feel like, again, people being able to just roll their character into more versions of itself brings a level of involvement and a level of, like, replayability and reusage, which is great. But, yo, Thorpe, what up, dude? Been a little while since I was here from AOC. What do you think of Classic WoW? I enjoy Classic WoW, like, spiritually. WoW was such a core part of my childhood, and WoW was such a core part of, like, my evolution as a gamer. I started playing WoW when I was 8 years old because my older brothers were playing. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know, you know, any of the lore or anything like that. I had no fucking clue. All I knew is that my two older brothers played it, and I really wanted to play video games with them and hang out with them. So I started playing then, like straight up on launch. And it consumed multiple years of my life, probably far fewer hours than I remember, but I have so many core memories that those hours felt so expansive. And for me, the, you know, the prospect and the memories and the nostalgia of WoW that have been built up over time, especially with Classic, really have a special place in my heart. And when I think back on, like, you know, the mental of WoW, like, you know, when I look back on the fun parts of it as a kid, amazing. When I look at it as an adult, and we just had a discussion about optimization and min-maxing, funny enough, that is such a core part of World of Warcraft, and because of the, you know, simplification, especially post-nerfed, and the element of, I would say, like, investment for average players that goes into leveling a character, Classic WoW can feel very punishing in the first place to a lot of players, especially if you're a new player not quite sure what you want to play. Because, yes, World of Warcraft at its core was a casual look at the EverQuest model when it was first brought in, which was, you know, really what popularized it. But it is still a grind, man. It's still a grindy ass MMO to get to level 60, and if you've never done it, please do. It's a fun experience in terms of Classic. I would recommend it at least once for people. But let me tell you, man, it takes a few hours, especially if you're a new player or a casual player that's not using a bunch of add-ons and not knowing where to go and shit like that. Now, it also brings in the discussion of add-ons with Classic WoW, but different discussion along the way. With that in mind, however, like Irving said, the Classic player base requires everyone to min-max the most irrelevant content. Bingo. And it's also a matter of Classic was now on its third time around, I believe. And the level of forced optimization from the community was never higher than it was when the content was more known and easier than ever. And I think Irving put it really well there. The Classic player base requires everyone to min-max the most irrelevant content. And the content has never been easier and more accessible and more fun than it was this time around, from bringing in casuals and the pacing. Now, from a competitive standpoint of, like, I want to pump really hard content and wipe to things that I've known for 20 years, that wasn't there. But also, honestly, I parsed 99s in Classic the first time, I parsed 99s in Classic the second time. Pat myself on the fucking back. I was like 10 years old TBC the first time, I was 8 years old for vanilla, so no parsing there. But people want to get ping parses on solved content. Exactly! Exactly, and not wanting to play for fun. And it's really unfortunate, because, like, we brought in groups for fun and pumped as much as we could with our groups that were fun and made an event out of it for everybody that wanted to show up, and tried to not force people into, like, the metas of you have to play this, you have to play this. We were like, show up with what you have, we'll make as good of groups as we can and fucking roll with it. Shit, I was solo tanking with goddamn Dorm on a Fury Merc with, or sorry, a Fury Warrior with I called him my Merc. A Fury Warrior with a shield in his bags that I would yell to him for. So, with WoW, you know, we took an approach as our friend group and as our guild that made it really fun. But when you're outside of that, especially when you're pugging, so many people only want the meta, only want what's best. And if you're not on that, meta list, then you're cooked. And that's a really rough thing because, again, when you're switching characters, it's not like you're getting gear for your main, getting anything that's useful, even playing your main. You're hopping over to a completely different character to fill a slot for why? So you can run through the raid with a bunch of people that you don't know? That's boring as fuck, and most players aren't going to do that. WoW in itself is a very high barrier design, especially classic for most players. Say you level a goddamn, I don't even know. Say you level like a... What would be really bad? Like a warlock? What's really bad in TBC? Rogue? Rogue. Yeah, say you're DOS and you level a rogue for whatever fucking reason. And, you know, you're super casual and you're vibing and nobody wants a rogue because rogues fucking suck. Nothing's bad in TBC. Well, nothing's bad when you play it in TBC DOS. But think average rogue. Maybe using CDOS, the rogue god that never missed a kick in his life, is maybe a little bad of an example. We're allowed to have one rogue and it's only a CDOS. I don't want it if it's not a CDOS, baby. I better get the good one. One Shadow Priest. One Rogue, one Shadow Priest, and maybe one Ret if they press their buttons well. Other than that, every other slot's important. 10 Hunters. Oh god, you could. But yeah, on top of that, like, say you level something that people don't really want, right? It would suck to be like, hey man, I'd love to fill the slot in your raid, and then to be like, oh hey, play a different character. But if you could go in and you're like, hey, I'm a strength DPS, I'm melee DPS, I got you. And you go in, and even if you have to change up a couple of your signets, you see a melee weapon drop for your build, and even if you're playing a slightly different variant of your build, you're still playing a melee DPS right now. You roll on that, you get an upgrade for your main, bing bang boom, it's like you're playing an alt build and it's useful in the meta, but you're still building for what you want to build. It just opens the door for so much for people. So much. I yearn for it. I fiend for it. I think the modern MMO player, especially as players age, leans more into dads and adults and people that have lives. And I think it's rare to find high school and college age, you know, players that have no commitments, nothing going on, nothing to do, that are willing to degen away. People don't have the resources for that on average. Like, most people have to work jobs. I'm extremely fortunate to be able to play games as much as I do. And even with that, I make far less money than y'all do, so it's a sacrifice that we have to make. I'm not one of those big boy streamers. So, there's always that element of, like, as people age, their responsibilities, wives, kids, jobs, bills, rent, mowing the lawn, beating the case, getting the Rico off your back, shit like that. Depends on the skill bracket. I know plenty of dads and 30, 40-year-olds who find time to degen. Obviously, it's not a majority of the player base, but it's definitely a thing. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I think in terms of what we need to think of for these general discussions, right? The success of MMOs and the success of games in general does not hinge on the top 1%, 5%, or 10%. It depends on the bottom 90%. And I think right now, what game developers have been trying to do for so long that's been a miss is everything has to be... Like, I get this a lot when I'm streaming new games that have any form of PvP, but there will be someone that comes in and they're just like, do you think this could be an esport? And I'm like, no, this could not be an esport. They're like, do you think this could be an esport? I'm like, no, this could not be an esport. Do you think this could be an esport? You got esports on your phone? I'm like, man, stop trying to think of everything as an esport. I think the best case scenario for a game is that it is made to be extremely accessible to all types of players, but the developers find the way to basically create replayable, exclusive content for players to shoot for and strive for. Not exclusive in the sense of people get locked out, but something as simple as, like you said before, with leaderboards and with, you know, ranks that may come in with PvP or with, you know, raids or dungeons or whatever it may be. That, to me, is a form of exclusive content that for those people who do want a degen, and even if it's like 10%, right? Those people can switch up their builds, chase whatever meta they want to, and get that replayable. And from there, that is still going to be a small percentage of the player base. I don't think a developer would want their PvP game to become a huge esport like League. But MMOs aren't PvP games. It's a different genre. Would a developer that's making a PvP game that's a MOBA want it to become an esport viable product? Sure. But esports aren't the core of MMO player base. It's not. Talking about MMO specifically, I was just talking in general. I mean, when we look at just esports as a whole, I think we also have to remember a few things about esports. First things first, as Doss said, League as an esport has been proven to be largely unprofitable. Esports as a whole is a money sink. I worked in the collegiate esports scene. I'm credentialed for this bitch. There is a massive money pit. Organizations, sponsors, hosts, everything. It just burns money. Literally just into the abyss. And esports does not make money. A lot of the money on esports, money in esports, simply came from sponsors, where these businesses took on substantial amounts of debt, convinced sponsors that their business was worth X amount of money, and then got the sponsors to pay that off. On top of that, even with esports, right? When we look at something becoming a viable esport product, would I rather have my video game that I develop have a competitive scene that is as large as League of Legends tournament scene, or a ranked scene that is as large of League of Legends ranked scene? My game will be more successful as a game if I have the ranked player base of League of Legends, not the tournament player base of League of Legends. There is a far smaller player base in tournaments and in the true competitive scene than there is in ranked, which is your casual competitive. And then your true casual, which is unranked, ARAM, stuff like that. You know, your TFT player, shit like that, that's League adjacent. That's all in your hyper casual scene. But within that, I'd rather have the player base as a whole underneath that comp player scene, because how many T1, T2, and T3 pros exist in League of Legends? Even if we include academy teams, well, I'll give you a few hundred in terms of notable pros that actually do anything in tourneys and qualify for large-scale tourneys. How many casual players are there in League? How much money am I gonna make off skins if I have your casual player base and you take the comp player base? I win. Give me the casuals 10 times out of 10. If I am a game developer, I want to capture the casuals. You know what games capture the casuals? The games with massive amounts of numbers. Peak Fortnite that had so many concurrent users and had so many different generations of players playing it. That shit was a casual era of Fortnite, where you could go in and it was literally just, you didn't have to be good, you weren't cranking 90s. And then once that competitive edge came in, it actually pushed out a lot of the casual player base, and it separated the two very, very heavily. So sometimes that competitive player base can almost be a detriment to like the overall casual side of the game. And even with Fortnite's esports scene, which is one of the higher paying that there was ever in gaming, they still lost so much money on it that their prize support has shrunk like crazy now, like mad. So within that, there's almost a sense of, in a lot of popular games, your competitive player base almost cannibalizes your casual to a certain extent. And when you look at League and you look at Dota and you look at MOBAs, one thing that I take inspiration from those genres that I say a lot is successful games, I think, need to have inclusive and exclusive content. And when I say exclusive content, I don't mean worlds where you have two teams. I mean exclusive content like you have something on the line. Ranked. Very simply put, exclusive. Carla hit Emerald recently and was really happy about hitting Emerald. It's not even fucking remarkable. Slightly above average. Love you, babe. She's a great League player, by the way. One of the best. But slightly above average. So, like, is she Chow? No, I'll get her a fucking cake if she hits Chow or something. Then we'll celebrate, right? But even with that, that's an exclusive game mode where there are a lot of people that don't even hit Emerald, and it took her a long time to hit Emerald because she's got stumpy fingers. So with that in mind, Gold's still like the top 10% of League players. Bingo, bango, bongo. And keep in mind, not all of your League players play Ranked as their everyday mode, and a lot of your players that calibrate for Ranked will just see where they're at and maybe play a Ranked match or two here and there, but they'll play a lot of ARAM, they'll play a lot of Unranked, they'll chill. Unranked is still extremely popular, especially among casual players, and in most games, substantially slams out the amount of ranked players. Gold's over than that. I think Emerald / low diamond is around the 10%. Yeah, I don't know the splits of League anymore. I'm not quite sure on the splits of League, nor was I really ever. I'm more of a Dota man myself, as we all know. But with that in mind, Ranked is an exclusive mode where people, if they want to, can chase that. They have the carrot on a stick. They have the ranked push. They have that, oh, somebody's in front of me. What are they building? What are they doing? What are they playing? Okay, we'll try to replicate that. Oh, well, that doesn't work for me. So that's when you have scenarios of two different pros that may be playing the same thing, but they build that thing slightly differently. They pace it slightly differently. They play it slightly differently. That's where you bring in the evolution of it on that hyper-scaled endgame. And there is still a place for it, but I think in order for a game to support the top 10%, you need a very strong 90% underneath it. Is a pyramid. Without big, strong base of most of your players, top players, pew, fall out. And I think the best example of this that I can possibly show or talk about is the extraction scene, where extractions are typically a very, 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 very volatile player base. Extraction starts, and I'm not talking about your Tarky and your hyper successful one, but I'm talking about your general extractions, a lot of the ones that we see that don't do so well. And that's most of them. So, you look at those, and what do you see? You see very commonly, game launcher update, spike player base. Everybody comes in, and over the course of it, your competitive player base starts to work its way up to the top, and your top 10% sorts itself out. And then a lot of these games fail to capitalize and retain their casual player base because of lobby issues, player retention in general, whatever it may be. But in extractions, typically your casual player base falls out very quickly. And when that happens, your competitive player base at the top is kind of like Wile E. Coyote running off the cliff, right? Just kind of legs kicking in the air. And for a little bit, they float because they just exist amongst themselves. And then they look around and there's like nothing else underneath them. And they're like, oh shit. And then the competitive player base starts to fall out because there's no support. There's not a substantial amount of players or anything like that. So there needs to be, in my opinion, that solid foundation underneath. There always needs to be within your bottom 90%, people that are going to go up to your top 10%, when inevitably some people from your top 10% leave, quit, lose interest, whatever it may be, right? There always need to be replacements. Tarkov went downhill bad. You want to know an interesting statistic about Tarkov? You say it went downhill bad. Hold on. I know they were running drops. Tarkov was the most watched game on Twitch last week. They're running drops, but that's crazy to see. Now, the wildest thing in my opinion about this is the fact this is their peak down here, and then total hours watched with the bar. They had one of the lowest peaks, the third lowest peak, yet they were the most watched. Ridiculous. Ridiculous consistency. If they had the just chatting peak, that would have pumed them. That shit's wild. But yeah, Tarky goes crazy. So Tarkov actually has some really interesting statistics around it. And I don't know, I think Tarkov's primarily standalone launcher, right? But when you look at Tarkov, this is their Steam trend since December 2025, because I think that's when it came to Steam. But you'll actually notice they fucking brought players back in, and it's been relatively consistent since. So, one thing that's intriguing with Tarkov, Peanut's playing Tarkov right now too. I'll Tarkov your Peanut. But, Nikita Boyanov tweets a lot of, like, statistics and shit about Tarkov, and he gave a little glimpse into the percentage of players that play their different game modes. And keep in mind, this is Tarkov. So at this moment, 55% of players in their PvP season, which is their seasonal mode, 38% of players in PvE, which is a non-seasonal PvE mode that does not reset, by the way. Has not reset, does not reset. And 7% of players in non-seasonal PvP. 38% of players in a non-resetting PvE mode. In an extraction, by the way. Imagine the percentage of player split in MMOs. And what percentage of players would be participating in PvE over PvP opt-in modes. Ridiculous splits over here. Ridiculous splits. Like, just absolutely absurd. So, this, I think, goes to kind of show how strong the PvE and the casual presence is for games. And out of that 55% of their players in the PvP season, a lot of that is because that's their only seasonal reset as well. So, your PvE players that simply want a reset, they're going to hop into your PvP season for a little bit and then probably go back to PvE season. So, it's kind of where it's at. Started with Tarkov before he blew up. Yeah, he like slurred over there, right? If I remember correctly, he like slurred over there, which was slightly not good. But I will say, definitely an interesting set of, I don't know, just set of numbers over there that I always refer to. I saw it a few days ago, and ever since seeing it, I was just like, damn, that's really interesting, man. That's like really intriguing. But I think the strength in PvE players is so strong, and the strength in casuals is so strong as well. And I think ArenaNet is kind of leaning into that. From what I know, is Peanut his second run of streaming after he knew what to do? Yeah, so before he was like a not VTuber, he like facecam streamed and stuff, and I think he was like relatively successful, like not like massive or anything, but I think he was like relatively, I think it was larger than me as a facecam streamer, and then like just started peanutting. I don't really know why he started peanutting, but fuck it, it worked. It worked. Good for him, dude. I love seeing streamers actually come up and make it these days, because it is very hard. It's very, very, very hard. It's only gonna get harder. Just watch clips on board / earning the Arc Raider's face. Yeah, the Arc Raider's face was massive for him as well. Absolutely massive. But yeah, I really hope that Guild Wars 3 does prioritize the casuals a bit. I think that's just such a massive part of a successful player base that a lot of games haven't done the best to protect. Are we gonna get a Dusty VTube one day? Would you rather have a Dusty VTuber or Dusty in a maid outfit? But like real Dusty. Because this subathon might get fucking wild. Maid outfit with cat ears? Well, boys, we've been doing some prep work. As you guys know, we hit the goal during the charity stream. So, there is a subathon being planned out. We'll have more information coming soon. And it will be lit. Yo, PD, what up, brother? Coming from a hardcore sweaty pay to win Korean MMO. Getting too old for that shit. Casual all the way. I agree, brother. Listen, and I want sweaty content. I want PvP where I can go in and have it be skill-based and shit on people. But also, what if casual players can access the same PvP that I can, so I have more people to shit on? Better running around with a Pal World character wearing a maid outfit? Me or the Pal World character? Because we could probably get matching ones. Doesn't even realize he's already a skin VTuber? What if I'm just a Tesla bot? Both?
I'll fuck with that.
I could get with that. And then I have to get like a pal with maid outfit too. Is that... I mean, it's 11/11, boys. Make a goddamn wish. Probably wish that I don't make that an incredibly expensive sub goal. You got Grok energy? I interacted with Grok recently. Nice guy. Genuinely, pretty chill. Also ERPs. So. Celine is a literal maid. Well. We got work to do. Makes sense alone a bot. Listen, I can probably do everything that Tesla robot can. And honestly, no Twitch cut if I'm just living at that point. Might be more optimal. Might be slightly more optimal, Hoofs. I don't know. I like gardening. Can mow the lawn. I would need somebody to spray any bees, or not like honeybees, but like hornets' nests that pop up. I can't do hornets. If it's bees, I would need them relocated slightly away, but find an apiary for that. So, you guys better keep wishing. I think Tesla robot might be better at not complaining. Well, the thing is, if I get paid to like not complain, then I could not complain. Listen, I did phenomenal in sales, bro. If you put money in front of my face, I can do whatever. But I'm gonna quit one of those so I can be more artistic about my garden. Yeah, but what if an MMO had a garden for you and you didn't have to get a sunburn for it? Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. I feel as though that might be the play dust. Boyos, my dudes, my lads, my guys. I do believe it may be that time. It's getting a little past 11. Tomorrow, I want to do fractals, because I didn't get to do my daily fractals today. I'm kind of sad about that. I have to make sliders. I told Carla that I was going to make some sliders, because we have Hamburg in the fridge that we pulled. And then we ended up getting the deal on the chicken, because we didn't see the deal on the chicken. So if I don't cook the Hamburg tonight, I don't know what it's going to do overnight.
Cow with abs is
Julian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. I don't know what that Hamburg about to do overnight, so I'm going to cook that up. I'm going to make sliders with it, because we also have an entire, like, sheet of Hawaiian rolls that we've got to cook up. So that's the goal. And then tomorrow, you guys will not believe me, but I will be here by 2 p.m. EST. I know that sounds absolutely fucking crazy. I will be here by 2. I promise. Cap, I will make a bet. I will make a bet. By 2 p.m. or you gift chat 10 subs. Someone on chat has to ensure the other end. If someone on chat ensures the other end, then I'm in. And I'll up it to 25. It's my entire fucking stock portfolio. I will put 25 gifties on the line. Making ramen with ground beef, onions, and curry. Ah! Wolves. Oh, that sounds so good. Wait. Holy shit. Oh, that sounds phenomenal. Oh my god. I have some bulldog ramen that may be consumed. Not the late one here. I will be here. I will be here by 2, I promise. I've been depressed lately, but it's okay. I actually had a lot of fun on Guild Wars today. I had to go and like reset my psyche a little bit regarding streaming and stuff. He's all about dad. Crazy comms. I had to reset my psyche a little bit. I was in a weird mental spot for a little while. And honestly, I had to remind myself of a few things about streaming, and I'm feeling a lot better now. So, honestly, I think I'll be here at 2 tomorrow. I think I'll be here at 2. I don't think we'll have a lot of creative block. Things have been good. Should start the Guild Wars 1 playthrough. Yo, I do want to fuck with Guild Wars 1. I won't lie. Guild Wars 1 does definitely intrigue me. Perspective of son of a bitch? Yeah, no, it really is, bro. It really is. And I think there's always the element of, you know, ups and downs and seeing the high from the low and the low from the high. And as soon as you can get yourself out of the valley, I think it starts to put a lot into perspective that the highs may not have been as unreachable as you think, and, you know, there may be a path to them again. So, there's always that element, but there's also the element of, like, what if you just stop worrying about the highs and the lows and you just keep walking forward? Just 1 foot at a time. And I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't really know where streaming will bring me in 10 years. I don't really know if I'll be here in 10 years, right? But what I do know is I really enjoy streaming. And I definitely don't want to be the reason that, you know, my stream doesn't do well because I can't get my head on my ass and just play video games. So, that's a big thing for me. It's been, like, I'll be real, it's been hard to replace what Ashes provided from a streaming standpoint. That was, you know, the most secure financially I've been at any point in my life. That was the craziest period of stream that I've ever had, with an unbelievable amount of growth, so many new players coming in, so much in the future to look forward to, and even New World before that, it was something I'd never experienced. And for the past, like, 2.5 years, it was a lot of things that you've never experienced. And then when you start experiencing things again, you almost lose that first time experience of it. But when you experience something that's not so good for more than the first time, and you're like, wait, I've been here before, but I don't want to be here right now, that's when it starts to get a little shitty. So, for me, it was like a period of, you know, first time as a streamer, as a gamer. That was the closest that I had worked with, like, you know, developers, with my community, to provide direct feedback for a game, which was really cool. We had, you know, genuine friends on the development team that were incredible people that worked very hard on that project. And people in our community found game-breaking bugs and passed that up and really helped improve it. It was a growth rate that our in-game community had never seen before. We broke Discord because we had so many people joining our server all the time that it literally could not keep up with the influx of people. We broke Discord infrastructure multiple times. It was a really cool thing. And then after that, it was just like, oh, hey, I've been in these spots before where stream isn't growing. These aren't good spots. And then over the course of like 6 months, everything slowly started to like trickle down, right? My motivation, sub count, view count, new follows coming in. And I started to kind of like grasp it. What can I do to get people back in? And I think I lost the sight for a little bit of why I was streaming in the first place, right? And at the end of the day, I started streaming to myself and a couple friends, so that way my friends could come in and hang out while I was playing video games and ask me questions, and we could shoot the shit. And it didn't matter how many people were there. It didn't matter, you know, what my sub count was. All that mattered was that I was having fun. And I streamed with my viewers off for a reason. But I became so obsessed with the analytics post-Ashes and trying to preserve those analytics and try to grasp at that growth, right? You go from getting 50 to 100 new follows a day and growing, you know, thousands of followers in a month. I have
15K followers, and 3,000 of them came in 1 month. It was a crazy high. It was a phenomenal feeling. It was something where, like, the future was bright, everything was optimistic, and out of nowhere, let's see, we're getting back there. We're getting back there. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love. Same for tomorrow. They're good every day. They're good every day. Bone, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. Hope you're having a beautiful day. But I definitely, like, I don't know, I definitely lost a lot of the, motivation for a little while. And I found myself in a weird spot, right? I became so hyper obsessed with analytics and trying to preserve that, like I said, right? And I think it really got me into a spot where I wasn't focused on the right things with stream, and I kind of like lost the appreciation of the spot a little bit. But, you know, a little introspective thinking and a little bit of, like, I don't know, I've had a few days where I've gone and seen family and stuff, just taken some time and been outside and stuff. It's been refreshing. It's been refreshing. Didn't quit Guild Wars 2? No, I've been playing Guild Wars 2 throughout the entire time. The thing about Guild Wars 2 is, like, even throughout Guild Wars 2, like, I'll be taking breaks and doing variety stuff. Oh shit, we got a hype train. I'll be doing variety stuff throughout Guild Wars 2 and, like, the time leading up to 3. Just because I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna hold myself to only one game. A lot of the reason why I one game Andy'd so hard in the past isn't because I truly at my core wanted to play 70 hours a week of one thing. It's because I felt like if I played anything else, people wouldn't watch. So for me, I want to get comfortable with that point where it's like, you know, even if stream's doing phenomenally with one thing, I don't want to cut myself off of trying something else that I may really enjoy, even if it's just going to be a few days a week thing. So never quit Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 will always be cooking for me. I actually really enjoy it, despite sometimes being bored because there aren't a lot of people on all the time. But I'll always be kicking around Guild Wars 2. In terms of Mistfall hype dying, yes, very much. I've actually been playing Power World the past couple of days as my, like, side thing. Sorry, my mustache itches. I have been playing Power World the past few days. Well, 2 days, actually. Didn't play Power World today. And that's been really fun. But, yeah, Mistfall's been in a pretty tough spot. They haven't been able to solve any of their server issues. So, as a result, their player base is atrophying pretty fucking quickly, if I do say so myself. It's really unfortunate to see, but they are still going down in reviews instead of up in reviews. This was above 60% a few days ago, and when we look at week over week, each week they've lost about 20% of their player base. So basically, you have a 44k peak on Sunday of launch week, you have a 37k peak Sunday following, and then this Saturday you had a peak of 28.6k. So week over week, if we look at Saturday to Saturday even, this was here, Sunday, Saturday, 35.8k down to 28.6. That's another, you know, that's another 7k immediately dropping off in terms of peak week over weekend, which is another 1/5. That's another 20%. And when you start to look at games that lose 20% week over week, keep in mind 44k to 35k is another 7k. So that's slightly under 20%, but they're pretty much hemorrhaging an average of 20% of their players per week. That's not sustainable, especially if they're still trying to get server stuff taken care of. It's really rough. Now for me, I don't even put things just in the stock of, like, you know, player numbers. For me, it's more so a combination of, number one, the gameplay loop's really repetitive. It's an extraction that doesn't have anything else to do. There are 2 maps, and really, you either get so rich that you don't care about gear, so you start running good gear and gear stomping everybody out, or you're trying to get rich, so you run lower maps where people can't run the best gear and stomp you out, so that way you can actually play, and there you save up so much money and such bad gear that you don't really care about your gear sets when you lose it anyways, because you're still making money. So the extraction route itself kind of plays itself out. There's not a ton, like, PvE depth wise to actually chase down, because a lot of the PvE is pretty there. pretty achievable. And then in terms of that, the server performance is also not good. It hasn't been good, and they've patched multiple times now, and it's still bad. So this falls just worse, Dark and Darker, and no reason to play it, I think. See, I mean, I kind of like disagree in the sense that it's just a worse Dark and Darker. I think the combat system in Mistfall is far different than a Dark and Darker, and in a lot of people's minds is like a more casually fluid combat system. But I think system-wise and like depth of the gameplay definitely lacks on Dark and Darker a little bit. I do think Mistfall's strength really was the combat system and the fact that it was like a third-person, fast, snappy, fun action combat system. But at the end of the day, I do agree in the sense that like systemically and depth of gameplay, especially Dark and Darker, where you can like go deeper into the dungeon and shit like that. Dark and Darker did really have some cool systems there, but Dark and Darker's combat never quite did it for me. I wasn't much of like I was like Mordau enjoyer, basically. That wasn't necessarily my forte. But combat-wise, I think that's the only option that Mistfall had to really like beat Dark and Darker. And the combat can't be shown off properly because, well, servers don't fucking work. So, yeah, I mean, actually, I guess at this point I agree more than I would like to. But I think on launch, there was optimism, Van, that it could be a little bit different and maybe end up getting some of that good depth along the way. But yeah, I do think it definitely has fallen a little flat for a lot of people. And you can even see that now with a lot of the streamers too. Like a lot of the streamers that are specifically, you know, extraction streamers that got very big because of the game's launch and the game's success, they're starting to trickle back down and didn't really maintain a lot of their, you know, a lot of their peak, even at this point. So, it's definitely been a whole lot of something, to say the very least. But, I hope they figure it out. I hope they figure it out. Boyos, I gotta go make some gosh darn sliders. So we're gonna go say what up to Emerald. I think she's gambling. I'm pretty sure Emerald's degenning right now. So go say hello to Emerald. I'm gonna go make some delicious sliders. Hope they don't fall apart. And then tomorrow, I'll be here at 2. I swear to God. 10 gifties if I'm not. I will be here at 2. Euphorics, that's what you get for doubting. Little bitch. That's what you get. You losing the rest tomorrow, dog. I swear to God. I swear to God. Boys, if you guys are new to the channel, I appreciate you coming through today. My name is Dusty and I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. Oh, wait. Before the gifties, Wolf messaged something. Wait, $5 a pound for Hamburg? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh, you also said about the Mesmer. $5 a pound for Hamburg and also the Mesmer. Yeah, honestly, Wolf, just have fun with it. Life's too short. You gotta enjoy it, my friend. You genuinely have to enjoy it. And $5 a pound is a solid deal. We get ours for like $3.49 when it's on sale. Sorry, I was off in my yaps. But yeah, you gotta enjoy it, man. At the end of the day, I think there is too much going on to not worry about trying new things and enjoying it. And I've really talked myself out of trying a lot of things over the course of streaming to the point where, I don't know, who knows, maybe I may have missed out on good opportunities along the way. So, my boys, my dudes, my guys, my lads, I appreciate y'all being here. I'm gonna take off, make some sliders. I will catch y'all bright and squirrely tomorrow. Excuse me. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.